Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack food delivery application in React Native using the React Native framework and the AWS backend. And while writing the endpoints, we're going to make use of Python this time. So we're going to use the FastAPI while implementing all of the endpoints. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially check out what exactly we are building. So towards my right is the initial home screen that's going to be shown, which is going to contain a different number of components containing your address at the top, and we have the top offers over here that's going to be horizontally scrollable, and we have what's on your mind where different kinds of food categories are going to be shown. Okay, and over here the current original location of the user is going to be shown over here. So we're going to make use of your geolocation API and then we're going to implement that. And now once you press on pizza over here, we are going to navigate to the menu screen where we have several different categories under that pizza category alone. Okay, so let's check out the pizza over here. So over here we're going to have about, let's say, 2 to 3 categories as of now, and we also have customizations as well that's being set up in this particular video. So yeah, this is going to be a great project to learn along. We're going to build it using the Redux Cart. So first of all, let's check out what exactly happens if at all we press on any kind of add button. So as you can see, for each item we have a unique item card being shown, which contains your image, your item name, as well as a description and the price as well. So this is basically powered by Redux on the backend. So Redux handles efficiently all of the card system. So I'm going to press on add, and boom, there you go. Just like that, one item added, and you can see the quantity as well as the minus and then plus button. As you increase, automatically your price is going to increase and the number of items are also going to get added over here. So we also have customizations, as I told you. So let's scroll down over here. Let's initially remove this and let's add in the customizations for the cart. Okay, that is this particular customized item. So if at all any kind of item is customized, then we're going to show that customize message below your add button. So I'm going to say add over here, and there you go. Just like that, since this particular item was customized, a full overlay model is going to be shown. And over here we need to compulsorily choose 3 customizations, that is your choice of crust, your first wedge half, as well as your second wedge half. So let's say once I choose a pan tossed, that is going to be chosen. I'm going to say pan tossed, and boom, just like that, that was chosen. Next I'm going to choose, let's say, spicy Mexicano as the first wedge half. Even that got added. The next one I'm going to choose is, let's say, paneer tikka. Okay, even that got added. And as you can see over here at the bottommost part, it was actually calculating how many customizations the user added. There is 1 of 3, 2 of 3, as well as 3 of 3. So as soon as I added the third customization item, this was enabled, that is 479. So once you press on this, automatically this item should be added to the cart. I'm going to say next, and boom, just like that, this item is added to the cart. So over here, this particular item was just for 299. Once you add the customizations, the total price is 479 over here. Okay, so now if at all you want to add or increase the quantity for this, we also have a different kind of design being shown to the user, asking the user whether they want to repeat the same customization or not. So I'm going to press on plus, and boom, there you go. It says, would you like to repeat the same customization, that is with all of these options you've added? I'm going to say repeat the last. So this is going to automatically increase the quantity to be of 2 because there is no change for the customization. So I'm just going to say repeat last, and boom, just like that, it got repeated, and even the price also changed over here. So let's say I just want one item to be present. I'm going to press on view cart, and boom, there you go, which is coming correctly to your cart screen, which is one item, and it contains your veg and veg Big 10 pizzas along with your customizations that you've added over here. And even over here you can try to increase the quantity of the item. Okay, and here we have some UI related designs which says you may also like. These are some of the add-on options. And below this we have some components for the coupons and credits as well as tip your rider, and below that we have all of your billing details to be chosen. Okay, so the total payable value is going to be 473 after calculating all of these, and we can directly try to make the payment. And before that we need to choose the address. As you can see, it says no address is selected. I'm going to say change over here, and boom, just like that, we have the bottom model opening up, which contains the address list of this particular logged in user. Okay, so we can either choose the home, which is already pre-saved, or if at all you want to deliver it to some other place, we can press on the add a new address. So again, a full overlay model is going to be shown, and over here it's going to choose your current location, and you can also try to move the pin. So this pin is movable. So based on whatever the pin's location is as of now, that particular location is going to be shown over here. Okay, let's say I'm going to choose the pin to be at this point, and there you go. So Lavelle Road, Shantala Nagar and Ashok Nagar with this particular pin code. I'm going to say confirm location. Okay, so as you can see, that got chosen over here, and I'm going to say make payment, and it should process the payment, and we need to be storing all of the orders in the backend, that is in the AWS table. So processing payment, and then boom, as you can see, restaurant details, this is the one, the total price is this one. We have the view invoice button as well as a back to home, and we have all of the order details, that is delivery address, status is pending. These are the items, and it says order confirmed and your photos on the way. So the order should be created in the backend in your orders table that I've set up already. So we're gonna do that setup while we build up the project. Okay, so once you press on invoice, we're just gonna show a normal alert message just like this. That is what exactly we have ordered. That is your order ID, your placed on date, as well as the restaurant from which we have ordered, as well as the delivery address and the status. And these are the items pending. Okay, I'm gonna press on OK. So back to home would bring you back to the home just like this. And we also have the offers screen where we have some UI related design, as well as the Eat Club screen too. Just like this, where we have a good UI related design, and we're going to use obviously TypeScript as well as your native one for the designing of all of the application. And finally, we have the accounts tab where we have a really good design, and I'm obviously not going to show because my number is going to be shown, and we're going to implement the sign in with phone number as well as sign up with phone number. So that's the reason my number as well as the email username is going to be shown. And we also have some different options, and we can also log out from the account screen as well. So let me log out now, and boom, just like that, once you log out, you come to this particular screen where we have a nice overlay design over here, and towards the bottommost part we have a different kind of design where we can sign in with your phone number or even log in with your phone number as well. So we're going to implement this much in this particular application. So for the backend part, we're going to use your AWS as well as validating the endpoints, Python, as well as your FastAPI. It's pretty good. You can check out the docs once you write the API. I think most of them have already used FastAPI, so it's pretty good. Most of you might already know it. So we're gonna use that for the first time. And yeah, for writing the code, TypeScript is always. And for styling, we're gonna use native wind again. Okay. If you find this project as well as the tech stack interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe. So let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code and I'm inside my terminal. Here I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So for that I'm just going to say cd build. Here I'm going to execute npx at React Native community /CLI init, the project name. So Eat Club, you can give it any project name you want to add. I'm going to say Eat Club app, and then this is the specific version. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, it says downloading the template and it's currently installing all of the dependencies. So let's give it about 2 minutes to install the project for us. And once that is done, we're going to go into the folder structure and then look into the files that React Native has given us. So let's wait for some time. Alright, so it's asking, do you want to install Cocoa Pods now? So by default, the option would be set to no. So here I'm just going to press on enter. So as you can see, it has created our project for us, and these are some of the run instructions for Android, and these are some of the run instructions for iOS. So in my case, I'm using iOS simulator, so I'm going to follow these steps. There is bundle install, so these needs to be executed within the iOS directory. After bundle install, bundle exec pod install, and then we need to run npx React Native run iOS. If all you are on the Android part of it, you can directly go into the project structure and then you can try to run npx React Native run Android. Yeah, these are some of the steps for both of the OS. Okay, so I'm going to press on file and then open folder. I'm going to go into my build folder as well as Eat Club. Let's press on open. So as you can see, this is the required file structure towards the left hand side that React Native gives once when you initialize a fresh new React Native project. So here we're going to make use of native wind for the styling, and we're going to make use of the TypeScript for writing the code. So I'm just going to set the module resolution to be of node. Save. Okay. So now the first step is to run the application. So since we saw a few steps for iOS, I'm going to follow that. So press on terminal and then new terminal over here. I'm going to go into cd iOS. First step, bundle install. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, it's installing all of the dependencies. Let's wait for this step to finish. Yeah, so this step is done. So here I'm going to say bundle exec pod install. Again, enter. So this also is going to take in about 2 minutes, hopefully. So let's wait for the command to complete. Alright, so this step is complete. So this basically took quite a lot of time because depending upon your network, it takes up. Okay, so this one is done. So I'm just going to do a pod install over here, and then I'm going to run my application once this step is completed. Yeah, so it's almost generating the pods project. I'm going to click on new terminal, and over here I'm just going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So this should open up the launch package command prompt, and we have a couple of options, that is reload app, open DevTools, as well as open dev menu, as well as open DevTools. So automatically our iPhone should be launched in just a bit, as you can see. Okay, so the iPhone is also opened, which is good. So as you can see over here, it says found Xcode workspace, eat club app.xcode workspace, and initially no booted devices, and it launched the iPhone 16 Pro. Currently it is building up the application onto the simulator. So it's going to take about, let's say, 3 to 5 minutes, again depending upon your network. And once the app is built, we should be seeing essentially whatever is there within the return block of your application, that is all of this code. Okay, so let's wait for that. So let's wait for about, let's say, 5 minutes or so, and then we should be able to see the output being shown to the simulator. So as you can see, it's currently bundling up all of the JavaScript code, and it is installing the app onto the simulator, and there you go. So it is finally working fine. So as I said, whatever is there within a return block, essentially the same design is going to be shown onto the output part of the screen, which is correctly being shown. So now the next step is we need to integrate native wind into the application. So let's go do that, because we are gonna style using the native wind. Head back to Chrome and search for nativewind.dev, the first link. Okay, let's press on get started. And since we are using the framework list, that is not the Expo framework, press on that link or that tab. I'm going to use yarn for installing all of the dependencies. Copy that down, come back over here, and then I'm going to hit the command enter. Let's install all of that. So while that's happening, the next step is you need to do the pod install. Then the second step is to set up the tailwind CSS. Let's go do that. Let's create a tailwind.config.js, add the root of the application, so app.tsx, new file, tailwind.config.js, enter, paste it over here. So this is with respect to the folder structure that they have used, whereas in our folder structure we're going to have something known as the src, and under the src we're going to have all of the code. So I'm just going to add in my folder structure, so you can feel free to add in these 3 lines along with the app.tsx. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to create a CSS file and then add the tailwind directives. So let's try to add that by creating a global.css. I'm going to say new file, global.css, add that over here. And next step is to add the Babel preset, that is include the native and /Babel within the babel.config.js. So come back to this file and add it over here. Save that file. So the next step is to modify your metro.config.js. So let's do that. I've just copied down my code, and then let's search for metro.config.js and then paste in this code. So you can feel free to add in this. Here we are trying to include the global.css with the help of using the with native wind. Save. This part is done, and yeah, pretty much that's it. We need to include the global.css within the app.tsx. So before that, we need to do the pod install. Here I'm just going to say pod install, enter. Yeah, so this is for the React Native worklets error, so we need to install that package as well. Copy that, I'm going to say yarn add React Native worklets, enter. So this step is installed. So we also need to install the Tailwind CSS package. So I'm going to say yarn add Tailwind CSS, enter. So let's verify it in the package.json. So usually it installs the latest package, obviously, that is, I guess, version 4, but this version 4 is not compatible with your native Wind. Okay, so I'm going to use this version that's compatible, that is 3.4.17. Save, again hit yarn, so that package gets updated over here, enter. Okay, now let's do a pod install. I think it's already done. Let's do it again, pod install. So there you go, it's installing all the dependencies, animated, workless, as well as safe area context. So let's try to cut the terminal. Again, I'm going to rebuild the application from scratch. Clear off the app over here, and let's come back to your app.tsx. I mean, not app.tsx. Into your terminal. Let's first of all import that global.css. Let's say over here, I'm going to say import global.css. And here I'm just going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So again, it should build up the project from scratch. So let's wait for that. And once the app builds up, we're going to test if at all the stylings for native Wind is working fine or not. Alright, so the app is being finally built. So here I'm just going to give it a try. So let's come back to yours. Let's say any of the container. Let's say this one. Remove this styles. And I'm directly going to say class name text red 400. And boom, just like that, we are able to, apply the native Wind styling to our application, which is good. So now the next step is we need some icons as well while designing the application. That is all of these icons for the bottom tabs and for some of the other screens as well. So let's install the React Native vector icons. Head over to Chrome, new tab. I'm going to search for React Native vector icons. So the first link, let's search for the GitHub one. I guess this one. Here, let's try to install the bunch of packages. So I'll be pasting it directly in the code. So let me show you all of that. So I'm just going to paste in the code. You can take a look at it. So here we are trying to install yarn add React Native vector icons / different icon families like ant design, your icons, font awesome, and all of that. Okay, I'm just going to press on enter. So once this installs, I also need to install the React Native vector icons common package as well. So we need to do that too. So yeah, this step is complete. All right, so here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native vector icons / common. You can take a look at it. Yeah, even this is done. So now the next step is for iOS. We need to head back to the info.plist and include all of the icons over here, that is right below the false tag. So I'm just going to paste it right over here, just like that. You can take a look at it, and all of this also would be available on the docs. So if you would head over to Chrome, and there is a nice link to check out the guide for Expo, React Native, as well as the web. So since we are on React Native, press on that. So as you can see, the same thing I did, and then we need to copy down all of the UI app fonts into the info.plist. Okay, that's it. So yeah, Android, just rebuild your app. No extra steps needed for Android. All right, that's it. So this part is done. We need to do a pod install. Save this file. Here I'm going to say pod install. Okay, spelling is wrong. So once this is done, we are done with 2 steps. That is native and as well as setting up the React Native vector icons. So now the next step is, let's set up the navigation into our system, and let's initialize the bottom tab navigator. That's home, offers, eat, club, as well as the account part of it. So let's again rebuild over here. I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. So while this is happening, let's create a folder structure press on app.tsx, new folder, src. Within src, we're going to have a bunch of folders that is for the navigation component screens. So I'm going to say navigation. Then one is for your components. One is for the screens over here. Apart from that, we have for your store. That is for the Redux part of it, since we are implementing Redux for the cart implementation. So store, then your utils folder. So src utils. Yeah, so pretty much that's it for now. So let's head back to the navigation folder. We're gonna have your routes over here as well as the navigation.ts as well. New file, navigation.ts. We're gonna have a routes.ts as well as the navigators folder. So I'm gonna say navigators. Within navigators, we're gonna have navigation.tsx. So I'm gonna say navigation.tsx, and we're also gonna have the routes folder where all of the routes for this particular application is going to be present. Here I'm going to say routes.ts, enter. Okay, so now let's actually try to install the dependencies that is required for the React navigation. Head back to Chrome over here, new tab. I'm going to say React navigation. Let's say bottom tabs. Let's head to this particular link which says reactnavigation.org. I'm going to press on getting started. I'm going to install using yarn. Add it over here. Then we're going to have to install the React Native screens as well as safe area context. Since we're using a bare React Native project, we need to install with the help of this particular code. Copy that down and paste it over here. Alright, furthermore, let's head back to Hello React Navigation and let's install it using the native stack. These are some of the dependencies, and I also need to install the bottom tabs too. Come back to this tab and then install the React Native bottom tabs. Okay, so the first step is let's try to include all of the routes, because while designing the navigators we need to provide the name, and that name is going to come from this particular file. So here I'm going to say export. Okay, now over here within this file, export enum your root routes is going to be equals to an object. I'm going to say auth stack is going to be equals to your auth stack. Okay, so there is no equals to, directly the braces. Next I'm going to say your main tabs is going to be equals to your main tabs. The next one is for the auth routes. I'm going to say export enum your auth routes. So essentially we're going to have actually one screen. If you really want to make it two, you can design a new screen for your sign up as well, or for login. So login, I'm going to say login. Next I'm going to say sign up is going to be equals to your sign up. Okay, next we're going to export the main routes. I'm going to say export enum main routes. This essentially is going to be all of the front end part. That is, once the user logs in, all of those screens are going to come up over here. First is going to be home. So I'm going to say home over here. We're going to have the offers tab. That's going to be the second tab, offers. The third one is going to be for the eat club. I'm going to say eat club is going to be eat club over here. The next one is going to be for the accounts tab. That is going to be the final tab for the app. So account. Alright, next one is going to be for the restaurant details. So I'm going to say restaurant details is going to be equals to restaurant details. All right, apart from that, your menu, that is for each type of category that's present. Next one is going to be for the profile edit, where the user can edit the profile. So I'm going to say profile edit. Apart from that, we're going to have the cart screen. So I'm going to say cart, then your confirmation screen. It's going to be equals to your confirmation. Next, your edit info is going to be equals to your edit info. Okay, so here we're gonna export the param types, that is for all of the parts. Let's try to format once over here. So here I'm going to say export type root stack param list is going to be equals to an object. So here I'm going to say root routes dot your auth stack, initially undefined. Next I'm going to say your root routes dot your main tabs is going to be set to undefined as well. Then the next one is going to be for your auth stack param list. I'm going to say export type auth stack param list is going to be equals to your auth routes dot login, initially undefined. Next one is going to be for your auth routes dot sign up, again undefined. This part is done. Next one is going to be for the main tab param list. I'm going to say export type main tab param list is going to be equal to an object containing your main routes dot home, again set to undefined. The next one I'm going to say main routes dot your offer, again undefined over here. Furthermore, I'm going to say main routes dot your eat club, undefined too. Here I'm going to say your main routes dot your account, this also is going to be undefined. Okay, here I'm going to say export type main stack param list, that's the final one. Here it's going to be equal to an object. So this is basically for all of the stacking screens on top of your tabs that are present. So I'm going to say your main routes dot your restaurant details. Here we can have a restaurant ID, that is going to be of type string. Then your main routes dot menu, here also we can have a param, that is, let's say, a category ID, something like that. So I'm going to say category ID, that is going to be of string. Okay, so yep, apart from that, we're going to have the next one, that is going to be for the cart. So I'm going to say main routes dot your cart, that is essentially going to be undefined. Next, for the confirmation as well as the edit info, so main routes dot confirmation, undefined. Next is going to be for the main routes dot your edit info, it's going to be undefined as well. Let's try to format one. So these are some of the required things for the routes. Let's try to save, and we have exported all of the required things, which is good. So now yeah, let's come back to the navigation.tsx within your navigators folder. So here rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Okay, so to get all of your shorthand code snippets, make sure you've installed ES7 within your systems. So for that, let's head back to extensions tab and make sure you can install this package, that is ES7. Where is that? Or let's just search for it. Yeah, this is the one. ES7 React Native or Redux snippets. You can try to install this. Okay, so this would give you all of the shorthand code snippets while you write down the code. So yep, that's it. So here at the top, let's try to install 3 stacks: root stack, main stack, as well as your tab stack. I'm going to say const root stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. So let's try to get that from the docs itself. Let's say getting started. We can try to use this one, or let's come back to hello React navigation. This is the one, create native stack navigator, import it. And similarly, the next one is for the main stack. So const main stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Next I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. This also let's get it from the docs directly. This is the one we're going to use, so copy that down and add it over here. So create bottom tab navigator and then save. Okay, so first of all, let's try to initialize the main tabs over here. I'm going to say const main tabs is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here let's make use of the tab.navigator. Here we're going to have all of the tab.screen. So I'm going to say tab.screen. That's going to be the first screen. Let's pass in the name. That is going to be equals to your main routes. Import that from the routes folder. It's going to be dot your home. And first of all, let's try to initialize all of the screens so that we can render it for the component part over there. Okay, so screens is going to be equals to HomeScreen .tsx rnfes. Apart from that, the next one is going to be the offer screen, eat club screen, all of these screens. So offers screen .tsx rnfes. Apart from that, it's going to be your eat clubs screen. So eat clubs screen, or just eat club screen .tsx rnfes to get the short code snippet. Save. Furthermore, your account screen. So here I'm going to say account screen.tsx rnfes and then save. Let's come back to navigation.tsx. Here for the component to render, so name is going to be your main routes.home. Component to render is going to be home screen. Correctly import the home screen from the screens folder, just like that. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to add this a couple of times. So the next one is going to be your main routes dot your offer screen. Component is going to be offers. Offer screen, import that from the screens folder. Next one is going to be for your eat club, main routes dot eat club. Component to render, add in the eat club screen. Again, import it correctly from the screens folder, just like that. The final one is going to be for your account screen. So I'm going to say account main routes account. That's going to be the name, and your component is going to be equals to your account screen. Format once and let's try to save. And we're going to have a bunch of options being given to the tab navigator, that is for the screen options. Let's pass on that. So I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to initially header shown false. We do not want to show the header for each of them. So header shown false, then tab bar active tint color. So I'm going to say tab bar active tint color, that is going to be 000, and I'm going to say tab bar inactive tint color. So tab bar inactive tint color, that is going to be equals to 999. The next one I'm going to say tab bar label style. So tab bar label style is going to be equals to font size of 12 as well as a font weight of 600. This part is done. The next one is for the tab bar icon, because we need to show all of these icons for each of the tab that is going to be shown onto the screen. So tab bar icon, this in turn is going to take in the color. Okay, I'm going to say let icon name okay, so let's include that icon name. Here I'm going to say if your route dot name is going to be equals to your main routes dot home. Okay, so then in this case we're going to say the icon name is going to be equals to home. So let's add in the else if condition. So else if for the second part, if your route dot name is going to be equals to your main routes dot your offers, then it's going to have a different icon name. Obviously that's going to be price tag icon. So I'm going to say price tag. Next I'm going to say else if route dot name is going to be equals to main routes dot your eat club. Else if route dot name is going to be equals to your main routes dot your eat club, then your icon name is going to be equals to not person outline, restaurant outline. So restaurant outline, and else if your route dot name is going to be equals to your main routes dot your account, then your icon name is going to be equals to person outline. And here we need to return the iron icon. So here I'm just going to say return iron icons. The name is going to be icon name, size 22, color is going to be equals to color over here. So I think I forgot to import the route. I think we need to import it onto the top. That is where we have the screen option. So let's try to get in that over here. Just like this. Okay, let's try to format once and also import your iron icons onto the top, just like this. Okay, so this is your design for the main tabs, that is for the bottom tabs. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. So now the next step is we're going to install, we're going to define the app navigation over here. I'm going to say const app navigation is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here let's try to return the navigation container. Import that from React navigation /native. Here I'm going to have in a hard-coded value for now. Here is const is authenticated is going to be set to false. Here check the condition within the navigation container. Before that we need to have in the root stack.navigator over here. I'm going to say root stack.navigator. Here I'm going to say if is authenticated is true, then show a different stack, else show the auth stack navigator. So first of all I'm going to say navigators new file auth stack navigator.tsx rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. In the else condition I'm going to say root stack.screen, and over here the name is going to be auth stack. Component to render for this is going to be equals to auth stack navigator. Here we're going to have root stack.screen. So root stack.screen, the name is going to be main tabs, that is your root stack dot main tabs, and component render is just going to be the top one, that is the main tabs that we just defined, or the main stack screen, because we need to add in more screens along with the tabs. So let's design that as well. I forgot, that is const main stack screen, that is just below this. I'm going to say const main stack screens. So this is essentially going to have the main tabs, along with that all of the different tabs, like your, not the different tabs, like the different screens, like your menu screen, your cart screen, your profile edit, okay, something like this. So that's the reason we are trying to have in one more main stack screen component. Okay, so react.functional component is going to be equals to, let's try to return. Here it's going to be the main stack.navigator. So I'm going to say main stack dot navigator. Within that we're going to have your main stack dot screens. So main stack dot screens. Let's pass on the name to it. I'm going to say name is going to be tabs, and your component to render is going to be equals to your main tabs. Options, I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. Header shown false. Let's format once. So that's pretty much it. Here component render is going to be your main stack screen. So component is going to be main stack screens. Format, and then let's try to save. And instead of this we can directly try to export the navigation, not navigation, app navigation, my bad. So app navigation. Yeah, so we also need to include some options to the navigation container. So let's create three functions, that is not three functions, two functions. One is the parse and log route that we are doing from the previous projects, as well as create a navigation ref for the navigation container, as well as we need a function to check if at all the navigation is ready or not. So for that, let's come back to navigation.ts. Here I'm going to say export const navigation ref is going to be equals to, I'm going to say react dot create ref of your navigation container. So this is going to be a navigation pointing towards your navigation container. So I'm going to say navigation container, yeah, navigation container ref, this is the one, and here pass on the root stack param list. Import that correctly. Okay, so here the next one is going to be for the parse and log route. So this is basically going to show which current screen we are on, or which current route we are on, and it's going to basically extract the routes as well as the index from the state, and it's going to log the current route name as well as params if any are present. So for that, here I'm going to say export function parse and log route, which in turn is going to take in the state, that is going to be navigation state, okay, or undefined. Here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all not of state, then directly try to return and get in the const routes comma your index from the state. Then I'm going to say const current route is going to be equals to your routes of index. And here I think I forgot to create a logger for the entire application. So let's come back to utils. I'm going to say new file logger.ts. Here this basically gives the information to the user if at all there is any kind of errors, or if at all we need to log any kind of information as well. So let's create a logger. I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to an object containing two methods, info, it's going to have in the message of type string, and data if any. Let's try to say console.log of your info. I'm going to say dollar message, and if at all the data is present, then show the data. The next method is going to be for the error method. I'm going to say error. This again is going to have in your message over here, that is of type string, data if any. Again, try to log the statement over here. I'm going to say console.log. Instead of info, it's going to be error. And again, passing the message or the data. Here I'm going to say export default logger format, and then let's try to save. So within your navigation to TSX, let's come back over here, and just below this I'm going to say logger, import that dot info. We're going to log the current route. So I'm going to say current route is going to be equals to name, current route dot your name, and params if any. So params current route dot your params. That's it. So the final one is to check if all the navigation is ready. So I'm going to say export function set is navigation ready. Here I'm going to say logger dot info. I'm going to say navigation is ready. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So we have exported all of the three things, that is navigation ref, that's important, as well as the parse and log route, and the set is navigation ready. So let's come back to navigation.tsx within your navigators folder, and here to your navigation container, I'm going to say pass on the ref, that's going to be equals to navigation ref. Import that from the navigation file. Furthermore, we need to set the on ready, that's going to be set on navigation ready, or set is navigation ready. So set is navigation ready. Furthermore, I'm going to say on state change. I'm going to say on state change is going to take in the state. Here I'm going to say parse and log route, import that from the navigation file, and here pass the state as any. Okay, so that's it. And even for your root stack.navigator, we do not want to show the headers, so here I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to header shown. It's going to be false. So let's format once and we can try to save the file. Let's do a pod install, since we have installed few dependencies for your React navigation. So as you can see, it's installing all of the required dependencies for that. And once that is done, the next step is we need to include the app navigation within your main app.tsx so that we can start seeing the tabs over there. Okay, so initially let's mark it as true because we need to start off designing the home screen. That's the first step. So here instead of false, I'm going to say each authenticator is going to be true. So format, save. Here essentially I'm just going to clear off the app, and let's come back to app.tsx. Let's remove all of the code, boilerplate code, and just try to render app navigation from the src folder. Import that correctly, just like this. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. Alright, cut the terminal and I'm going to build it from scratch. So once that is built and if all of you have done everything correctly, we need to be seeing your home screen, or essentially all of these 4 tabs, because we have marked the each authenticator as true, right? So yeah, let's wait for that, and once that is built, we can start looking into the design of the home screen. That's going to look something like this. So here I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. So let's give in about 2 minutes for the app to load and then build it onto the simulator. Alright, so we're getting an error while the app loads. So it says got an invalid name that is undefined for the screen. It must be a non-empty string. So let's look into that. So hopefully the issue is coming from the navigation.tsx file. So okay, I think it's because of this one, because we've given root stack.main tabs. It should actually be your root routes.main tabs. So Let's make that change. Save. Let's reload. I think the error is gone. Okay, but we are getting empty blank screen. For some reason the tabs are not being shown. Okay, my bad. I'm not even returning it. We're just trying to use the braces. That wouldn't work. We need to return it with implicit return and then copy this down. So now hopefully we should be able to see the 4 tabs being shown onto the screen. Save, and boom, just like that we're able to see home screen, your offer screen, eClub screen, as well as the account screen. So let's get started with the design of the home screen. That's going to look something like this, as we saw earlier. Okay, so for that, let's come back to your home screen.tsx and then let's start designing your home screen. So here essentially we're gonna have few components being shown. Okay, so before that, let's try to initialize the home screen. Here we're gonna have an react.functional component being initialized. Get in the navigation over here. Okay, just like this. Let's format once and let's try to save. So here I'm going to use my insets, that is a use safe area insets. Let's access that. So const insets is going to be equals to use safe area insets from your React Native safe area context, and I'm going to say const your current address. So current address comma set current address is going to be equals to use state. So I'm going to say use state over here. That's going to be of type string, and over here it's going to be fetching location by default, because over here we're going to show the original location of the user. Okay, and let's come back over here to the return block. Initialize your safe area view. Alright, for the safe area view, let's pass on the class name flex of 1, bg of white, and over here we're going to have your scroll view being initialized. So scroll view, import that from React Native. Here let's pass on the style for this. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to flex of 1. I'm going to say bounces is going to be false. Apart from that, I'm going to say your content container style. This in turn is going to have a padding bottom. I'm going to say insets.bottom format. And here we're going to have in your image background, where we're going to show the image, and on top of that we're going to show the location as well as the text part. So let's come back over here. I'm going to say image background from React Native. This in turn is going to have a view, that is going to be the self-enclosing view. Within that we're going to have one more view where we're going to show the delivery info as well as the address bar. So first of all, let's define these two components onto the top. Let's say over here. So const delivery info is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and let's try to return a view. This in turn is going to have a text which says delivery in, and we're going to say 17 to 27 minutes. You can just hard code that for now. So here I'm going to say delivery in. Below this, one more text, 17 to 27 minutes. So for the view, let's pass on the class name. It's going to be in a row fashion, so flex of row, items of center. Class name, I'm going to say text of white and text of SM. For this again, class name, let's pass on a text of white, text of SM, as well as a font of bold. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So within the view, as we discussed, we need to show the delivery info over here. So I'm going to say delivery info. The next one is going to be for the address bar. So I'm going to say address bar. Here we're going to pass in the address to this. Address is going to be equal to the current location. So by default it is current address, not current location. That is going to be fetching location. Once when we make it dynamic with the help of the geolocation package, it is going to show the correct address. So here I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to open address picker, but as of now we are not going to implement that, so just this is enough. Let's go on to the top and then define the address bar functionality. So const address bar is going to be equals to react dot functional component. It's going to take in the address of type string. So here I'm gonna have in the address being passed. Here I'm gonna have in a touchable opacity, import that from React Native. That's the package, and over here have in your iron icons. For this, the name is gonna be location sharp, and I'm going to say size is going to be equals to, let's say 16, and your color is going to be equals to FFF, that is white color. Then here I'm going to have the text being shown, that is going to show the address. I'm going to say address over here, or if it is not present, it is going to be fetching location. So let's save the file. As you can see, by default it is showing fetching location. That's correct. So for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the active opacity. That's going to be 0.8, and let's pass on the class name as well. So class name is going to be equals to flex of row into a row fashion, items of center, as well as a empty of 1. For this particular text, let's pass on class name. Here I'm going to say text of white, text of SM, ML of 2, and a flex of 1. Format over here, and then let's try to save the file. So for the view, let's pass on the design. So here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have some padding x of 4 as well as a padding top of 3. Save. And let's first of all have in your source being passed to this. I'm going to say source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and that is going to be equals to your banner URL. So I'll be sending this in the description below. You can take a look at it. Let's just paste it onto the top. Save. As you can see, just like that, we're able to see both of the design onto the screen, which is looking good. So for your image background, let's pass on the class name as well as the resize mode. So I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say width of full, and let's say height of 40. Save. Okay, that's looking good. And I'm going to say your resize mode cover format. And for the first view, it's going to have a class name that is of absolute positioning. So absolute, and I'm going to say instead of 0, then BG black of 40. As you can see, just like that, that design got applied, which is looking good. So save. Okay, so for the delivery info, there is no design, and for the address bar, we've already passed it out. The next one is going to be for the flat 30% off. Let's design that. That's going to come right below this view. And I'm going to have a view being initialized. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says flat. It's going to have one more text which says 30% off. for the outermost view, pass on the class name, absolute positioning. So absolute left of 0, left of 4, right of 4 as well, bottom of 4, and items of center. So this comes towards the center part of the container. Save. Okay, let's change the color. So for this, I'm going to say class name. BG is going to be transparent. So it comes onto the container in a nice way. So here I'm going to say class name, text of 2XL. Okay, font of extra bold, text of white. As you can see, that design is looking neat. And for the inner text, it's going to have a teal color. I'm going to say class name over here. It's going to say text teal of 400. Alright, that design is looking good. We are done with the first part. Now let's move on to the next part of the design, that is to generate the promo cards. Okay, so I'm going to go to the components folder, new file, promo cards.tsx, rnf s to get the strand code snippet, enter. Let's include that below your image background over here. I'm going to say promo cards. As you can see, just like that, we're able to see the promo cards component being rendered onto the screen. Let's start designing this. So here it's going to be simple. We're just going to have in a view. Within the view, I'm going to have in one more view and map over the keywords. I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to say your 0 delivery fee. Next is your 0 packaging fee. Apart from that, the final word is going to be for the 0 platform fee. Here map over it, I'm going to say dot map for every item as well as the index. Let's render a view over here. I'm going to have a view being shown. Within the view, I'm going to have one more view being shown as well. And within this view, let's pass on the text. And we're going to split based on the keyword. The first word is going to come onto the top, the remaining two words are going to come to the bottom. So we're going to make use of the split method in JavaScript. I'm going to say t dot apply the split and get in the first word. So just pass on the index over here of 0, just like that. As you can see, 0 0 0, that's being shown correctly fine. And for the index, let's pass on the key of I over here. Okay, so below this text, I'm going to have one more text being shown. This is going to say t dot split of, again, this thing, the empty spaces, and here apply the slice method. I'm going to say dot slice of 1 to the end and join it. So we get both of the words over there. Okay, so for the first one, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have text of SM and then font of extra bold, text of teal of 700, text of center. As you can see, that is looking nice. For the second piece of text, let's add in the class name, text of XS, text gray of 700, text of center, empty of 1, font of medium. But we need to make it look something like this. That is the good design. So let's come back to the view over here. So class name, this in turn is going to have a border being passed as well as border teal of 200. Rounded is going to be XL. Some internal spacing padding of 4. Items of center. So items center over here. Justify of center as well, and BG teal of 50 and a slight shadow of medium. Save. Reload the app. As you can see, that design is looking pretty neat. So now for the outermost view, let's pass on the flex of row. So class name over here, I'm going to say flex row and a gap of 2. For the outermost view, some internal spacing, I'm going to say class name over here, px of 4, mt of 4. Format, and then let's try to save. So currently I think it's not exactly looking as per the screenshot. Okay, so for this I'm just going to give it item center as well as justify center as well. As you can see, now that's looking pretty neat. This part is done. Okay, so now we can move on to the next part of the design, that is to show all of the top offers design. So let's come back to home screen, and we can actually have in the offers carousel being passed. So home screen, first of all let's create that component, that is offers carousel dot tsx. So components folder, I'm going to say new file, offers carousel .tsx rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. Let's include that below the promo cards. So I'm going to say offers carousel just like this. Save. As you can see, we're able to see that component being rendered onto the screen, which is good. So let's design this. So I'm just going to get in the data for this, and then I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to say top offers. So this is going to be an array of objects containing your title, price, as well as the image. Okay, so let's minimize this. So with the help of this, we're going to start designing your offers carousel, and I'll be sending all of the data used in the project in the description in the form of a drive link. You can take a look at it. So right over here, let's try to have a text which says top offers now. Save. And for the view, let's provide some margin top as well, mt of 6, px of 4. Okay, let's pass in the class name. Here I'm going to say text gray of, let's say, 500, text of XS, font of semi bold, MB of 3. Alright, that's looking good. So below the text, let's try to map over our data. Initialize a scroll view for that. Import that from React Native, and over here I'm going to say top offers dot apply the map for every offer over here. Let's try to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here have a view, within that showing your image from React Native, which in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to offer.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name, it's going to have width of full, height of full as well. Save. And I'm going to say style, resize mode is going to be contain. So currently the image is not being shown because we haven't provided the style for the view. Once we give that, it is going to be shown. So style over here, I'm going to say resize mode is going to be contain. For the view, let's pass on the class name and provide in the width and height. So width of 28, height of 28, and bg of white, rounded is going to be XL. Items of center, justify of center as well. So justify center, shadow is going to be small, and overflow is going to be hidden. Save. Okay, I think we saw something onto the screen, that is for the images. Save, and there you go. We are able to see all of the images, which is looking good, but we want this into a row fashion. Okay, so here I'm going to say scroll view. I'm going to say horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false, and content container style, padding right of let's say 16. So here I'm going to say content container style, padding right of 16. That's looking good. So this part is done. So now below that we need to show the details of the offer. So below the view, I'm going to say having a text and show the offer.title. So offer.your title. As you can see, that's looking good. The next part is for the offer.price. So having a text and show your offer.price. Okay, let's style this out. So class name for this, text of XS, text of center, empty of 2, font of semi bold, and a width of 28. Alright, that's looking neat. So for this, I'm going to say class name, again text of XS, text teal of let's say 600, as well as text of center. And if you actually find this small, that is for the font sizes, you can actually make this as big, that is for the width and height, and then you can increase it to be at least small or medium. Okay, save. So as you can see, that design is looking neat. So this part is done. Let's move on to the next step, that is for the promo strip. So I'm just going to add in the design for that. So for the components, I'm going to say new file, promo strip dot your tsx rnfes to get the student code snippet. Save the file, come back to HomeScreen.tsx, and then include that promo strip over here. And boom, just like that, we're able to see the promo strip component being rendered onto the screen. So I'm just going to add in the style for that. You can take a look at it. Okay, so essentially it's going to be a react.functional component and containing some UI designs, just as the screenshot over here. Let's try to save the file, and I'll be sending the image link in the description. That is whatever I use. You can take a look at it, and then you can use that as well. So save. And just like that, we're able to see the promo strip component being rendered onto the screen. That's looking fine. You can take a look at it from the starting point, that is for the code. Okay, that's it. Let's move on to the next part. That is going to be your categories grid. Okay, so here I'm going to say component categories grid.tsx rnfes to get the run code snippet, and then let's try to save this file, and then let's come back to your home screen, render this component. Here I'm going to say categories grid. To this we need to pass in the navigation. I'm going to say navigation is going to be equals to navigation. This is going to come from this property over here. Okay, save. As you can see, that is also being shown to the screen. Let's try to design this. That is going to be something like this. All of these 4 or 8 items that we saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to design that as well. That's going to be the final part basically. So now let me get all of the details that we're going to show, that is the data pertaining to this particular component. Again, it's going to be an array of objects containing a ID, title, as well as the image. Let's try to minimize this, and let's try to save the file. So let's start designing the categories grid over here. Here essentially I'm going to say your react dot functional component. Okay, so get in your navigation over here of type any, and this in turn is going to take in the navigation, that is the props. Okay, so here let's try to implement first of all the view. Yeah, the view is already there. Here I'm going to say what's on your mind. So I'm going to say what's on your mind, format, save. As you can see, that's being shown on the screen. For the view, let's provide some padding, px of 4 as well as pt of 3. For this, let's say class name text gray of 500, and I'm going to say text of XS as well as a font of semi bold. That's looking cool, as well as a margin bottom of 3, so MB of 3. Below this, we're going to make is for flat list to show all of the details. So import flat list from React Native. This in turn is going to take in 2 things: the data, that's going to be categories in our case. Let's write that properly, data. Next, we're going to have your render item method. So render item, that is going to be equals to your render item. We need to define that, as well as the key extractor. That's going to be i.id. Then your number of columns, I'm going to say 4. As you can see over here, 4 in each row. Once that's complete, it's going to come down to the next row and then take up the remaining 4 places. So scroll enabled is going to be equals to false. Okay, let's define the function, that is render item. So const render item is going to be equals to it's going to take in the item. Here I'm going to say type of your categories of 0. Let's try to render a touchable opacity over here. And within that, I'm going to have in my image being shown, import image from React Native as such, and pass in the source for this, which in turn is going to take in a URI. That's going to be item.image, not ID. And here, let's pass on the class name for this. That is some width and height, width of 24, height of 24 as well. And it's going to be rounded to full, as you can see in the screenshot over there. And resize mode is going to be contain. Save. And boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the 4 items being shown on the screen. That's looking fine. So for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. So I'm going to say, give it a class name. That is going to say flex of 1. And I'm going to say items of center MB of 6. Okay, and active opacity is going to be equals to 0.8. And below the image, we're going to have the text for the title of the category. That's going to be equals to item.title. Let's pass in the class name to this. This in turn is going to have, text of XS as well as text gray of 600 and then an empty of 2. And boom, just like that, our design is done. That is, it's looking pretty neat along with the category images as well as the category name. So yes, this part is done, and we are almost done with the entire design of the HomeScreen.tsx. So now let's actually make one thing dynamic, that is your location of the user. Currently it says fetching location. So now the next step is, let's come back to the home screen, and here we're going to make use of a dependency that is your React Native Community Geolocation, and we are going to get in the current location of the user, and then we're going to show it onto the top where it says fetching location. So let's come back to the HomeScreen.tsx. Before that, let's install the dependencies that we're going to use to implement this feature. So here let's try to install the dependency that we're going to use, that is React Native Community Geolocation. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native Community /geolocation. So let's use this. And for this we also need our Google API key as well for implementing this feature. So let's get that, and make sure you get your own Google API key. So let's press on pod install. So first step is to implement the helper function, that is to request the location permission of the user. Okay, so let's implement that. Let's say over here itself. So here I'm going to say const request location permission is going to be equals to async function. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error, and I'm just going to say console.error with that particular error message, and here I'm just going to say return false. So now within your try block, I'm going to check if my platform .os is going to be equals to your iOS. Here, not over there. Here I'm just going to say return promise, return new promise, and here taken the resolve. Here I'm going to say geolocation. So I think we need to import that onto the top. Import it just like this from the correct package. Here it's going to be equals to your geolocation dot, we have the method that is your request authorization. As you can see, use that method, and over here I'm going to say resolve it, resolve to be of true. Okay, and if there is any error while resolving this, I'm just going to say error console.error iOS location auth error and show that particular error over there, and I'm going to say resolve false because it has failed. Okay, that's it. Else over here I'm going to say const granted is going to be equals to await. So this is basically obviously for the Android part, because iOS part is done. Here I'm going to say permissions Android dot request. Here I'm going to say your permissions Android dot your permissions underscore access find location. This is the one, and here we're going to pass in a bunch of options. That is your title. I'm going to say location permission. So location permission, and below this I'm going to have in the next part, that is a message button positive as well as button negative. I'm going to say message app needs access to your location. Okay, next is going to be button positive. I'm going to say okay over here. Next here I'm going to say button negative, that is going to be cancelled. So here we're going to return the granted value if at all it's returned, or if at all it's accepted or not. So I'm going to say return granted is going to be equals to your permissions Android dot results dot granted. Save the file. Okay, it says the package React Native Community Geolocation doesn't seem to be linked. Okay, so yeah, we have done pod install, but we need to reload the app for a fresh start. We'll do that, but let's try to implement this function. Yeah, so that's the basic functionality of your request location permission. So this is basically a helper function to first of all request the permission for the app, that is the user might either accept it or reject it. The next step is we need to fetch the location of the user. For that we need to again define a function. So here we're going to define the get location once function. That is going to happen over here. So right below this function I'm going to say const get location once is going to be equals to a async function. So here we're going to have on success, it's going to take in the position of any and just return a void on fail error any, and again return a void over here. All right, so here I'm going to say const okay is going to be equals to await access the function that we just defined, request location permission. If not of okay, here I'm going to say on fail, call that, and here I'm going to say message is going to be permission is denied. So I'm going to say permission denied and just try to return from the function. Okay, so now let's say let got is going to be equals to false. That's with respect to the location. So here again try to access this geolocation dot, I'm going to make sure the get current position method, which in turn is going to give you the position. So I'm going to say position over here. I'm going to set the got value to be true. So say got equals to true. I'm going to say console.log get current position success. And here I'm going to say position. Here I'm going to say on success to be of the position. And if there is any error while implementing this or getting the location, so catch that error. I'm going to say error console.error get current position error. I'm going to say get current position error with that particular error message. And here I'm going to say if not of got, then over here we're going to watch the position basically. So before that we need to initialize the watch ID. So I'm going to say watch ID is going to be of type number or null equals to null. Okay, here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say on fail of error. So here within your try block, you're going to use the watch ID within your try block. So let's try to access that. So I'm going to say watch ID is going to be equals to your geolocation dot, we have the watch position method, use that. This in turn is going to give the position. Here I'm going to say console.log watch position fallback position. So watch position fallback position with that particular position, and here I'm going to check if at all my watch ID is not equals to null, and I'm going to say geolocation dot clear watch of the watch ID, and here I'm going to say on success of the position. If there is any kind of error over here, I'm going to catch that. I'm going to say watch error. Again, try to log the error. I'm going to say console.error watch position error. So watch position error with that particular watch error. Again, I'm going to check if my watch ID is not equals to null, then use this geolocation dot clear watch of the watch ID, and I'm going to say on fail of the watch error. Okay, here the condition is wrong. It should be watch ID. Here we're going to make it the timeout. Okay, that is, first of all, you're going to check if at all the watch ID is not equals to null, then clear watch ID of the ID, and then you're going to call on fail, and you're going to say message that is location is timeout. Okay, and you're going to pass in the 8 seconds timeout over here, or 8000 milliseconds. Let's try to save the file. So let's actually understand what exactly happens in this particular function. So the first step is simple. It tries to fetch the current location once, that is at this particular point, with the help of the get current position async. If it is successful, it calls the on success of that particular position. If it fails, we go into the fallback one, that is where we use the watch position method. So here, basically, if at all the first attempt fails, it sets up a watcher to continuously listen for the position update with the help of the watch position method. So here we are trying to initialize a watch ID that is either set to number or of null, initially null itself. Okay, so it is basically an integer handle that uniquely identifies this particular watcher. If at all a position is found, your on success is called again similarly for that particular position, and the watcher is cleared with the geolocation dot clear watch of that particular watch ID. And if at all any error occurs while watching, it calls this one watch error, and again it's gonna log the issue as well as clear of the watch ID. So the next step we have implemented is with respect to the set timeout. So this is like a safety timeout for the watch ID. So this basically means that if at all the position is not received within your 8 seconds, that's the reason I've passed 8 seconds or 8000 milliseconds, the watch ID is automatically cleared off, right? So watch ID is just like, you can think of it like a reference ID for the background geolocation listener. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how we implement this function, that is get geolocation once, and we've already implemented the catch block as well. I think we also need to add in the if. Here if is done, sorry, after if we need to add in the else. I'm going to say on fail of error. Okay, that's it. And here I'm going to say enable high accuracy is going to be true, and then we need to pass in the timeout as well as the maximum age. So I'm going to say enable high accuracy. I think this needs to come in braces. Yeah, that's correct. True, and then timeout 15,000, and maximum age is going to be 1000. So format once, and then let's try to save the file. So now the next step is we need to fetch the current location and also reverse geocode it, because the location would be in the form of latitude as well as longitude. We need to convert that particular values into this particular string format, that is basically your address of the user. Okay, so let's try to implement that. So for that, again, we're going to have in a use effect, and let's try to call that function or implement that feature. So right below this, I'm going to say use effect, import that from React. Here initially I'm going to say let mounted is going to be false, not false, true. It's going to be async method, and over here I'm going to say if my selected address, I don't think we have initialized the state for this. Let's go do that. We need two addresses, selected addresses as well as saved address. Okay, so here onto the top, let's say const selected address comma set selected address is going to be equals to use state, and let's say it's going to be initially null. Next one, I'm going to say const saved addresses. Okay, I don't think this is required as of now. After all, we need that, we can include it later. So for now this is required, that is selected addresses as well as set selected address. Here check the condition, that is if selected address is present, then I'm going to say set the current address to be of the selected address dot address or selected address dot formatted as well. And then return from the function. Else, if at all for the first time no address has been saved, because once when we get the location, we are going to store that into async storage, and whenever the whenever the user reloads the app, automatically if at all the address is saved, we are going to show that instead of directly calling the function again to fetch the address. So here that's the reason that's the reason we've written that particular condition. So the next step is, let's try to cache. I'm going to say const cached. First of all, check if at all there is any address present. I'm going to say await your async storage. I think we need to first of all install this dependency, so let's go do that. Let's come back over here. I'm going to say yarn add React Native async storage / async storage. Install that, and over here I'm going to say await async storage. Okay, dot your get item. So the key we're going to use is the cached location, so let's add in that cached location. Here I'm going to say if cached, then in this case I'm going to say const parsed is going to be equals to your json dot parse of your cached, and if mounted is true, I'm going to say set current address to be of the parse dot address, and then directly try to return if at all it's cached. Do not need to execute the remaining steps. Else try to get the location, and then we need to convert that into string format. Let's format once. I think this return should come over here after the if block. Okay. Yeah, and also make sure to call the function over here, that is just like this, because we are trying to implement all of these two conditions within the same function itself. So let's again write that. So I'm going to say await your geolocation dot, not geolocation, get location once. We need to call that function. So get location once, and here we're going to have in your async position. Here I'm going to check if not of mounted, then try to return over here and try to get in two things, that is your latitude as well as longitude value. So const latitude comma longitude is going to be equal to your position dot coords. Okay, here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. So here I'm going to check if not of mounted, I'm going to say return. I'm going to say set current address to be of unable to fetch the location. So unable to fetch location. Within your try block, let's try to make a Axios call. First of all, we need to install Axios, yarn add Axios. So I'll be pasting in the code for your link, as well as if at all the results dot data dot results dot length is present, we're going to set that particular formatted address to the current address. Apart from that, we're also going to store that address into the async storage. So I've just added in the code. You can just try to look at it. So let's try to format once, and let's try to import Axios from Axios as well as your async storage. So here I'm going to say import Axios from Axios as well as your async storage from async storage. Okay, so if that's it, try to add your Google API key as well onto the top. I'm going to say const Google API key is going to be equals to ABC. You can head over to Google Cloud, create a new project, okay, and then make sure you have a billing account enabled or connected to your project. As well as apart from that, you can go to credentials, create a new API, and make sure you enable different kinds of API like your Maps SDK for iOS, Maps SDK Android, your JavaScript maps. I think there are about 3 to 4 APIs. You can Google it. Once that is enabled, your API key should be working and it should basically return the correct results. Okay, so you can check out the code over here. That is for the link. You can take a look at it. This is the link, and this is the code for converting it into string format. Okay, so that's it. Make sure you call the function over here. As I said, that's how you call it for this function. That is basically for this particular function. That's how we call it over here. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it, and it is going to run on the initial mount. So I'm going to say initial mount, and it's going to be dependent upon selected address. So let's try to clear off the application. I'm going to do a pod install, enter. And I also forgot to do one more thing, that is for the iOS. Is important, otherwise the location wouldn't work. So come back to iOS. We need to make change in the info plist file. So go on to that, and let's say over here right below, so right below this one, that is which says NS allows local networking. So below the dict tag, I'm going to add in the location usage descriptions because this is required. Okay, so we can add 2 tags, that is NS location when in use, usage description. We need your location to show nearby restaurants, and we need your location to show nearby restaurants for the second one, that is NS location always and when in use usage description. So let's try to save the file. Can pod install. So once that's done, I'm going to rebuild the application. So if all we've done everything correctly with respect to the location part, we need to be able to see that particular string showing over there instead of fetching location. So let's come back over here. I'm going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So I think again this is going to take about, let's say, 2 minutes to build up the application. So let's wait for that to happen. So the app has been loaded, and there you go. Boom, finally it's working fine. That is, it says allow eClub to use your location. So I'm going to say allow while using the app. Okay, so we do have some issues. It says location found, no address. Okay, my bad. I haven't yet modified my Google API key because it's still ABC, if you would remember. Let's come back to home screen. Not home screen, home screen itself. Here I need to add in my API key. Let me add it, and then I'm going to try it out once again. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to reload once, and boom, just like that, it is working absolutely fine. There you go. It says all of this address. So we just need to look into the styling part because we only want to show the first line of the address. So for that, I think we need to head back to your address bar over here, and we need to make the change for that. That is by having the number of lines or something like that. For the styling part, here I'm going to say number of lines is going to be 1. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's going to show the same location. That is my location, and it's correctly showing. So this part is done. So we are completely done with your design of the home screen. So now let's move on to the next part. So we can actually design the offers. Okay, that is with respect to the design itself, no implementations. We can quickly design this and even this as well, eClub, or we can head back to the menu screen where we can implement the Redux part. Okay, so let's quickly design this one, that is offer. It's pretty simple, and then later we can look into the design of your menu screen as well as the Redux part as well. So let's come back to offer screen.tsx. That is this one, and over here let's quickly design this particular screen. So here I'm going to first of all get in the data to design this, that is the promos as well as the top chips. So I'm just going to paste in the data just right over here. Okay, so I'll be sending all of the data in the description. You can take a look at it. So this is an array of objects for the promos, and for the payment partners this is the data. Okay, so let's come back over here. So first of all, within your offer screen, I'm gonna get in my insets. So I'm gonna say const insets is gonna be equals to use safe area insets, and here make use of the safe area view. So I'm gonna say safe area view. Within that, I'm gonna have your scroll view. So I'm gonna say scroll view. So for the safe area view, I'm gonna pass in the class name, flex of 1, pg of white, and for the scroll view, I'm gonna say content container style. This is essentially gonna say padding bottom. I'm gonna say insets dot bottom plus 24. Okay, within your scroll view, I'm gonna have the header part being shown which says deals. So I'm gonna say view over here. This in turn is gonna have a text which says deals. So class name for this, text of 2XL, font of bold, format, and for this particular view, I'm gonna say class name, px of 4, pt of 4, padding bottom of 2, bg is gonna be of white. That's looking neat. So the next part is for the chips. So below this, I'm gonna have a view. This view in turn is gonna have a scroll view. Here I'm gonna map over the top chips. I'm gonna say top chips dot apply the map method for every value over here. I'm gonna render a chip component that is within the same file itself. So key C, label C, active. I'm going to check if I is equals to 0 over here. So let's render the chip component onto the top of the screen. So let's say over here, I'm going to say const chip is going to be equals to react.fc. This in turn is going to take in the item, or we can have in all of the props label of string active boolean, okay, equals to, I'm going to say label comma active. Let's render a view. Within that, we're going to have in a text which is going to show the label. As you can see, all of us flat off, and then payment partners, that's being correctly shown. For the top one, I'm going to say class name, make use of backticks. I'm going to say rounded is going to be full, and px of 4, py of 2, mr of 3. If my active is going to be equals to, or we can directly check the condition if all active is true, bg black, else bg gray of 100. Save. Okay, for the text again, similar styling, class name, make use of backticks. Here I'm going to say $active question mark, it's going to be text white, else it's going to be equals to text gray of 600, and here I'm going to say text sm. These are the common stylings, as well as font of medium. That's looking good. So let's come down over here. For the scroll view, I'm going to say horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false, and content container style. This is going to be equals to padding right of 20. Just like that, it's looking nice. So for the view, let's provide in some padding. That is this particular view. So class name px of 4, pt of 2, padding bottom of 2, pg of white. Alright, that's looking clean. The next part is for the flat off section. So right below this view, I'm gonna have in one more view. This in turn is gonna have a text which is gonna say flat off. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm gonna say class name. Text is gonna be 2XL. Font is gonna be of bold. MB of 3. Okay, so for this class name, px of 4, pt of 4. Below the text, I'm gonna have in my view. Within that, I'm gonna have a flat list. Import flat list from React Native as such. Data is gonna be promos for this. So promos, render item, take in the object, destructure it, and I'm gonna render a promo card in the same okay, in the same file. So promo card, pass in the item as props. Item is gonna be item, and your key extractor as well as number of columns. So I'm gonna say key extractor. This in turn is gonna say i.id. Num columns is going to be equals to 2, and scroll enabled is going to be false. Okay, and I'm also going to pass in your column wrapper style. So I'm going to say column wrapper style is going to be equals to justify content space between. This part is done. Let's try to define the promo card design onto the top. That is right below the chip. Here I'm going to say const promo card is going to be equals to your react.fc. This in turn is going to take in the item that is going to be type of promos of 0. Here I'm going to get in the item, and let's try to return basically a view for now. This view in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have in your icons. Import that from the correct package, just like this. And over here for the icons, I'm going to have in the name that's going to be price tag. Size is going to be equals to 16, and your color is going to be equals to this color code, that is hashtag D3A87A. So D3A87A. So below the view, I'm gonna have in a text over here. This is gonna show the item dot title top. As you can see, we're able to see something onto the screen, which is looking good. And here below that, it's going to be title main. So pass in the text, and it's going to be equals to item dot title main. Okay, so below this particular text, we're going to have in one more view. Within that, I'm going to have a text. Here it's going to be item dot code. Save. Okay, so let's pass on for the topmost view. That's the design. So class name, it's going to have a width of, let's say, 46%. We're going to pass it just like this, and pg of this color code, that is hashtag FAF5EF. Furthermore, rounded is going to be LG. So rounded LG, it's going to have a border. It's going to have a border of this color code, that is hashtag E6D. E6D as well as 6C8. Okay, so padding of 4, MB of 4, as well as a shadow of SM. Save. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. It's in the design for the remaining part, so you can try to look at it. Save. Okay, so for some reason nothing seems to apply. Let's come back to offers, and boom, just like that. For some reason it was not applying, so just try to reload, and we're able to see that design being shown. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now let's move on to the next part, that is for the a payment partner section. So right below the view over here, I'm gonna have a view. This view in turn is gonna have a text which is gonna say payment partner. So I'm gonna say payment partners. Let's pass on the class name over here. I'm gonna say text of 2XL, font of bold, MB of 1. Below that we're gonna have one more text. This in turn is going to say discount auto applies upon payment. So discount auto applies upon payment. For some reason the app closed. Let's again open it up. Okay, that is being shown onto the screen. Below this I'm going to say view, and I'm going to say payment partners dot, we're going to map over it for every value. Let's try to implement a payment row. So payment row, here I'm going to say key is going to be equals to your p.id. Let's write that properly, p.id. Then your item is going to be equals to p. So let's try to implement the payment row over here. I'm going to say const payment row is going to be equals to react.fc. Here I'm going to say item is going to be equals to type of payment underscore partners of 0. You're getting the item, and let's try to show a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native, having your image from React Native as well. Pass in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be equals to your item.logo. Let's pass on the style over here. I'm going to say width of 56, height of 56, and a border radius of 10. P doesn't exist. Where is that? So just try to fix this up. Okay, so the next part is, let's come back over here to the image. Below that we're going to have a view showing all of the details. So text over here, item.title. Copy this down a couple of times. You're going to have item.subtitle as well as item.validity. Here I'm going to say item.subtitle. Here it's going to be item.validity. Let's pass on the class name for this, flex of 1. And for the touchable opacity over here, I'm going to say active opacity is going to be equals to 0.8. And I'm going to say class name, that's going to be equals to py of 4, px of 4, border bottom, and border gray of 100, flex of row, items of center, bg of white. All right, save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for each of the texts, let's pass on the design for this. So class name, font of semi-bold, text of LG. Here I'm going to say class name for this, it's going to be text gray of, let's say, 500, as well as empty of 1 to provide some space on towards the top. Here I'm going to say class name, text of XS, as well as text gray of 400, and then empty of 1. Save. And yeah, pretty much that's it. So let's come down to the view over here and then pass on the design that's missing. So for the outermost view, some internal spacing. So class name, px of 4, as well as pt of 6. Here I'm going to say class name, text gray of 400, margin bottom of 4. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And for this, we can provide a bg of white. So class name is going to say bg white, rounded of md, overflow is going to be hidden, shadow is going to be si. So format, and then let's try to save. So as you can see, this design is looking pretty neat. So that's pretty much it. So this is the entire design for the first part. So I think we can do the ETLA part later. We can, jump into the next part. That is, once when you press on any kind of item over here, we have already the data present. So we need to head back to the menu screen, and then we need to implement this particular design. Okay, that is the item card, and then which is going to contain the image, your name for the card, that is name for the dish, and the description, the prices, as well as the add button, and then we can implement the Redux part of it as well. So let's look into this. So the next step is, first of all, I'm going to create my data. That is, I'm going to create a root folder or a root file. That is, let's say menu data.ts. And then over there, I'm going to include all of my data that's going to come. So here, app.tsx, new file. I'm going to say menu data.ts. So let me get all of the data over here. So just pasted in my data for all of my menu data that we're going to use in this particular application. Okay, so you can try to look into these three things, and apart from that, essentially I'll be sending this entire file in the description. You can take a look at it. So here we're going to have the customization option that's going to be of type ID, name, price, ingredients for that, as well as the image. Next we have is the menu item, that is all of the images that you saw, that is for each item card. That is with respect to this one, it is going to have your ID, name, description, original price, discounted price, your image wedge, as well as the customization config. So this is an optional field because an item can be directly added to the cart. Okay, and whereas if at all an item has few customizations, we need to customize it and then add the item to the cart. So the next one is going to be for the menu category. So we basically have ID for that, the name of the category, the description for the category, as well as the items for that particular category. So items is going to be of your menu item, that is this one. Okay, next is going to be for your customization group. So here essentially we're going to have your ID, your title, as well as required. It's going to be of type boolean. We're going to have two types of customization design, that is either it's going to be of type radio or checkbox. Okay, so if you just check this out, as you can see, this is a type of radio, whereas for checkbox I don't think I've added it over here. So it's going to be a square kind of box, right? And these are some of the common add-ons, and these are some of the wedge half options that we're going to use for the pizza menu category. Okay, so I'll be sending all of these in the description so you can check out how exactly the menu is looking. So we have different categories under menu. So let's say pizza, biryani, the bowl type, the rolls, and let's say for each of them we have the name of the category. Under that it says value fun pizza at 99. Under that we have different kind of food items pertaining to that particular category. So as you can see, for this particular name, that is value fun pizza at 99, we have these items present, and each of this item is going to be of type this menu item. Okay, so if I would just show the details over here, it is going to be similar: ID, name, description, original price, discounted price, as well as image. Okay, and let's say for customizations, it is going to look just like this. So customization config is present. So then for this, if at all you press on add button, we need to show that particular design just like this, and then we need to add the items into the cart. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it about the data that we're going to use. So let's get started with designing your menu screen. So when we come back to your home screen, we need to initialize on press event. I think for your promo cards or your offers carousel, I mean not this category is grid, this is the one. So here anyhow we have taken navigation, that is from your params we have received it. So here let's try to initialize a on press event onto your touchable opacity. That's going to be over here. I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be menu screen, and I'm going to say as any, and we're going to pass in the parameter that is going to be a category ID. So category ID is going to be equal to your item dot title. Okay, let's try to format once and then save the file. So it says it's not handled by any navigator. Do we have a screen named menu? Okay, so let's look into this. I think I've given a different name for that, or I don't even think we have the screen for that. Okay, my bad. So we need to create that screen first of all. That is the menu screen.tsx. So screens over here, new screen. I'm going to say menu screen.tsx rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and then try to save this file. So now the next step is, let's come back to your navigation.tsx, include this particular screen. So if you check out the routes, we do have the menu being present. Okay, so here I'm going to come back to navigation.tsx. Right below your main tabs, that is over here, I'm going to have new one. The name is going to be equals to main routes.menu. Here I'm going to say main routes.your menu, and the component to render is going to be equals to your menu screen. So I'm going to say menu screen, import that from the screens folder, just like this. And yep, that's it. So options, again, we're going to pass in header shown as false. So format over here, and boom, just like that, we are coming correctly to the menu screen.tsx, which is looking good. So this is essentially going to look something like this. So based on whatever category we come into, we need to start styling out that particular menu screen for the specific category. So let's look into that. So essentially within the menu screen, initially, let's try to initialize few details. So first of all, I'm going to get in the menu route prop as well as the nav prop. So I'm going to say const menu route prop is going to be equals to route prop. This is going to have in your main stack param list, and pass in your main routes dot menu. So we need to import a couple of things over here. Let's try to import it manually. Alright, it's not auto importing. Let's import this one, that is route prop. Save. Next one is the main routes as well as the main stack param list. Alright, so you can just add it like this. Okay, so that's it. So the next step is for the nav prop. I'm going to say type nav prop is going to be equals to your native stack navigation props, or native stack navigation prop. Here it's going to be main stack param list. Alright, so the next step is within the menu screen over here. I'm going to get in my insets. I'm going to say const insets is going to be equals to your use safe area insets. Import that correctly. Then your const route is going to be equals to your use route. This is going to be of type menu route prop. So I'm going to say menu route prop. Then your const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation of the nav prop. All right, then the next step is, let's try to initialize all of your categories to display for the screen. So I'm going to say const categories is going to be equals to your route dot params dot your category id. Okay, so here, okay, not categories, it's going to be category id. So const category id is going to be equals to this value. Now let's initialize the category. So const categories is going to be equals to your menu, import your menu from the menu data of your category id. So essentially we have it inside of an object that is your menu data. So let's say this value is going to be equals to pizza, because that's the first value we pressed on. So essentially it should give us menu of pizza. That's what we are trying to do over here. So it should be menu of pizza. So basically something like this. So this should essentially return all of the details for that particular data. So if you check out the data over here, that is menu data.tsx, that is this one. So essentially we are trying to say return all of the data for this particular value. So that particular variable or string should return this entire array, because we are asking for menu of pizza. Okay, that's how the objects work over here. So let's come back over here and let's come back to menu screen. So as I said, this would return all of the details for pizza category. Okay, that would be stored within the categories part. So here I'm gonna have in my states for the model visible. So I'm gonna say const custom model visible comma set custom model visible is going to be equals to use state of false. The next one is going to be for the repeat model. I'm going to say const repeat model visible comma set repeat model visible is going to be equals to use state of false. Next is for your selected items as well as the set selected item. I'm going to say const selected item comma set selected item is going to be equals to use state. Initially it is going to be of type menu item. Import that or null. Okay, that's it. So these are some of the required states that we're going to use, that is to design your menu screen. So let's get started. So let's come back to the return block. I'm going to make use of my safe area view. So import that, save the file. Okay, it says React Native get random values could not be found. Okay, we need to install that package, I forgot. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native get random values. So basically this is being done to prevent the crypto.get random error. So once I got this error, so the way to solve this is you need to install this package, that is React Native get random values. Okay, and you need to add this into the main route or wherever that particular error is coming. So let's try to do a pod install over here. And you can also try to import it at the root level of your application, that is at the app.tsx level. Even that also should work. Okay, so let's say yarn iOS again. So currently I have added it over here, as you can see in the metadata.ts, because once I saved the file previously, the error was coming. So that's the issue I had to import this particular package. So let's wait for this app to load and let's come back to your menu screen.tsx and then let's continue designing this. So for the safe area view, I'm going to have in my style being given. So I'm going to say padding top is going to be equals to your insets.top, and class name, again we're going to give it flex of 1 as well as a bg of white. Okay, yep, that's it. So here I'm going to say status bar style is going to be dark content, and apart from that we have this design being shown, that is which says eat club as well as the category name. Let's design that bit. Here I'm going to have in a view for that. Within the view I'm going to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Import touchable opacity from React Native. This in turn is going to have your icons. Here it's going to be chevron back, so I'm going to say chevron back over here. Size is going to be equals to 22. Color is going to be equals to 333. Okay, so apart from touchable opacity, we're going to have in the view, which is going to show a text which says eat club for you. Below that we're going to show the category ID, that is which category we are currently in. So text. Now let's come back to the first one. As you can see, that error is gone. So here I'm going to say category ID. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. Let's look into that. I think it's because of the safe area being imported from your React Native safe area context. Let's import it from native. Alright, that's weird. Reload. Because we have given a flex of 1 for the content over here. That's for the safe area view. Yeah, now it's working fine. Let's come back over here. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the text, let's pass on the design for this. So class name. So this in turn is going to have a text of XS and text gray of 500. For this, I'm going to say class name, text of large, font of bold, and text gray of 900. That's looking good. So let's pass on the view for this. I mean, not the view, let's pass on the design for this. Class name, flex of 1. Okay, apart from that, towards the right hand side, we're going to have the search icon. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. Just copy down this icon over here. The name is going to be, search. So I'm going to say search over here. Size is going to be equals to 20 and color is going to be equals to 666. That's looking good. So now for the topmost view, we're going to provide the design. So I'm going to say class name. It needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row. All right, then items of center, px of 4, as well as a padding y of 3. As you can see, that design is looking neat. And for touchable opacity, we're going to provide a margin right. I'm going to say mr of 3 to provide some spacing, just like that. Okay, this part is done. The next thing is we need to design the chips part of it. So right below your view, here I'm going to have one more view, and here we're going to have chip. Each of them is going to have a text that's going to be equals to, let's say, veg, non-veg, bestseller, as well as chef's special. So apart from veg, we're going to say non-veg. Next we're going to have is your bestseller. Below that we're going to have your chef's special. So let's define the component that is chip. It is going to be simple. You can define it at the top, or you can create a new component. That's better actually. So I'm going to say const chip is going to be equals to react.fc. This in turn is going to have a text of string type. Here I'm going to say text, and let's try to return a view. Within that, I'm going to have in one more text, which is going to show the text over here. Save. As you can see, veg, non-veg, bestseller, as well as your chef's special. That's looking good. So for your class name, let's provide the design, flex row. Okay, items of center, border, as well as border gray of 300. So border gray of 300, rounded of full, and then px of 3, py of 1, mr of 2, as well as a bg of white. Okay, that's looking fine. So let's pass on class name for this, text of xs. All right, as well as text gray of 700. Save. Okay, that's looking better. So for the view, we need to provide in your design, that's a flex of row again. So pass on class name over here, flex row, and then some px of 4. So padding x4, pb of 2, overflow x is going to be auto. Save. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat. This part is done. Okay, so now below that, we're going to show all of the categories. So that's going to happen right over this view, or right below that view. I'm going to say scroll view, import scroll view from React Native. Here I'm going to provide in the content container style. Okay, so I'm going to say padding bottom. It's going to be insets dot bottom plus 80, and within this I'm going to say categories dot apply the map method. For every category over here, I'm going to render a category section. Here I'm going to say category section, and to this category section we need to pass in the key as well as the information. So I'm going to say key is going to be equals to cat.id, and I'm going to say your category is going to be equals to your cat. That is the information. Let's define the component that is your category section onto the top. That is, let's say over here, I'm going to say const category section is going to be equals to your react.functional component, which in turn is going to take in your category. That is going to be of your menu category. Import that from the menu data. Get in the category over here. Let's try to return a view. Alright, here we need to display the category name as well as the category.description. Okay, and we're going to show all of the products under that particular category. So first of all, your text. To show the category name, I'm going to say category.name. Unexpected token. Alright, where is that? Okay, I think I messed up a bracket, so try to add this. That's it. Save. As you can see, we have 3 categories for pizza. There is value fun pizza, 1 plus 1 at 119 each, as well as half and half pizzas, that is Big 10. Okay, so let's come on to the top. So below the category.name, we're going to have the description for each category. So access category. So as you can see, as soon as I type the dot, we're getting all of the required details. So category.description. Okay, that's looking good. And below that, we're going to have a self-enclosing view. I'm going to say class name height of 4. That's looking fine. So for the category name, let's pass on the design. Text of 2XL, font of extra bold, text gray of 900, and empty of 4. For this, I'm going to say class name text of SM, and I'm going to say text gray of 600. Save. As you can see, that's looking neat, and then empty of 2. That's it. So for the view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name px of 4. All right, that is looking neat. So here below the view, I'm going to have in my flat list, and this in turn is going to import flat list from React Native. Yeah, that got imported. For the flat list, we need to pass in 2 things, that is the data as well as your render item method. So data is going to be equals to your category.items, and your render item, extract the item over here and try to render a item card for each component or each item. So I'm going to say item card. Let's pass in the key extractor. It's going to be equals to id.id. Okay, so over here for the item card, let's pass in some information, that is the item itself. Apart from that, I'm going to say open custom model or on open custom. I'm going to say on open custom is going to be equals to open custom model. All right, then I'm going to say on open repeat is going to be equals to open repeat model. So open repeat model. So now the first step is, let's try to create the item card component. So I'm going to come back to my components folder. I'm going to say item card.tsx rnfe s to get the short code snippet. Save the file. Come back over here, import this item card, and let's try to define the functionality for your open custom model as well as your open repeat model. So let's say over here const open custom model is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the item that's going to be of type menu item. Then I'm going to say set selected item to be of item. Okay, then I'm going to say const initial, it's going to be of type record of string comma your customization option. Import that equals to an object. Okay, so I'm going to say item dot go into the customization config dot apply the dot for each method. So for each group that is present over here, I'm going to check if at all group dot your default option ID is present, that is either radio or your checkbox. Here I'm going to say const def is going to be equals to group dot options dot apply the find method. So for every option over here, so for every OPT, if my opt.id is going to be equals to your group dot default option id, if this is true, then try to set the initial group id to be of the def. So here I'm going to say if that value is present, if def, then I'm going to say initial of group dot id is going to be equals to def. That's it. Here I'm going to say set selected options. Okay, I don't think that is already set. We need to initialize the state for that. I'm just going to set the custom model visible to be true. So set custom model visible to be of true. The next one is going to be for the open repeat model. So I'm going to say const open repeat model is going to have in the item, but is again going to be of menu item. And over here I'm going to say set selected items to be of, set selected item to be of item, and then open the model, that is set repeat model visible to be of true. So if that's it, so let's try to format once. Okay, so it's currently not taking because I've added the function onto the top, that is the component. Let's add it over here itself below this. Let's try to save the file, and boom, just like that, it's looking absolutely fine. So as you can see, we have all of the 4 item cards for each of the category. That is for value fun pizza we have 4 items, that is 4 products, and for 1+1 we have 4, and for this we have only 1. So let's head back to the item card. That is going to look something like this. We need to design that. So essentially, let's start off with the state that we need to use. Okay, so here I'm going to say item card is going to be equals to react.functional component. This in turn is going to have in your item of your menu item. Then I'm going to say open, not open, on open custom. It's going to have it of menu item. That's going to return void. Next we have is the on open repeat. So on open repeat, again similar. It's going to return void itself. Okay, so here we need to add it just like this, equals to get in the props. Here we have 3 things, that is your item, as well as your on open custom, as well as on open repeat. Here we can try to return this. For now, let's format over here and then save. All right, let's look into the design part directly. That's easy. So the first thing we need is to show the image. I'm going to say have an image component from React Native. Let's have in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to your item.image. Okay, here I'm going to say class name with the full. I'm going to say rounded of XL, BG gray of 100. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Yeah, let's look into that. Okay, so apart from that, let's pass on the style for this. Okay, the height is not given, that's the reason. Okay, got it. So style is going to be equals to height. It's going to be equals to our hero height, so you can directly give it, let's say 220, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the products being shown on the screen. That's looking good. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to pass in resize mode. I'm going to pass in cover. So I'm going to say resize mode is going to be cover. Let's try to format once. Save. Okay, below the image we're going to have in one more view. Alright, this view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have one more view. Here it's going to check the condition stating that if at all your item.wedge is true, item.wedge question mark here I'm going to have a view. Within that I'm going to have one more view. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a width of 2.5 and height of 2.5 as well. It's going to be BG green of 600. So this is to show whether or not it's wedge or non-wedge design. Okay, so BG green 600 as well as rounded of small. And for this class name, it's going to have a slightly larger width, so width of 4, height of 4. Then I'm going to say border green 600. Rounded is going to be small. And your item center, justify of center as well, and MR of 2. Else over here, we're going to have essentially the same design, but with a BG red of 600. So BG red and BG red. Safe. As you can see, that design is looking good. Mostly all of them are wedge because in the data it is given wedge. Format over here. This part is done. The next step is to show the item.name. So here I'm going to say text item.name. Okay, that's being shown correctly, fine. So pass on the style for this. Class name, I'm going to say text base, font of semi bold, and then text gray of let's say 600, and rounded is going to be SM. Format and then save. Alright, that's looking good. So for your outermost view, let's pass on the design that's containing these two children. So class name, flex of row, items of center, margin bottom of 1. Okay, so apart from this, we're gonna have in the item.description right below this view. So I'm going to say text item.description. Okay, that's looking nice. Class name for this, that is a design. Here we're going to say text of XS, text gray of 500, and empty of 1. Alright, that's looking cool. This part is done. And below this text, I'm going to first of all check the condition that is if at all it has customization. So to check that, we need to have in a variable. I'm going to say const has customization is going to be equals to not of item dot your customization config. That's it. That's pretty simple. If all that value is true, it is going to show up, else it is not going to show up. So here I'm going to say has customization and showing a text which says customizable. So customizable. Let's pass on the class name for this. This is going to say text of XS and text gray of let's say 400, empty of 1. I think only for the last one it's customizable. As you can see, that's looking good. This part is done. So now below this, we're going to show the discounted price as well as the original price. So below this, let's have a view for that basically. So I'm going to say view, the first text as well as your second text. I'm just going to add in the design for that. You can take a look at it. Save. Okay. So it's 99. That is the original price. Discounted price is 196. You can actually try to make the font a little more bigger. I think currently it's too less. Okay. So now for the outermost view, let's pass on the design. That is some spacing towards the top. So class name, I'm going to provide empty of 3. Then I'm going to give it a flex of row, items of let's say item start as well as justify of between. And for the inner view, I'm going to say class name, a flex of 1 as well as a padding right of 3. All right, this design is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. Okay, so for the outermost view, let's provide in the design. I think I've forgotten that. Class name, it's going to have a BG of white and a PX of 4, PT of 4, padding bottom of 6. I'm going to say border B, a border gray of 100. Okay, so I don't think that is required because it is actually making the design not look good. So let's remove this for now. Yeah, I think this is looking better. For this, let's also give in some margin bottom of 2. Okay. Yep, so that's it. So this part is done. So now the next step is to show the selector, that is your quantity selector or whatever you call it. So here I'm going to define a function that is your quantity control. That's going to come right below this view here. Let's first of all have in the component that is quantity control.tsx. Here components, I'm going to say new component quantity control.tsx. So rnfes to get the strand code snippet, enter. And here right below this view, let's try to add in that. I'm going to say quantity control, save, and just like that, as you can see, it's coming in the correct position because of the flex row that we have given over here. Okay, so that's where the exact quantity should come. So let's design this, or I think we can design this once when we implement the Redux part, because here we need to we need to initialize the quantity with the help of the Redux, basically. That is your quantity, your dispatch, as well as your local change and all of the other features that we're going to implement with respect to the quantity part. So let's leave it as is for now. So now let's actually move on to the next part, that is the Redux part, where we need to implement a bunch of methods as well as methodologies for implementing few functions. That is, let's say, implementing add to cart, remove from cart, as well as increment quantity, decrement quantity of a product, and so on. Okay, so let's head over to Redux Toolkit. We're going to make use of that. So search for Redux Toolkit, and the first link, I think we need to install two things basically, that is your toolkit as well as React Redux. Let's scroll down a bit and let's come to the installation bit. I'm going to use yarn, copy that down, install this Redux Toolkit. The next one is going to be React Redux. Let's add in this as well. So at the root level, within the SRC, I'm going to have in my store being created. I'm going to say new folder. Okay, so store is already there. That is good. So remove that. Within the store, I'm going to have in my slices. So I'm going to say slices, and I'm going to create my first slice. That is going to be your cart slice.ts. So I'm going to say over here cart slice.ts. Okay, so let's start writing the code for this. That is the cart slice. This is going to be slightly larger file. We're going to have quite a lot of implementations being done. So let's understand bit by bit what we're going to use. And even over here, we're going to make use of that React Native get random values. Okay, because we would get that error over here. So initially, I'm just going to say import React Native get random values. Okay, and pretty much I think we need to install UUID as well. I'm going to say yarn add UUID, not this one, Control C, UUID. Yeah, that's a correct one. So here let's try to initially define the interfaces that we're going to use. So here essentially I'm going to say export type customization selection. So I'm going to say customization selection. This in turn is going to have a group ID, basically that's going to be of type string. Next we're going to have your options. Okay, so my bad, not type, export interface. Options is going to be customization option, that's going to come from the menu data. So customization option, import just like this. Okay, so apart from this, we're going to have it for the cart item. So I'm going to say export interface your cart item. This in turn is going to have a unique cart ID that's going to be of type string, then a base ID that is going to be of type string as well. then it's going to have a name of type string, then description of type string, image of type string, then we're going to have a wedge that is going to be a boolean value, then I'm going to say base price, that is going to be of number, furthermore your customizations, so customizations is going to be equals to your customization selection. That's the top one that we have defined. Next one is going to be for the quantity, so quantity of number. Okay, so here is how your each row in the cart is stored, that is containing all of these details. So that's it. Let's move on to the next part, that is going to be for the cart state. Okay, so your cart state is basically your cart level state. It's going to contain an array of items as well as the total items and the total price that's going to be equals to sum of all the item prices. So for that, I'm going to say interface cart state items is going to be equals to of type cart item, just like this, and I'm going to say total items, that is going to be of number, total price, that is price of all of the items of the cart, also a number. So furthermore, I'm going to say initial state, so I'm going to say const initial state, it's going to be of type cart state equals to, it's going to have items initially empty, so pass in an empty array. Okay, then the total items, I'm going to say total items 0, total price also 0. Let's format once and let's try to save. Alright, so now let's move to the next part. So we need to basically create a helper function to compare, two customizations array for equality. Okay, so now let's say if the user comes down and then adds this particular product into the cart, and again they want to add the same product that is with the same customization. So this would be useful, that is to compare if at all two customizations have the same items, that is with the item as well as the customizations also should be same for both the items. So this is basically done to decide whether two customizations arrays represent the same choices that is being added by the user. So with the help of this, we can directly try to increase the quantity instead of creating a new cart item. Okay, so that's the reason we're trying to implement this helper kind of function. So for that, here I'm going to say const customizations equal is going to be equals to, it's going to have in two things, a, that is of customization option, not option, selection, and over here I'm going to say b, also it's going to be of type customization selection, and this is going to return a boolean of type boolean. Let's add in that over here. Here first step is to check the length. So here I'm going to say if my a.length is not equals to b.length, then directly we can return false. It is not true, so I'm going to say return false over here. And if at all it's same, I'm going to check a.every, I'm going to say cell selection a and then get in the id. Over here I'm going to check if at all the selection a.group id is not equals to selection b.group id. We need to also include the selection b, that's going to come over here, that's going to be equals to your b of idx. So if cell a dot group id is not equals to your cell b dot your group id, or your options, even let's check that. So cell a dot options dot length is not equals to cell b dot options dot length. In this case, directly try to return false, so return false. All right, and next, assuming the options are sorted by id or something, just for simplicity we're going to sort by id. So I'm going to have in two parts, that is sorted a as well as sorted b. Yeah, so let's just try to add that is sorted a as well as sorted b, and then we're going to say return sorted a dot every, and I'm going to take an option as well as oidx, that is for the option index, and I'm going to check the condition, that is option a dot id should be equals to sorted b of oidx dot id. Okay, so this would return either true or false, and we would be able to figure out if at all a customization is equals to another customization while comparing both of them. So save the file. So now let's try to create our slice. So I'm going to say const cart slice is going to be equals to make use of the create slice method. So I'm going to say create slice. Should I do a pod install? Let's just check that out. I don't think it's actually required. Yeah, it's not required. So here I'm going to say create slice. This is going to take in three things. That is a name for the slice. I'm going to say cart. Next is your initial state. It's already defined above. Then all of the reducers for this particular item. That is for this particular slice. So I'm going to say reducers. So on the top, I'm going to import all of the three things. That is your create slice, payload action, as well as the create selector. So basically your create slice is going to build the reducer for us, and your payload action that is defined onto the top is basically a typed action payload for TypeScript, since we're using TypeScript. So the next thing that we've imported is your create selector. So this is considered to be basically a memoized selector factory from reselect that is included within your Redux toolkit. Okay, so let's get started by designing the first functionality, that is going to be add cart item. So here I'm going to say add cart item. This in turn is going to take in your state as well as the action. Action is going to be payload action. So just use this value. That's the one. And here we're going to have in the base, that's going to be of menu item. Okay, and I'm going to say customizations is going to be equals to customization selection. So customizations is going to be of type customization selection. You can try to import menu item from the menu data. Okay, so here first of all, let's try to get in the base as well as the customizations from the action.payload. So I'm going to say const base comma your customizations is going to be equals to action.payload. That's going to come from the button where we add it. Okay, I'm going to say const additional. So I'm going to say const additional is going to be equals to, so this additional is basically your extra cost or the computational cost that is going to come from the customization. So if you remember, even the customizations are also going to have in some extra cost. We need to add that as well. So here for that reason we need to calculate that additional cost. So I'm going to say const additional is going to be equals to access the customizations dot apply the reduce method, access the sum as well as the selector, and I'm going to say sum plus cell dot options dot reduce furthermore for the value as well as your this thing. I'm going to say s dot o dot price, s plus o dot price, and initial value is going to be 0, and even over here initial value is going to be 0. So this would give you all of the additional prices for the customizations added for the user. Here I'm going to say const item price is going to be equals to base dot your discounted price plus additional. Okay, so now the first step is we're going to check if existing item with the same base and the exact customizations is present or not. So I'm going to say const existing is going to be equals to state dot items dot apply the find method. For every value here I'm going to check if at all my I dot base id is equals to the base dot id and your customization equal of your I dot customizations comma your customizations that is coming from the front end part. Okay, so that's going to come from the action.payload basically. So format over here, we can take a look at it, the entire line. So here I'm going to check if existing is already present, then directly try to increase the quantity. So if existing, I'm going to say existing dot quantity plus equals 1, then state dot total items plus equals 1. That means increase the items for the total cart. And then next is going to be state dot total price plus equals your item price. That's it. Else, if at all we do not have any item present inside of the cart, then that means create a new cart with the cart ID. So I'm going to say const cart ID is going to be equals to UUID. So here I'm going to say import v4 as UUID from UUID. That's it. Here I'm going to say state dot items dot apply the push method and push in all of the details. That is your cart ID, your base ID. So I'm going to say base ID is going to be equals to your base dot ID. Furthermore, your name, that's going to be equals to base dot name. All of this is coming from the payload itself. So base dot name. Furthermore, description, that's going to be equals to your base dot description. Next we have is the image, that's going to be your base dot image. Furthermore, wedge, that is going to be equals to base dot wedge. Next we have is the base price. I'm going to say base dot discounted price. And I'm going to say customizations, that is going to be just the customizations. Then your quantity of 1. Okay, that's it. Then we're going to set again the total items to be of plus equals to 1 and then set the total price. So just try to add in these two values over here right after this. Okay, so by this way the cart state would be updated. So that's pretty much it about your add cart item functionality. The next one is going to be for your increase quantity. So let's understand how this works. So we're going to get in the payload, that's going to be cart ID. So this basically is going to find the item by the cart ID, and if it is found, it increments the item dot quantity. It also increments the state dot total items, and it also recomputes the additional price for that particular item and increases the state dot total price by the item dot base price plus the additional quantity. So let's implement this and let's understand how exactly this works. So below your method, I'm going to say increase quantity. So increase quantity, that's going to be your state comma action, that is going to be your payload action. I'm going to say of string. Here I'm going to say const your item is going to be equals to your state dot your items dot apply the find method. So for every index over here, I'm going to say I dot cart ID should be equals to your action dot payload. If this is true, then the item is already present within the cart. Then directly try to increase the item quantity. So I'm going to check the condition. If item is present, then item dot quantity plus equals to 1. Then your state dot total items plus equals to 1. Then here we need to calculate the additional. So I'm going to say const additional is essentially going to be the same thing. Copy that down. This customization is going to come from item dot customizations format. And yes, apart from this, we are going to say state dot total price is going to be equals to, so plus equals to your item dot base price, whatever is there, plus the additional customizations value, whatever it is present. Okay, that's it. So this is the functionality for increased quantity. So I'm just going to say QTY. Next one, decrease quantity. So I'm going to say decrease QTY. So again, this is going to remain simple. That is how exactly your decrease quantity works. Again, getting the cart ID, that is going to be of type string, that's going to be a payload. It finds the index by cart ID. If at all it's found, it computes the additional as well as item price. It further checks if at all the item dot quantity is greater than 1, then decrement the item quantity. Okay, else if it is equals to 1, then we need to remove that particular item from the cart. Okay, so that's what this is going to do. So let's try to implement this. Again, decrease QTY. Let's write that properly. It's going to take in the state as well as the action, that is going to be equals to, so that's going to be equals to your payload action of string. So here I'm going to say const index is going to be equals to state dot items dot apply the find index method, and for every value over here I'm going to say I dot cart id should be equals to the action dot payload. Here I'm going to say if my index is greater than -1, then I'm going to say const item is going to be equals to state dot items of your index, and again calculate the additional price, add it over here. Furthermore, I'm going to say const your item price is going to be equals to your item dot base price plus your additional price, whatever it is. Now here again recompute, check the item dot quantity if it is greater than 1. So if my item dot quantity is greater than 1, so here in this case I'm going to say if my item dot quantity is greater than 1, then increase the quantity, decrease it, my bad. So item dot quantity minus equals to 1, then I'm going to say state dot total items minus equals to 1. I'm going to say state dot total price, now total items total price minus equals to your item price. Alright, else over here I'm going to say state dot total items minus equals to 1, then state dot total price minus equals to your item price, then I'm going to say state dot items dot splice of the index comma 1. So that's it. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. So again, if item dot quantity is greater than 1, then just try to decrement that quantity. If it is equals to 1, then directly try to remove that item from the cart. So now the next step is to implement the function that is repeat last for base. So if at all a person has added a customization and they want to repeat that, then just directly try to add that particular item again into the cart, then directly increase the quantity of the cart. Okay, so for that here I'm going to say repeat last for base, here having the state action that is going to be your payload action of string. So the way we're going to implement this is we're basically going to copy the items and reverse them, and we're going to find the first entry with that particular base ID that is the last in the original order. If all it's found, then just try to increment the last dot quantity and also update the totals by that particular item's full price. So you'll understand better once while we implement this. So here I'm going to say const reversed is going to be equals to having the state dot items dot reverse. So state dot items dot reverse. I'm going to say const last is going to be equals to reversed dot find for every value. Again, your I dot base ID should be equals to your action dot payload. So I dot base ID should be equals to action dot payload. Here if last is found, if it's true, then last dot quantity plus equals to 1, state dot total items plus equals to 1, try to increment that as well. Then again it's going to remain similar, calculate the additional price and then increase the total price of that particular part. So the next one is going to be for the decrease last for base. So again here it is going to take in the payload that is going to be of base ID, that's of type string. So this basically mirrors the repeat last for base. It's going to be exactly similar but decreases the last matching items quantity, or basically removes the row if the quantity becomes 0. So the main thing is we're going to find the index conversion, that's going to be equals to your items dot length minus 1 minus the reverse index to map the reverse array index back into the original index. So let's try to implement that. So over here I'm going to say decrease last for base, taking the state as well as the action that is going to be payload action of type string. So I'm going to add in the implementation. You can take a look at it. Let's try to format once and then save the file. So it's going to remain similar, that is with respect to your previous one, that is repeat last for base. You can try to look at it from the starting point. Okay, this part is done. So the final one is going to be for the clean cart. I'm going to say clean cart. This in turn is going to just take in the state, because we need to clear off the cart once while we implement this. So state over here, and I'm going to say state.items is going to be equals to an empty array and set everything to be of 0. So state of total items 0, state dot price 0. That's it. Let's try to export the required values over here. Format. Here I'm going to say export const add cart item, increase quantity, decrease quantity, repeat last for base, and then decrease last for base, as well as clean cart is going to be equals to your cart slice dot actions. Okay, so these are some of the selectors that we're going to use. I'm going to say export const select cart items is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the state of the root state, and that's going to be equals to your state dot your cart dot items. So next we're going to have in the select total items as well as select total price. So I'm going to say export const select total items, which in turn is going to take in the state of the root state. We need to import root state. We're going to do that in just a bit. I'm going to say state dot cart dot your total items. Next I'm going to say export const select total price is going to be equals to state, that is going to be equals to of type root state. Here I'm going to say state dot cart dot total price. So here we're going to make sure the create selector, so it's basically memoized as we discussed earlier. Okay, so it will only decompute when the items or your base ID changes. So the next one is for the select last custom for base. So it returns the customizations of the last cart row for a base, or basically an empty array of none. So the main reason we are using all of these selectors, that is with the help of create selector, is it avoids the recomputation. That is, it helps avoid recomputing your derived values on your state updates, right? So that's the reason we have two more things, that is select quantity for base as well as select last custom for base. So I'm going to export const select quantity for base is going to be equals to create selector. It's already imported. Here I'm going to say selected cart items, taking the state over here, that's going to be of root state, and base ID string, it's going to be base ID over here, and here I'm going to say items comma your base ID. I'm going to say items dot filter. For every I, your I dot base ID should be equals to your base ID. Dot reduce sum comma I. I'm going to say sum plus your I dot quantity, and passing the initial value, that's going to be equals to 0. Format. And similarly I'm going to add the next one as well, that is for the select last custom for base, just like this. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to create a hooks.ts file that we're gonna have in within the store folder itself, that is within the slices, or we can have it outside of the slices. So here I'm going to say store hooks.ts. So here I'm going to say export const use app dispatch is going to be equals to your app dispatch equals to use dispatch. So we need to import use dispatch as well as use selector from React Redux. So import it just like this. Also import the typed use selector hook. Okay. So here I'm going to say export const use app selector. That's going to be of typed use selector hook of your root state equals to use selector. Okay, so if that's it, so now we need to initialize the main index.js, that is for the store. I'm going to say store index.ts, not js. Here I'm going to say export const store is going to be equals to make use of the configure store method. So I'm going to say configure store from Redux toolkit. This in turn is going to take in the reducer. I'm going to say cart. This is going to be equals to your cart reducer. Okay, and we're going to pass in the middleware over here. I'm going to say middleware. It's going to say get default middleware. And here I'm going to say get default middleware and serialized check and serializable check. I'm going to say false. Okay. Here I'm going to export the root state. I'm going to say export type your root state is going to be equals to return type. I'm going to say type of store.getState. I'm going to say export type your app dispatch is going to be equals to type of store.dispatch. Try to import your cart reducer just like this. Save the file. Let's come back over here. Import root state. Okay, not from that, from your index file. Let's import it manually. Format once over here. So this should be use selector, not use app selector. So use selector. Save. Let's come back to cart slice again. Import root state. Hopefully it auto imports. Nope, we need to import it manually. So I'm going to say import type root state from your store. So that's it. There are no errors, which is good. Let's format once. So yeah, we have completely set up Redux into your application. So now the next step is let's try to include the provider. So I'm going to say app.tsx. Here I'm going to say return a provider from React Redux and pass in the app navigation over here. Format once. And this provider we need to pass in the store, that's compulsory. So let's say store over here is going to be equals to store. Import store from src, format, save. And there you go. There are no issues, which is good. So the Redux setup is done. This part is complete. So now the next step is let's first of all go into the quantity selector and let's make this work, because over here, as you can see, it is just showing quantity control. We need to make that dynamic, or we need to make it look like the design that is showing over here for your menu. Okay, so for that, let's come back to quantity selector or your item card. Your item card to tsx, and let's first of all send a bunch of informations to your quantity control and then design that component completely. And once that is designed, we can basically try to implement all of your functions that we have just implemented, that is add item to cart, remove item from cart, and then we can also show the design for the customizations and all of these parts. So yeah, let's look into design of the quantity control first over here. So here below your has customization, I'm going to add in a bunch of things that we're going to use to implement the quantity part. That is, once you press on this, we need to implement your plus button, minus button, as well as the add button, and all of these functionalities. So here essentially I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use app dispatch, import that from the hooks that we have defined previously. Then I'm going to say const quantity is going to be equals to your use app selector. So I'm going to say use app selector, and if you remember we had used that select quantity for base, we're going to use that over here. I'm going to say for every value I'm going to say select quantity for base, import that and pass in the item.id. This item is essentially going to come from your props over there. Okay, and here next you're going to check for the has customization. Okay, that's already done. Then here I'm going to say const your local change comma set local change is going to be equals to, I'm going to say react.useState I'm going to say false or increase or decrease okay, and by default I'm going to set it to be false. Alright, so here we're going to define a bunch of statements, that is your minus translate, your plus translate, your current quantity translate y, as well as the current opacity, and all of this just for the animation part. Okay, so I'm going to say const minus translate is going to be equals to your use shared value, import that from React Native Reanimated. It's already installed while we have installed your native wind. Here I'm going to say if my quantity is greater than 0 is going to be 0, okay, else it's going to be minus 50. I'm going to say const plus translate is going to be equals to, again, use shared value, check the condition, quantity is greater than 0, question mark 0, else 50 over here. Next is for the current quantity translate y, so I'm going to say const current quantity translate y is going to be equals to your use shared value of 0. The next one is going to be for the current quantity opacity, so const current qty opacity is going to be equals to your use shared value of 1. Next I'm going to say const next quantity translate y is going to be equals to your use shared value of 30, and I'm going to say const next qty opacity is going to be equals to use shared value of 0. So next we're going to implement a React use effect that is basically for the animation trigger, but sometimes it doesn't actually work as expected, but anyhow we're going to write the code for this. So here I'm going to say react dot use effect and this is going to be dependent upon your quantity as well as your local change. So here I'm going to say initially minus translate dot value is going to be equals to with timing, and I'm going to check if my quantity is greater than 0 question mark 0 else minus 50, and here I'm going to pass in the duration that is going to be 300 milliseconds. Then your plus translate dot value is going to be equals to with timing if your quantity is greater than 0 question mark 0 else it's going to be 50. Again similarly duration 300. Okay, so here I'm going to check if at all local change is true. Then in this case I'm going to say const is increasing is going to be equals to local change is going to be equals to increase, and const direction is going to be equals to, if is increasing is true, then minus 30, else it's going to be 30. I'm going to say const next start is going to be equals to, if is increasing is true, then 30 else minus 30. So here basically if all the user has increased the quantity, then the current number actually needs to slide up and fade out, and the next number should show up over there. And similarly, if the user has decreased, it needs to slide down and then the next number should show the quantity. Okay, so this part is done. So I'm going to say current quantity translate y is going to be equals to with timing of your direction, and here I'm going to pass in duration of 200. Okay, and here I'm going to say current current opacity dot value is going to be equals to your width timing of 0, comma your duration is going to be 200 over here. Okay, here also it should be dot value. And here I'm going to say next quantity translate y dot value is going to be equals to with timing of 0 comma duration is going to be equals to, within your braces, duration 200. It's going to take in a function, and over here we're going to set the current quantity translate y dot value. It's going to be equals to 0. Then current quantity opacity dot value, it's going to be equals to 1. Okay, and I'm going to say next quantity translate y dot value is going to be equals to your next start. Then next quantity opacity dot value is going to be equals to 0, and I'm going to say set local change is going to become false. Here I'm going to say next quantity dot opacity, we need to change that dot value is going to be equals to with timing of 1 comma your duration is going to be 200, and this is going to be dependent upon your quantity as well as local change. So let's try to format once over here, and let's try to save. Okay, so to the quantity control we need to pass in a bunch of things, that is the quantity itself. So I'm going to say quantity is going to be equals to quantity. Next I'm going to say on add is going to be equals to handle add. On remove is going to be equals to your handle remove. And yeah, we need to define the minus style, the plus style, the current quantity style, the next quantity style, and all of these things. So on to the top over here, I'm going to say const current quantity style is going to be equals to use animated style. Here I'm going to say transform. I'm going to make use of translate y. It's going to be equals to your current quantity translate y dot value, and we need to pass in the opacity as well. So I'm going to say opacity, it's going to be equals to your current quantity opacity dot value. Okay, so I'm going to have this a couple of times for the remaining ones, that is the next quantity style, your minus style, as well as your plus style. These are some of the remaining things, that is for the next quantity, minus style, as well as the plus style. So here, apart from your on add as well as your on remove, I'm going to say minus style is going to be equals to your minus style. Next is your plus style is going to be equals to your plus style. Next current quantity style, so current quantity style is going to be equals to your current quantity style. Furthermore, next quantity style is going to be equals to next quantity style. Local change is going to be equals to local change. Then has customization is going to be equals to your has customization. So let's define two more things, your handle add as well as your handle remove. So here I'm going to say const handle add is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. All right, So here I'm going to say set local change to be of increase, because we are trying to increase the quantity or trying to add the item to the cart. And first of all, we're going to check if at all it has any customization, right? So if at all it has any customization, then in that case we need to open up the model. So I'm going to check if has customization, and if your quantity is greater than 0, then in that case we need to first of all check with the user that if at all they want to repeat the same customization. So in this case I'm going to say on open repeat of item. Just call that function. This is coming from the props, if you remember, that is this one, on open repeat. It's going to have in the menu item, so I'm going to say item over here. Okay, else if at all the quantity is not increased to 0, that means if at all I have not pressed the add button at all, then in this case we need to open up the custom model. So I'm going to say on open custom of that particular item. Okay, that's it. Else over here I'm going to say dispatch. So this is the condition which goes with respect to if at all the item doesn't have a customization, we can directly add that particular item to the cart. So here I'm going to say dispatch, directly call the add cart item from the slices folder and pass in two things, that is your customization, that's going to be obviously empty, and your base that is required, that's going to be the item. So I'm going to say add cart item and pass in the base, that is going to be item, as well as customizations. I'm just going to pass in an empty array because it doesn't have any, right? So the next one is going to be for the handle remove. Let's define that. So I'm going to say const handle remove is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to check if my quantity is greater than 0, then set local change, it's going to be decrease this time. And over here I'm going to say dispatch, we're going to say decrease last for base. So decrease last for base of your item.id, because that is what is going to take in as the payload. So format once, and we can try to save the file. Okay, this step is done. So now the next step is, let's try to define your quantity component, that is your quantity control. Let's first of all head over to that. I don't think anything is being designed over there because it is just a text as of now. So quantity control.tsx, on the top, let's initially define all of the props. I'm going to say type props is going to be equals to, it's going to have in your quantity, so quantity of number. Then I'm going to say on add is going to be a void. I'm going to say on remove, it's going to be a void as well. And I'm going to say minus style, it's going to be any. Similarly for the plus style, any. Then we have your current quantity style, so current qty style, any. Next is your next qty style, any. Then we're going to have your local change. This is either going to be false or your increase or your decrease. Okay, the next is going to be your has customization, that is going to be a boolean. Okay, so here I'm going to say const quality control, not quality control, quantity control is going to be a react dot functional component, just having the props over here that we have defined. You're getting all of the things, that is your quantity, your on add, on remove, minus style, and all the other things. That is just like this, you can add in all of these. Okay, so here we can try to return the design. Okay, that's it. So here first of all, let's initialize a view that's already there. Save the file. So we're going to first of all check the condition stating that if all the quantity for a particular item is greater than 0, then in that case we need to show this design, that is your minus button, the quantity of that particular container, as well as the plus button. If at all it doesn't has a quantity, that means if at all the item has not been added to the cart, then in that case just directly show your add button over here. Okay, so that's how we're going to implement this. So within the view, remove the text. I'm going to first of all check if at all quantity is greater than 0 question mark. Then show this design, initialize a fragment. Else over here, I'm going to show in your plus button. So here I'm going to say animated.view. Within that, I'm going to have an touchable opacity. Within the touchable opacity, I'm going to have in a text. Okay, I think I made a mistake, not over here. It's not going to have this one. So within the touchable opacity, we're going to have a view which says add. So I'm going to say view over here. This view in turn is going to have in a text, which in turn is going to say add plus. Okay, and here I'm going to check the condition that if at all it has customization, and we're going to show a text. So here I'm going to say text just like this, and I'm going to say customize. So obviously now it should come into the else condition, because by this point obviously there are no items added to the cart. So let's first of all style this out. So class name for this, I'm going to say px of 4 as well as a py of 1. Here I'm going to say class name items of center, and for this I'm going to say class name as well for the add plus. It's going to have a text of small, so text sm, font of your semi bold, as well as text gray of 800. And here we are going to say style, font size is going to be 8. So let's write that properly. So font size of 8. Save. And there you go. Just like that, it's working properly fine. So since no item is added to the cart, we're able to see that add plus being shown onto the screen. So now for the topmost view, you're going to give the design, that is your border. That's going to look something like that. So I'm initially going to say border, then your border gray of 300. I'm going to say rounded is going to be LG. Okay, and BG is going to be white. Overflow is going to be hidden. Flex of row, items of center, and justify of center as well. Save. And boom, just like that, we're able to see our button being shown correctly fine. And we're going to provide a specific width to the view such that even this container as well as the plus minus quantity container is going to be of the same width. So I'm going to say style, your width is going to be 100. Save. Okay, as you can see, now that's looking pretty neat. So here I'm going to have in my animated.view, pass in your touchable opacity. Within that, pass in a text. The first one is going to be minus. Copy down this a couple of times. Okay. So here it's going to be the quantity. Show that value. And here it's going to be plus. Okay. So here style is going to be minus style. And for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. I'm going to say class name over here. Initially, let's say px of 3, py of 2, and I'm going to say border R, border gray of 300. So for your text, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have text of small, so text sm, font of bold, text gray of 800. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm just going to paste in the remaining design, that is for the remaining part, your quantity as well as your animated.view. I think I messed up one more part over here. We need to have in that view as well. For the second part, for the quantity, we're going to have one more view. I just missed that. Okay, within that we're going to have the quantity, and here we're going to check if at all your quantity plus your local change is going to be equals to increase, then it's going to be 1, else it's going to be equals to -1. So save the file. So obviously now nothing should happen because the item is not yet added to the cart. Once the quantity for a particular item becomes 1, this design is going to be shown. Okay, so yep, that's it. So now let's initialize the on press we have given for this, that is on add. For the first container, it's going to be on remove, that is over here. For the touchable opacity, let's give an on press over here. I'm going to say on remove. Let's try to format and then save. So I think that's it. Let's try to give this a try once. So I'm just going to add in the first item to the cart and let's see what exactly happens. Okay, so nothing actually happens. That's weird. Let's look into it once. So we can actually, try to log the details. That would be better. Come back to menu screen. We can try to have in two more variables over here. That is for const total items is going to be equals to use app selector of your select total items. Okay, import that from the slices over here, and let's try to log that over here. Console.log data as well as total items. I'm just going to open up my DevTools over here. And let's look into what exactly is the issue. Okay, so the data is essentially 0. Alright, so finally found out the issue. So basically we haven't even given the on press for your add button, that is for the in the else condition. So that's the reason it was not actually doing anything once we press on the add buttons over here. I'm just going to say on press is going to be equals to your on add. Okay, so format, save the file. Let's press on the first item. I'm going to say on add, and boom, just like that it increased the quantity from 0 to 1. And once you press on plus, it keeps on increasing the quantity, and even the same thing happens for minus as well. Okay, so this part is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is if at all any kind of item is added to the cart, we need to show this particular design to the user saying that one item is added and we can view the cart over here. Okay, that particular button should be designed. So for that we need to head back to your menu screen and then design that. Okay, so yeah, let's also check out the customizations part. It's going to look something like this. As you can see, this is a customizable item, so that's the reason it is going to say add plus. Along with that, it is going to say customize. So once you press on that, we need to implement the customization model design. We'll do that in just a bit. So let's come back to your menu screen.tsx and then show the bottom design over here. So I'm going to say menu screen.tsx. Alright, so over here inside of your menu screen, first of all, let me initialize the total items, the total price, as well as the bar height that we're going to use. Okay, so let's say over here just below this one, I'm going to say your const total items is going to be equals to your use app selector of your select total items. Import that correctly. That is from this particular one, select total items as well as your use app selector from the store. And here I'm going to say const total price is going to be equals to your use app selector of your select total price. Import that from the store slices cart slice. Next is const bar height is going to be equals to your use shared value of 0. Okay, so on to the top, or before that, let's try to initialize your animated style. Over here, I'm going to say const animated style is going to be equals to your use animated style. And over here, I'm going to say height, that's going to be equals to your bar height dot value. Opacity is going to be equals to bar height dot value divided by 70. Okay, so that's it. So now let's try to install a dependency that is known as React Native Linear Gradient, because that is required to style this. So I'm just going to say yarn add React Native Linear Gradient, enter, and I'm going to say cd iOS and then pod install, enter over here. So this should install that dependency over here, as you can see. And let's actually try to rebuild the application. Here I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter. Okay, so let's come down to your return block, and then I'm going to check the condition below your scroll view, stating that if at all your total items is greater than 0 and here I'm going to say animated dot view Here having your linear gradient, not this one. So within your linear gradient, let's have a view, and this view in turn is going to have in your text, which is going to show your total items. Here I'm going to say item, here I'm going to check the condition that is if total items is greater than 1, it is going to be S plural, else a normal string added. And below this is the total price dot to fixed v of 2. Okay, here I'm going to say text total is going to be equals to total price, total price, that's correct, total price dot to fixed of 2. Let's go on to the top, import your linear gradient over here, just like this. Save. So for the linear gradient, we need to provide in a bunch of options, so I'm just going to pass that over here. So it expects us to pass in the colors as well as the start end value. So make sure you pass in this. So these are the colors I'm going to use, and these are the start end as well as the style for this particular design. So save. Let's come back to first one. Okay, so let's first of all style this out. So for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, and I'm going to say text of base, font of bold, and for the total part, I'm going to say class name again, text of white, text of XS, empty of 1, font of medium. And below this, we're going to have a touchable opacity, that is for the view cart button. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. Here having a text, which is going to say view cart. And over here, I'm going to say icons. The name is going to be equals to your cart outline. Size is going to be equals to, let's say, 18. And your color is going to be equals to 0D9488. Okay, and for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, BG of white, rounded is going to be full, PX of 5, PY of 2.5, flex of row. Okay, and items of center, shadow of medium. For the view cart, I'm going to say class name over here. I'm going to say text teal of, let's say, 600, text of SM, and a font of bold, MR of 2. So let's format and then let's try to save the file. So let's also try to add this use effect over here, that is for the bar height value. Okay, so right above your animated style, I'm going to say your react dot use effect here. I'm going to say your bar height dot your value is going to be equals to width timing. Import that from React Native reanimated. Check the condition if for all total items is greater than 0, question mark 70, else 0, and pass in duration, that is going to be equals to 300, and this is going to be dependent upon your total items. Okay, so we need to pass in your animated style as well to your animated.view. So for the animated.view, we need to say style is going to be equals to an array of styles, that is animated style, comma your bottom is going to be equals to insets.bottom. And let's pass on the class name over here. I'm going to say absolute left of 0, right of 0 as well, rounded top XL, PX of 5, PY of 4, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, and a shadow of LG. Save. Let's try to give this a try. Let's press on add button. Okay, so for some reason we are not able to see the design being shown over here. Okay, because we are able to see that, and let's try to reconnect DevTools. Okay, let's try to log the items one more time. So now it's finally working fine. I'm able to see that bottom design which shows up once if the total items is greater than 0. So previously for some reason it's not working, but I didn't do any change as of now. I think it's because of the linear gradient. It was not, installed properly, I feel. So we just cleared off the application along with the terminal. Again, I rebuilt it. So once I press on add over here, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that bottom design being shown. One item added, total 99 rupees. View card is being shown over here. Okay, this part is working absolutely fine. This part is done. So now the next step is once you press on this add button, the customization model should open up. So for that, again, we need to, show up the design. So once you come back over here below your total items is greater than 0, that design I'm going to have in my customization model being shown. So this is essentially going to be a component. So copy that down, come back to components folder. I'm going to say customization model.tsx. So rnfeh to get the short code snippet. Let's try to save the file. So here, let's pass on the visible to this. Some of the properties. So I'm going to say visible is going to be equals to your not repeat model, your custom model visible. The next model is going to be repeat. So custom model visible, and I'm going to say on close. This is another method. I'm going to say set your custom model visible to be a false, and I'm going to say your item is going to be equals to your selected item. Okay, all of these states has already been initialized at the previous part. You can check it out over here. All of these are the states. Okay, so now apart from that, the next one is going to be for the selected options. I think we need to define the state for this because we haven't done this previously. So I'm going to say const selected options comma your set selected options. So const selected options comma set selected options is going to be equals to your use state. It's going to be of a type record. I'm going to say string comma your customization option, and initially it's going to be an empty object, just like this. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save. Yeah, customization model doesn't exist. Let's import it from the components folder. Save. Alright, so as you can see, customization model is being shown. Okay, so alright, so it's currently being shown because we haven't yet properly defined that in the customization model component. There we're going to import the model and then we're going to provide the visible. Then this particular design should not be shown unless we open up the add button. So let's come back over here and let's pass in few more props. The next one is going to be for the on select option, what needs to happen, as well as the on add, what needs to happen. So item is going to be selected item, then selected options, we need to pass in that as well. So selected options is going to be equals to your selected options that we just defined, that is for the state. Next is going to be on select option, what needs to happen, equals to your handle select option. So handle select option, then I'm going to say on add is going to be equals to handle add customized. So I'm going to say handle add customized. So let's define two things, that is handle select option, what needs to happen, that is onto the top over here itself. I'm going to say const handle select option is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, your group ID of string, then your option that's going to be of type customization option. Okay, then your group type that is either going to be your radio or checkbox. So I'm going to say radio or a checkbox. Okay, so here within this I'm going to say initially set selected options to be of whatever is there in the previous. So by default it would be empty object. Here I'm going to check if at all my group type is going to be equals to your radio. Then in this case I'm going to say return whatever is there within the previous, include that and add in the group ID. For that it's going to be your option. Okay, else if it is, let's say, a checkbox over here, then I'm going to say const current is going to be equals to previous of group ID. So const current equals to previous of your group ID or a empty array. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all current dot apply the sum method in JavaScript for every value if the ID is going to be equals to your option.id, then in this case we are going to say return whatever is there within the previous, include that with the help of spread operator, and here I'm going to say group ID is going to be equals to your current dot again filter method. It should basically match the ID. Okay, so here I'm going to say your o.id should not be equals to your option.id. Okay, so basically should not match the ID. We need to filter that out, and here I'm going to say else I'm going to say return whatever is there within your previous, and here I'm going to say group ID it's going to be equals to spread the current, and I'm going to have in the option. Okay, so that's the complete functionality for your handle select option. The next one is going to be for your handle add customized. Okay, so let's write that over here below this. So I'm going to say const handle add customized is going to be equal to normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say if at all any item is selected, so if selected item, then in this case I'm going to say const customizations of customization selection, import that from the menu, is going to be equals to object dot make sure the entries method of your selected options, and I'm going to say dot map for your group ID as well as for your options. Let's try to format once. We need to dispatch the add cart item, and we need to pass in the base as well as the customizations. Okay, so you can take a look at it. Let's try to format once. So I think dispatch we need to initialize it. Let's try to import your add cart item, and let's try to import your dispatch. Let's initialize it. We're going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use app dispatch. Here I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use app dispatch, import that, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so that's it. So these are some of the required methods for your customization model. So let's go into that particular folders or that particular component over here, and let's first of all initialize the props. I'm going to say type props is going to be equals to first of all visible a boolean value, on close is going to be a function that's not going to return anything, so void. I'm going to say item, it's going to be of menu item or null. Then next we have is the selected options. I'm going to say selected options is going to be of type record string comma your customization option. Okay, and I'm going to say on select option what needs to happen. So on select option, these are the required things. It's going to have in your group ID of string, then your option of your customization option, then your group type. I'm going to say group type is going to be of radio or your checkbox, Okay, and this is essentially going to return void, so just pass in void over here. Next we have is your on add, is also void. Okay, these are the props. So here I'm going to say customization model. Let's format once. So here I'm going to say react dot functional component, taking the props that we have defined above, is going to be equals to all of these props. Let's pass in all of them. So we're going to say, visible, comma, your on close, your select options, then your on select option, as well as on add. And let's write over here format. So here essentially let's try to have in the groups. Here I'm going to say const groups is going to be equals to of type customization group. Import that from the menu data. You can look into the customization group how exactly it's looking. So based on that, we're going to implement it over here. So I'm going to say item dot your customization config. Item is not yet imported. Okay, let's add that over here. I'm going to say item dot customization config or empty array. Okay, here I'm going to say const completed count is going to be equals to your groups dot filter. For every value, I'm going to say if not of your g dot required, and I'm going to say return true. I'm going to say return your selected options of your g dot id or empty array dot length should be greater than 0. Okay, so here I'm going to say dot length. So we need to calculate the total number of groups, that is total different types of customizations that we're going to have. So I'm going to say total groups is going to be equals to your groups dot length, and I'm going to say const is complete is going to be equals to your completed count should be equals to the total groups. So let's say your total groups over here signify how many total different types of customizations we have. So let's say for this one, there is wedge and wedge, big 10. So the first group is going to be your choices of crust. The second one is going to be your first wedge half. The third one is going to be your non-wedge half or the second half. So something like that. So is complete is going to be true once and only once if at all the user enters or user chooses all of the options from these customizations. So then only your next button is going to be enabled, otherwise it's going to be disabled itself. So that's the reason we need to first of all calculate the groups and then check the completed count if all everything is being added, and then here we're going to check the is complete. It's going to be equals to completed count equals your total groups. Okay, so the next one is going to be for your additional price as well as the current price. So I'm just going to add that over here just below this one. Okay, so now let's try to initialize the design. So I'm going to import your model from React Native instead of the view, because this is going to be a full overlay model. So model from React Native, pass on the visible, it's going to be visible, and boom, just like that. As soon as I wrote visible equals to visible, this went off the screen because by default the option is set to false. And I'm going to say animation type, it's going to be equals to slide. I'm going to say on request close is going to be equals to your on close. That is from the props itself. So on close. Let's format once. Okay, so within the model, I'm going to have in my safe area view, import safe area view from React Native. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name flex of 1, bg of white. Safe. Let's actually remove the item from the cart. And within the safe area view, I'm going to have in my view, this in turn is going to have in a touchable opacity. So import touchable opacity from React Native and have in your iron icons. It's going to have a chevron back. I'm going to say name chevron back. Your size is going to be equals to 22. color is going to be equals to 333. Okay, and I'm going to say item.name to access the type that is going to be that particular category. So here I'm going to say text. I'm going to say item.name. And boom, just like that, as soon as I opened the customizable part, that is this one. So you can actually try to close the model as well once you press on press for the touchable opacity. Let's close it. On press is going to be equals to on close. Okay, let's press on customizable. As you can see, we're able to see that design being shown onto the screen. Okay, so this is looking better. Okay, let's style this out first of all. So for this, I'm going to say class name, a text of LG, and then a font of bold and ML of 4. Okay, let's pass on the design for your view over here. I'm going to say class name, flex of row, items of center, px of 4, py of 3, border B, border gray of 200. As you can see, that design is looking neat. This part is done. So now let's try to map over the groups and then show the design over here. So right below this view, I'm going to have in one more view, and I'm going to say groups dot apply the map for every group over here. Let's try to render a touchable opacity, and here key is going to be equals to here group.id. Save. Okay, so within this, I'm going to first of all check the condition, that is, if at all my selected options of your group.id dot length is present, question mark. Okay, so if this is true, then over here I'm going to say text selected options of your group.id, apply the map for every value, just show the value.name dot join with the help of a comma. Save. Okay, so here in the else condition, we're going to show your iron icons. I'm going to say iron icons. The name is going to be add circle outline. And your size is going to be equals to 24, and your color is going to be equals to 999. So here let's show the next part of the design, that is for the group.title. As you can see, we have three things: crust, first half as well as second half. These are all of the three groups, that is for the customizations part for this particular category. So here let's pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of SM, a font of semi bold, and a text of center. Okay, and for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the design. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a border. So I'm going to say border gray of 300. Rounded is going to be medium. Some internal spacing padding of 2, width of 28, as well as items of center, justify of center as well. So justify center, save. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's format over here, and we need to pass on the design for your view, that is with a flex row, because it needs to come into a row fashion. So class name, I'm going to say px of 4, py of 4, flex of row, as well as justify of between, not center. Just like that. As you can see, it's looking pretty neat. So this part is done. Okay, so now the next step is to show all of the options under that particular group. That is, let's say for choices of crust, we have these, and for first wedge half, we have all of these options, and towards the right hand side, show the price as well. So let's say right below the view, I'm going to say scroll view. So import scroll view from React Native. Over here, I'm going to say your groups dot your map for every group over here. here let's try to have in a view. The first thing is gonna be the group.title. I'm gonna say group.title, save. As you can see, choice of crust, first wedge half, second wedge half, that's being shown correctly, fine. So here I'm gonna say key is gonna be equals to your group.id. Okay, and let's pass on the class name, that's gonna be equals to px of 4. So px4 mb of 6, save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So now below this we're gonna map over the options for each group. So I'm going to say group dot go into the options. As you can see, we have that options dot map for every option over here. I'm first of all going to check if at all that particular option is selected or not. So I'm going to say const is selected is going to be equals to access the group dot type, not like this, group dot type is equals to radio question mark. Then here I'm going to say selected options of my group.id of the first position 0 dot my id if it's equals to option.id, else it's going to be your selected options of your group.id. Would apply the sum method over here for every option over here. Your o.id should be equals to your option.id. And over here we're going to return a touchable opacity. I'm going to say return a touchable opacity. Okay, I think there is a bracket mismatch. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So I've just added in this one. So this is the condition with the correct implementations being done. So over here within the touchable opacity, let's show the, so here within the touchable opacity, let's show your select indicator. So we need to define a component for that. I'm going to say select indicator. So we need to pass in the type for this. That's going to be your group.id. I mean not group.id, group.type. And I'm going to say selected is going to be equals to is selected. So I'm just going to add this component, let's say onto the top over here. So you can take a look at it. I think we also need two more buttons, that is radio button as well as checkbox. Or let's do one thing, let's create a component that is select indicator.tsx. So here I'm going to say component, I'm going to say select indicator.tsx, and here let's try to add in this. And we also need two more components, that is the radio button as well as your checkbox. So here I'm going to say export const radio button. It's going to be equals to a react dot functional component. Here I'm going to say selected is going to be of type boolean. So taken is selected, and over here I'm going to return a view. Within this we're going to first of all check if at all selected is equals to true, and having this view that is going to be self enclosing. Class name is going to be equals to width of 3 as well as a height of 3. Then I'm going to say rounded is going to be full, and BG green of 600. Import view from React Native. Okay. And over here we're going to have in the class name given for the view, it's going to have a conditional styling. So I'm going to say backticks initially. I'm going to say width of 5, height of 5 as well. And then download is going to be a full, border is going to be of 2. And here I'm going to add the condition stating that if at all selected is true, then border green should be 600. So selected question mark border green 600, else it's going to be your border gray of 400 itself. So I'm going to say border gray of 400. So this part is done. So the next step is for your checkbox. So here I'm going to say export const checkbox is going to be equals to react dot functional component. Here again, taking the selected, that is going to be of type boolean. Here it's going to be selected, and here let me add in the view. It's going to be similar, but here we're going to have in a iron icons, that's going to be the check mark icon. So you can take a look at it. Import iron icons from your React Native vector icon. So let's sort of save the file. Let's come back over here. Try to import your select indicator from that particular folder. I think it's not yet exported. Let's export it. So export default select indicator. Okay, capital S. Save. Now it should work. And there you go. Just like that, is working fine. We're able to see all of the 4 options. I mean, all of the other, buttons for all of the options that are present for each group. Okay, this part is done. So the next step is, after your select indicator, we're going to show the view. So for the view, I'm going to have in the name being shown for each option. So it's going to be option dot your name, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the option dot name. The next one is going to be for the ingredients, if at all it's present. So below the text, I'm going to check if at all my option dot ingredients, and here I'm going to have in a text which is going to show the option dot ingredients. So class name over here, it's going to be text of XS, then text gray of 500, empty of 1. As you can see, that's looking good. So the next step is for the price. That's going to be below the view. I'm going to say text, and I'm going to say plus rupees option dot price. Save. Okay, so let's start styling out the touchable opacity. So class name, it needs to come into a row fashion. So give it a flex of row. Items of center, padding y of 3. It's going to have a border of B, then border gray of 100. Okay, that's looking nice. And for your view, it's going to have a flex of 1, such that it pushes the price towards the rightmost part, just like that. Okay, so this is done. And for your option, let's provide in the class name, it's going to have a text of base basically. So text base, font of semi bold, and for this it's already given format. Save. Okay, and for this particular one, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text of SM, text gray of 600. Save. So I'm just going to add in the rupee symbol over here, just like that. Okay, so yeah, this part is looking fine. Yeah, let's also provide a gap of 2 for this, just like that. All right, so this is looking better. So now the next step is below your scroll view, or we can actually try to give the on press directly, because we already have all of these properties, that is on select option as well as on add. So we can directly give it to the touchable opacity. Okay, so here I'm going to say on select option. I mean on press is going to be equals to on select option. Taking a function, and over here we need to pass in a bunch of things to the on select option. So I'm going to say on select option. It's going to be for the group.id as well as your option as well as your group.type. Okay, so that's it. So now the remaining design is going to come towards the bottommost part. So that's going to happen right below your scroll view. Here I'm going to say view. I'm going to say text, which is going to say items added. Here I'm going to say your completed count divided by the total groups. So by default, total groups is going to be set to 3, and as and when the user adds in the option for each item, it's going to be increasing from 1 to 2, 2 of 2, I mean 1 of 3, 2 of 3, as well as 3 of 3. Here below this, I'm going to have in a touchable opacity. Here you can have in a text and we're going to have in one more text over here, which is going to show the current price. This is going to say next. Save. As you can see, items added 0 of 3. Next, current price is $2.99. That is for the pizza. Once you add all of these customizations, it's going to increase. Okay, so for the view, I'm going to pass in the class name, absolute positioning. So absolute, bottom of 0, left of 0, right of 0 as well. It's going to have basically a BG of white, a border of top, border gray. So I'm going to say border gray of 200, px of 4, py of 4, flex of row, items of center, justify of between. And for this, let's pass in the class name. I'm going to say, text of sm, text gray of 600. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. And for your touchable opacity, let's first of all disable it. If not off is complete. I'm just going to add the remaining design for the touchable opacity. You can take a look at it. Format once, save. As you can see, items added 0 of 3, and it's currently disabled because not even one item is selected. So now let's say I choose each of the item. Let's say I'm going to choose pan tossed. As you can see, pan tossed is going to come over there. So some issue with respect to your design, it should come towards the center part. Let's choose the first wedge half. As you can see, 2 of 3. And once I choose the second wedge half, it's going to become 3 of 3. And there you go. Even this got enabled. Okay. And we're able to see all of the design being shown to the screen over here. I just need to, change the design for the select indicator. For some reason, it is not correctly being shown. I'm going to add in my code over here. Okay, yeah, you can take a look at it. Now it's looking better. So you can, check from the starting point, that is with respect to the styles. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back to the customization model. I think we have to implement one more styling, that is for the touchable opacity over here. That is where we are mapping for the groups. Apart from the class name, we're also going to have the style over here. So I'm going to say style. Internal styling, I'm going to say background color. If my selected options of your group.id .length, if it's chosen, then it's going to be this color. Else it's going to be this color. So the first color is going to be equal to your FFE DD5. Else it's going to be equals to FFF. That is white itself. Save. As you can see, since all of them are selected and it has the length, we are able to see that particular color being chosen. So this part is done. So now once if I press on add, along with that particular item, we also need to add these customizations as well to the cart. So I'm going to say next. And boom, just like that, this worked absolutely fine. So one item is added. So this price was $2.99, and as you can see over here, total is $3.59 along with your customizations. So now if I press on plus over here, we need to check if at all the user wants to repeat the customization. Okay, for that we need to show the bottom model design. Okay, so as you saw in the demo part, that is what is going to be the next one. So the repeat model. So let's come back to your screen, that is your menu screen. Here below the customization model, I'm going to have in my repeat model being shown. Okay, so here I'm going to say visible is going to be equals to your repeat model visible, and I'm going to say on close, again similar props being passed as the previous one. So on close, here I'm going to say set repeat model visible to be of false, and item is going to be of your selected item. Okay, and I'm going to say last custom is going to be equals to your last custom. We need to define that. Next is going to be for your on repeat last. So it's going to be equals to handle repeat last. So on repeat last should be equals to handle repeat last. Next is going to be on add new is going to be equals to your handle add new. Let's define three things. First is your last custom. So we can directly get it from the Redux itself. So here I'm going to say const last custom is going to be equals to use app selector, and here getting the state. Here we have the function that is a selector, that is select last custom for base. So select last custom for base, import that and pass in the state as well as your selected item.id or a empty string. Format once. Okay, so this part is done. So the next one is going to be for the next function, that is going to be your handle repeat last. What needs to happen? So I'm going to say const handle repeat last is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. So here we just need to repeat the last customization. So here I'm going to say if my selected item is true, then I'm going to say dispatch, directly call the repeat last for base. So I'm going to say repeat last for base of your selected item.id. Automatically this would be added and the quantity should be increased to 2. I'm going to close the model. So set repeat model visible to be of false. Okay, so this part is done. So the next one is going to be for the handle add new. What needs to happen? Again, we need to show the custom model. Okay, that is for adding a new customization. So here I'm going to say const handle add new. It's going to be super simple. Just close the model and again open up the new model. So I'm going to say set repeat model to be false, set repeat model visible false, and here I'm going to say set your or open custom model to be of your selected item. So let's format once and let's try to save the file. Repeat model doesn't exist. All right, so let's try to create that. Components, I'm going to say repeat model.tsx rnf together the short code snippet. Save, reload the app. Okay, so we have to still import it, so my bad. Import the repeat model. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So let's start designing the repeat model.tsx. Again, similarly, let's define the props that it's going to receive. So here I'm going to say type props is going to be equals to visible. That's going to be of type boolean. I'm going to say on close. It's going to return a void, and I'm going to say item is going to be equals to of type menu item or null. Next, it's going to be last custom. That's going to be of type customization selection. Import that from the menu data, and I'm going to say on repeat last. That's going to return a void basically. Same thing is going to be for the on add new. What needs to happen? So on add new, it's a function which returns nothing, so a void over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say repeat model is going to be of type react dot, it's a functional component. Add in that, receive the props that we have defined above. Okay, so just add in the return block over here and get in all of the props. Okay, that is going to be your visible, which should be capital C. So visible on close item, then your last custom, then your on repeat last, as well as on add new. Okay, so here let's start to define the model over here for your return block. After we have taken the props, import model from React Native. Okay, so let's pass on the similar properties, that is visible is going to be equals to visible. Save, and next we have is your animation type. It's going to be equals to slide, and I'm going to say transparent on request close is going to be equals to on close. Directly call the function from the props on close. here have in your touchable opacity, import that from React Native as such, and here I'm going to have in a view. This view in turn is going to have in a text, which in turn is going to say, would you like to repeat the last customization? So would you like to repeat customization? You can just say customization question mark, save. So let's actually try to give this a try to check out the design. So add over here, choose any of the options, and next let's press on plus. Okay, so it's coming on to the top as you can see. We just need to style this a bit. So let's say class name for this, I'm going to say bg of white, and I'm going to say bg black by 50. I mean, not bg of white, my bad, flex of 1, and I'm going to say justify is going to be end. Save. Okay, so we are able to see something onto the screen. That's good. And I'm going to say active opacity is going to be 1. And apart from that, I'm going to say your on press should be equals to on close. So below the text, we're going to have a view. Within this view, we're going to have in a text which says item.name. Okay, as you can see, that is being shown correctly fine. And for the view, let's provide in the class name. It needs to be bg of white. So bg white, rounded top, I'm going to say XL, padding of 4. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for this, I'm going to say class name for the would you like to repeat customization, text of LG, then font of bold, MB of 4. Right, that's looking neat. So for this, I'm going to say text of base, class name, and then a font of semi-bold. And for the view, some margin bottom of 6. So class name, MB of 6. Okay. So now the next step is to show the get options for group. I'm just going to add that below your text. Here below, first of all, you're going to check the condition stating that if at all the item.customization config is present, map over it for every group, show the group.id as well as the last custom. So we need to define the get options for group. Let's define it onto the top over here. So I'm going to say const get options for group is going to be equals to, so here I'm going to say return, not require, a return custom dot apply the find. So for every value, your value dot group id should be equals to the group id. First of all, let's define this over here. Your custom should be of type your customization selection, and your group id should be of type string. Your dot options dot apply the map for every value, get in the name, o dot name dot join with the help of a comma. Save. Okay, so there you go. Would you like to repeat the customization? So pan tossed, double cheese margarita, as well as magic mushrooms, whatever options the user has chosen, just show that over there. Okay, that's it. So let's come back over here. So the design has been added for that. So let's try to format. And below this particular view, we're going to have two buttons, add new as well as repeat last. So having a view, here I'm going to have an touchable opacity. Is going to have a text which says add new, add this one more time, which is going to say repeat last. So I'm going to say repeat last. So for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row, justify of between, And for your touchable opacity, pass in the class name flex of 1, bg gray of let's say 200, round of full, py of 3, mr of 2. And for this again class name, for the add new styling, I'm going to pass in text of center and a font of bold. As you can see, add new. For the repeat last, it's going to have a bg black. So class name flex of 1, bg black, as well as rounded of full, a padding by of 3, ml of 2. Okay, let's pass in the class name for the repeat last. I'm going to say text of center, so it's centrally aligned, as well as a font of bold and a text of white. Save. As you can see, this design is looking pretty neat. So once you press on repeat last, directly give on the function. We already have it from the props. I'm going to say on press. You can directly say on repeat last. And for this, you can directly say on add new for the touchable opacity. On press, on add new. So I'm just going to say repeat last. Automatically, it should add the same customization 2 times. That is, the quantity should become 2. Okay, let's say repeat last, and boom, there you go. The quantity was 1, it became 2 over here, and automatically the price also changed. It was, I guess, 300 something change, and it became into 2, that is 778, right? So yeah, this part is completely done. So we are able to add the customizations, remove the customizations as well. It's plus or minus, and then it's going to go to 0 because the customizations were pretty much the same. So this part is done. So now once you add any item to cart, okay, and once you press on view cart, we need to go and then design the cart screen. So once the cart screen is designed, we can implement the login part, as well as we also have the addresses part to be designed as well. I think the login is not added over here. That is for the screenshot. Yeah. So once we design the cart screen, we can implement the login part, that is with FastAPI as well as the AWS as the backend. So let's look into that. It's going to remain simple, no more complexities over here. So let's actually create the cart screen. I hope cart screen is not yet added. Yeah, it's not yet added. So I'm going to say screens cart screen.tsx, and I'm going to say rnfes to get the short code snippet. Save the file, and let's try to add in the cart screen right below the menu screen within your navigation.tsx. So here I'm going to say main routes dot, it's going to be cart, and component to render for this is going to be the screen that we just initialized, that is cart screen. Format over here, save. Let's come back to the menu screen, and where we have this, let's try to initialize a on press to your touchable opacity which says view cart, and then we need to navigate to the main routes dot cart. So here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here we are going to say navigation dot navigate to your main routes dot cart. Save, and let's press on this view cart, and boom, just like that we are coming correctly to the cart screen. It's currently empty. So let's start looking into the design of the cart screen over here. So initially let's import, or let's initialize a bunch of things. So I'm going to say const insets is going to be equals to your use safe area insets. All right, here let's initialize navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation, having that, and I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route, import that as well, and I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use app dispatch. Apart from that, I'm going to say const cart items is going to be equals to use app selector of your selected cart items, or select cart items. The next one is for the total items. So const total items, all of these we're going to use while implementing the return block, is going to be equals to again use app selector of your select total items, import that too. And here I'm gonna having some mock fees being shown as well as the total price. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste in the code for that. So these are some of the mock fees that we're gonna use. So let's try to format once. And let's also try to get in the subtotal. I'm gonna say const subtotal is gonna be equals to use app selector of your select total price of the cart. Import that too. That is the second one. Okay, that's it. Save the file. So let's come back to the return block. Let's try to start designing this. I'm going to say save area view. Import that from React Native. Let's pass on the class name to this. This in turn is going to have flex of 1 as well as a bg of white. And here I'm going to say style. Padding top. I'm going to say insets dot top save. Okay, so the first thing is going to be your status bar. I'm going to say status bar self enclosing tag bar style is going to be equals to your dark content. And I'm going to have in my view over here. This view in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your iron icons. Import that. It's going to be your chevron back. So the name is going to be chevron back, as well as size is going to be equals to your 22. Color is going to be equals to 333. And for the touchable opacity, let's provide in the on press so that we can navigate back. It's going to be equals to navigation dot go back. All right, and some design for this class name mr of 3 save. Okay, so that's being shown on the screen, which is good. And over here we need to show the cart, how many items are present. So below this touchable opacity, having a text, and I'm going to say cart in caps, access total cart items, total items. I'm going to say item if my total items is not equals to 1 question mark s, that's for the plural, else just an empty string. As you can see, we have 2 items in the cart. That's being shown correctly fine. The next step is to show your scroll view to show all of the cart items. So below your view, here I'm going to say scroll view, and within the scroll view we're going to have your flat list. So here essentially I'm going to say class name a flex of 1 and content container style. I'm going to say padding bottom, that's going to be equals to your bottom height. That is not yet given, so I'm just going to say insets dot bottom save. Here, so here actually you can try to map over it instead of showing the flat list. Even that can be done because we already have, because we are going to have less number of items itself. So flat list over here, so data is going to be equals to your cart items. Okay, and key extractor, I'm going to say it, it's going to be it dot your cart id, render item, destructure the item over here. All right, and we're going to show a cart item card. And to this, pass in the item is going to be equals to item. So let's define the cart item card over here onto the top. I'm going to say const cart item card is going to be a react dot functional component. You're taking the item of type cart item, import that. Here destructure the item, and here let's try to return the view. That is the design we're going to show. So return a view. Within this, we're going to show the name. Within that, one more view. So having the another view, iron icons, the name is going to be ellipse size or ellipse. And size is going to be, let's say 12. Color is going to be green color. So as you can see, we have two items being shown for the two cart items. So currently we are seeing again this error because we cannot use a flatlash within a scroll view. So that's the reason I told you can use a mapping functionality as well. Even that might work. Okay. So here for the cart item card, apart from the iron icons, we're going to have the item.name. I'm going to say item.name, save. As you can see, that is being shown correctly fine. The next step, I'm going to say text item.price. I mean just the item price. So this item price should be calculated over here. I'm going to say const item price is going to be equals to your item.base price plus additional multiplied by item.quantity. Let's calculate the additional price over here as we have done previously. So const dispatch is going to be equals to use app dispatch const additional is going to be equals to your item dot your customizations dot apply the reduce method, take in the sum as well as the initial value. Here I'm going to say sum plus cell dot your options dot price. So there you go, that's showing correctly fine. The step is done. So for the view, let's provide in the class name. So I'm going to say flex of row and then items of center, and for the text over here, class name, I'm going to say text of base, font of semi bold, and a flex of 1. Here again class name, it's going to be a text of base, font of semi bold, save. Okay, that's looking good. So for the topmost view, some padding needs to be given. So class name px of 4, py of 3, border of b, as well as border gray of 200. Okay, that's looking good. I think we haven't given the style for the initial part of the safe area view, that is which says cart items. So let's pass on the style for that. I'm going to say class name text of LG, font of bold, as well as text gray of 900. Let's provide a flex over here for the view. Class name, flex of row, items of center, px of 4, py of 3. It's going to have a border of b as well as a border gray of 200 and a bg of white. And below that, we're going to have your quantity selector being shown for the cart card item component. Alright, so before we show all of the quantity design, I think we also need to show the customization. So let's show that. So let's just scroll up over here, and yeah, just below this particular view, we need to show up all of the customizations if at all a product has the customizations, right? So here I'm going to say item dot customizations dot map for every value. Let's try to render a view, and within that we're gonna have your iron icons, pass on the name, that is going to be ellipse. Okay, then we're going to have the size, that's going to be equals to 10, color is going to be equals to green. Okay, then here I'm going to say class name mr of 2, save the file. So currently nothing would show because okay, these two products do not have any kind of customization, so they have been added to the cart. The next one is going to be the customization name that is being added. So here I'm going to say text. Okay, so I'm going to say cell dot your option dot name, save. Okay, so this would show once when we add the item to the cart. So here I'm going to say key, it's going to be equals to your cell dot group id, then class name I'm going to say flex of row. Apart from that, items of center, ml of 4, empty of 1, as well as a padding of 1. Okay, this part is done. So below this design, we're going to show your buttons, that is all of this minus, quantity, as well as the plus button. So having a view over here, within this you're going to have one more view. I'm going to say touchable opacity, then this in turn is going to have a text which is going to say minus. Here we're going to have your text which is going to show the quantity. So it's going to be simple item dot quantity. As you can see, it is 1, that's being shown correctly fine. Again, a touchable opacity. Here having a text and it's going to be a plus. Let's pass on the design for your touchable opacity, some internal spacing. So class name px of 3 as well as a py of 1. And over here I'm going to say class name font is going to be of bold. Here I'm going to say class name for the text. This in turn is going to have px of 4, py of 1, and then a font of bold, border X, and border gray of 300. Okay, that's looking fine. And for the second touchable opacity, it's going to remain same as the first one. Copy that down, and even for the text as well. For the view, let's pass in the class name outermost view, give it a flex of row, and then items of center, border, I'm going to say border gray of 300, and rounded is going to be of medium. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for your outermost view, we need to give it justify end so it gets pushed towards the rightmost part. So flex of row, class name, flex row, justify end, empty of 2, and boom, just like that. This design is looking really nice. Okay, so let's pass on the on press. Dispatch is already initialized, as you can see, we have done that previously. So for the visible opacity, minus button, on press, taking a function, and over here I'm going to say dispatch of your decrease quantity, import that from the slice. We need to pass in the item dot cart id, that's going to be the payload. Similarly, come back over here, on press, for the plus button, here I'm going to say dispatch increase quantity. So I'm going to say increase qty of your item dot your cart id, save. We can press on that, it's going to get increased automatically, the price also is going to get increased. Okay, so if that's it, this part is done. So now after showing the products that are added to the cart, we need to show some recommendations. So this is basically for your UI part, as you can see over here, there is this one. And for your flat list, if at all the cart is empty, you can actually show a list empty component. Okay, or you can actually check overall condition stating that if at all the cart is empty, then do not show any cart design. You can show some central message saying that your cart is currently empty. But for now, I'm just going to pass in a list empty component. Here I'm going to say list empty component is going to be equals to an object. I'm going to say text which says your cart is empty. So this also shows up. So this basically also shows up if at all there are no items in the cart, but even though it is going to show the remaining design that we're going to do further. So to prevent that, you can add an overall condition at the top level stating that if at all the cart items dot length is greater than 0, then in that case do not show any design. We can just show a random text at the center part of the screen saying that your cart is currently empty. So here for now I'm just going to add in the list empty component. Let's pass in the class name. Here I am going to say text of center, py of 10, and then a text gray of 600. Save. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to design the you may also like part. So right below your flat list over here, I'm going to say have in a view. This in turn is going to have in a text here, we're just going to say you may also like. So you may also like class name for this. This in turn is going to say text of SM, font of bold, text gray of 600, MB of 3, and here I'm going to say class name PX of 4 as well as PY of 4. Save. That's looking neat. So here I'm just going to map over my mock recommendations. So I'm just going to get in the data for that. So I'm just going to paste in the data, let's say onto the top of the screen over here. I'll be sending this data in the description. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this is going to be an array of objects containing the image of the item, your name, price, as well as the wedge. Okay, so let's use that data. So here below this, below the text, I'm going to say your mock recommendations dot apply the map functionality. So for every item over here, let me render a view. And we're going to have one more view over here so that we could provide it a flex of row. So add this within the view. And for the view, first of all, let's have in the image, import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in a source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. It's going to be equals to your item.image. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say width of full, height of 20, rounded top is going to be LG. And for your outermost view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say MR of 4, BG of white, rounded LG, shadow SM. Okay, and I'm going to say width of 32. As you can see, that is looking nice. So now the next step is let's format once. So below the image, let's try to have in your text. So I'm going to say text over here. So this in turn is going to show your item.name. So I'm going to say item.name, save. As you can see, that's looking nice. Below that, we're going to show the item.price as well as your add button. So below the text, I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a text, which in turn is going to say item.price. Below the text, I'm going to have in a touchable opacity. So I'm going to say your touchable opacity, and within that I'm going to have in a text which says add. Let's pass on the design for the touchable opacity over here. I'm essentially going to say class name, border gray of 300, rounded of MD, PX of 3, PY of 1. Alright, let's pass on the class name to this, text of XS, font of bold. Okay, then I'm going to say text gray of 800. Save. Alright, that's looking fine. So now for your outermost view, we need to provide the flex of row. That's for this button. As you can see, this is the design, how it's looking. So essentially class name over here, give it a flex of row, items of center, a justify of between, PX of 2 as well as a PB of 2. Yeah, that's looking fine. So let's actually make this a scroll view and we can give it directly horizontal property. So here I'm going to say scroll view. Here I'm going to say horizontal as well as show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, so just like that, this is looking fine. So now the next step is for the item.name, we need to provide in the styling. Okay, so here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have text of XS, then text gray of 800, PX of 2, as well as a py of 1. Alright, that's looking better. And for the item.price, we have to provide the styling. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say text of XS, then font of bold, text teal of 600. So I'm just going to add in the entire design for your rupee symbol over here. So save. We can remove that we are not using as of now, as you can see. So that's pretty much it. So now the next step is to design the coupons and credits part as well as the tip your rider design. So it's going to happen right below your scroll view, or this particular view. Yeah, right below this one. Having a view, let's have a text and see where exactly it's coming. Yeah, that's the correct place. Here I'm going to say coupons and credits. And below this text, I'm going to have an untouchable opacity, which in turn is going to have your iron icons. The name is going to be ticket outline, and your size is going to be equals to 20. Color is going to be equals to black. Class name MR of 2. And apart from that, we're going to say that apply promo code button or the text. So text over here, I'm going to say apply promo code, and let's pass on the design for the touchable opacity. So initially class name, flex of row, items of center, border, I'm going to say border gray of 300, rounded is going to be MD, some internal spacing padding of 3 as well as a BG of white. Okay, so now for the outermost view, let's pass in the class name. It's going to have a padding X of 4, so add that, py of 4, border on the top, so I'm going to say border T, border gray of 200, BG of white, and for this let's pass on the class name, not this one. So for the coupons and credits, I'm going to say text of SM, and then a font of bold. We're going to have a text gray of 600 as well as a MB of 3. Save. So yes, as you can see, that's looking good. Let's add this below this view. Okay, yeah, I think that's the correct place. And towards the text, that is towards the rightmost part, we're going to have in your another icon that's going to be chevron forward icon. So I'm going to say iron icons, so the name is going to be equals to chevron forward, then your size is going to be 18 over here, and color is going to be equals to 666. Okay, and for this I'm going to pass on the class name, apply promo code, again similar, text of SM, text gray of 800, then I'm going to give it a flex of 1 to push the icon towards the rightmost part. That part is done. So the next design is for the tip your rider. Let's quickly design that. It's pretty simple. Here, having a view, this in turn is going to have a text which is going to say tip your rider. Okay, below that we're going to have one more text which is going to say the entire amount will be transferred to the rider. Amount will be transferred to the rider. Let's pass on the design for each of them. So starting off from the topmost view, px of 4, py of 4, this in turn is going to have a border T as well as a border gray of 800, I mean not 800, 200, and then a BG of white. As you can see, that design is being shown onto the screen, which is nice. Here class name, it's going to have a text of SM, a font of bold, and then a text gray of 600, and then a margin bottom of 2. So for this one I'm going to say class name, text of XS, extra small, and a text gray of let's say 600, margin bottom of 3. Okay, that's looking good. So here let's map over the amounts. Here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to say map over all of the amounts, 10, 20, 50 or 60 random values over here. Dot map for every tip over here. Let's try to render a touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to have in a text, which is going to show the tip amount over here. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to say flex of row. Then I'm going to say justify of between. Save. So I'm just going to add in the design for the remaining one. You can take a look at it. Save. Okay. So that's pretty much it. So now the next design is for all of the bill details to be shown. So right below this particular view, I'm going to say bill details. It's going to be normal random texts showing all of the prices. So I'm going to say text over here. So I'm going to say bill details. Below the text, I'm going to have in one more view. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to say subtotal. Below that text, we're going to have another text which is going to show the rupee over here as well as your subtotal. So we have defined some hard-coded values at the top, that is all of these values. So with the help of that, we're going to render the variable over here. Okay, save. As you can see, this is looking fine. So class name for this, px of 4 and then a py of 4 as well. Border on the top, border gray of let's say 200 and then a bg of white. Save. So for the text which says build details, let's pass on the class name. This in turn is going to say text of sm, a font of bold, and then it's going to have text gray of 600 and a margin bottom of 3. Here let's pass on the class name for the view. It's essentially going to have flex of row, justify of between, mb of 1. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So for the subtotal text, that's for the first text, it's going to be text of sm, text gray of 600. Save. So for the subtotal, the second text, that's towards the rightmost part, again similar, text of sm as well as a text gray of 600. So copy this down a couple of times and then make the changes for the variables and the first part of the text. Okay, so the second one is going to be for your packaging charge. So here I'm going to say packaging charge, and here it's going to be rupees packaging. Okay, that's working fine. Next is going to be your delivery fee. So I'm going to say delivery fee. Here it's going to be delivery. Okay, so the next one is going to be for your platform fee as well as a discount. So platform fee, it's going to be platform. Then the next one is going to be for the discount. Here instead of subtotal, it's going to be discount. Add that, save. And below that there are a few more views. I'm just going to add it over here. That is with respect to the GST, round off value, as well as total payable and the total amount. Save. As you can see, all of these details are being shown correctly fine. So this step is done. So now the next step is the saved banner. Okay, this is again one more piece of view that's going to come right below this view. I'm going to say view. Here I'm going to have in a text. So here I'm going to say congrats, you have saved that much amount on this particular order. All right, so something like this, you have saved 102 rupees. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is to show the fixed bottom section that is going to come up over here. Okay, so here the way this works is if at all they have not met the minimum order amounts to be placed, then we're going to show add some more items to the cart, and if and only if the minimum is met, then only we're going to show make payment for that particular amount as well as the address design. So right below your scroll view over here, I'm going to first of all have in a view. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have in a text which is going to say deliver in 25 to 30 minutes. Save. As you can see, that design is being shown on the screen. Then below the text, I'm going to have in one more view. This in turn is going to have icons. Name is going to be location outline. Size is going to be 18. And color is going to be 666. Class name MR of 2. Okay, that is looking fine. So below the icon, we need to display the get display address over here. So we are going to define that after we have implemented the authentication part. So I'm going to say get display address. First of all, comment this for now. Then I'm going to say class name. It's going to be text of SM, text gray of 600, and give it a flex of 1. Okay, so for your outermost view, let's pass on the design. So I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have absolute positioning. So absolute, left of 0, right of 0 as well, PG of white, border of top, as well as border gray of 200, PX of 4, and a PY of 4. Okay, so here I'm going to provide the style for this. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to your bottom insets dot bottom. Let's try to pass on the design for this. Class name, text of SM, again font of bold, and I'm going to say text teal of let's say 600, MB of 2. As you can see, just like that, this design is looking neat. So this part is done. So now the next step is, if at all is minimum value is met, that means if at all, let's say if the minimum value to be added is 100 rupees, and if the cart total is more than 100, then we're going to show some other design, that is the make payment button. Else we're going to say add items worth that particular remaining amount. Okay, so right below your view over here, let's add in the condition. I think I forgot one more button, that is after the text we're going to have the change address button. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, having a text here, we're going to say change. So for the text, I'm going to say class name, text SM, text blue of 600 or 500, ML of 2. Okay, I think I forgot to give the design for the view. It needs to come into a row fashion. So for this particular view containing all of these 3 children, so class name, this is going to say flex of row, then items of center, MB of 4. Yep, that's looking good. So below this, let's access the condition that if at all is minimum is met. So currently it's hard coded. The value is going to be 100 rupees. Okay, based on that we're going to calculate it over here. Okay, so if is min met question mark, here I'm going to say in the if condition, I'm going to have an touchable opacity, which is going to have in a text, which is going to say make payment button. So I'm going to say make payment. Here I'm going to have in a text, which is going to say add items worth. I'm going to make it with the math.seal method. So math.seal of the remaining amount more to checkout. And below that we're going to have add more items, one more button. So touchable opacity. So let's pass on the design for both of them. So starting off from the topmost one, this thing is going to have a BG teal. So I'm going to say BG teal of 500 and rounded of MD, and then a padding Y of 3. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have a white color. So I'm going to say text white, text of center, font is going to be bold. As you can see, since the minimum payment has been met, we are able to show the make payment button, not the minimum payment, the minimum amount to add items to the cart. Okay, so here else I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a text of SM, text teal of let's say 500 or 600, MB of 4, and for this it's going to have a black button. So class name for this BG of black, download is going to be MD, PY is going to be 3. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a text of white, so text white, text of center, font is going to be bold. There you go. So this part is done. So we have completely designed your card screen except for the map design as well as the address showing part. So that will be done once when we implement your authentication part. Okay, so now let's head back to the authentication part. I don't think I've added a screenshot over here. It's going to be simple. So as we have defined it, so as we've implemented in the previous project as well, we're going to use the phone authentication using a third-party provider. But here we're going to write the code in Python. We're going to do it for the first time, that is using the FastAPI. It's pretty good. So now we're going to write the backend code using Python as we have previously discussed. So we're going to make use of obviously FastAPI. It's pretty good. Okay, so it would give you a really nice doc that is on Chrome, that is based on whatever APIs you have written. So it's going to be hosted over there, and you would be seeing all of the endpoints that you have written. So it would give you a clean structure of what exactly needs to be done for each endpoint. You can try it out over there as well, and you can also try it out on Postman or your own application, that is while implementing it over here. Okay, so let's try to implement that. So before that, let's try to implement the design for the login screen as it's on the demo part of the video. So we need to first of all create auth stack navigator. I think it's already done. Yeah, we need to implement it over here. So let's first of all check how exactly our navigation is looking. So here, as you can see, is authenticated is set to be true. So now we need to make it as false. So before that, let's create a two screen, that is your login screen as well as your sign up screen. I think only one screen is enough for now. So I'm going to say login screen.tsx rnfes together the short code snippet. Save the file. Let's make sure we include this screen within the auth stack navigator. Here, first of all, let's try to create a stack. I'm going to say const auth stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Use that. Here I'm going to say auth stack.navigator. The first one, this is going to be auth stack.screen, and here I'm going to pass in the name, that is going to be your auth routes.login. So auth routes, import that, it's going to be login, and the component to show for this is going to be your login screen. So component is going to be equals to login screen, import that from the screens folder as such. Okay, format, save the file. Let's make this as false within your navigation.tsx. Here it's set to true. I'm going to say false. Save, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. Let's come back to your auth stack navigator. Let's make the headers as false. So for the screen options, I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. As you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, this part is done. So let's come back to your login screen.tsx and let's start designing the overall design for this particular screen. So before that, over here, let's try to have in some data that is to be used for the implementation of the login or sign up. So I need access to my phone. So I'm going to say const phone set phone is going to be equals to use state of empty string, and here I'm going to say const session id set session id is going to be equals to use state again of an empty string. Furthermore, the OTP, so I'm going to say const OTP set OTP is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Then we need access to the first name as well as the last name. So const first name set first name is going to be equals to use state empty string. Then const last name set last name is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. and we need access to the email of the user. So I'm going to say const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state, again empty string. We need access to the loading state, so I'm going to say const is loading comma set is loading is going to be equals to use state, again of an empty string. Then we need access to the OTP references, so I'm going to say const OTP refs is going to be equals to use ref of an empty array at the initial state. Okay, these are some of the required things. Let's look into the design of the return block. Here within the view, I'm going to have my image background being shown. I'm going to say image background, import that from React Native. So for this, I'm going to pass in the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can take a look at it. I'm just going to paste in the image link as well as the design for this. So this is the style given for this particular image. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for the view, we need to give it a flex of 1. So I'm going to say class name flex 1, bg is going to be black. Let's write that correctly. As you can see, now that's looking pretty neat. So within this, I'm going to have in a view. This view in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. Import touchable opacity from React Native. So it's basically going to have a self-enclosing view. My bad, I messed that up. So view over here. This in turn is going to say class name. It's going to have absolute positioning. So absolute, and I'm going to say inside of 0 and bg black by 60. Save. As you can see, just like that, that feature was enabled onto the screen to just provide that kind of shade. Okay, so within the touchable opacity, it's going to have your icons. This in turn is going to have a name which says close. Size is going to be 26 and your color is going to be equals to white. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So below this, we're going to have 2 buttons. I'm going to say text, not buttons, 2 texts basically. I'm going to say welcome. Below this, we're going to have in one more text which is going to say glad to meet you. Let's pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say class name. Text is going to be white over here. Text of 3XL. Font of extra bold. I'm going to say tracking is going to be wide. MB of 2. Relative. And Z next of 10, so it comes onto the top. As you can see, that's looking fine. I think we can actually skip out your button. That is optional. I don't think it's actually looking good. So comment that out. And for this, let's pass on the design. So class name, text of white. I'm going to say text of XL. Font of semi-bold. MB of 6. Relative. And Z of 10 again. As you can see, this design is looking neat. Alright, so now the next step is the bottom part, white section, that's going to come below your image background. Here I'm going to say view. And let's try to access one more state, that is for the screen state. So here I'm going to say const screen state comma set screen state is going to be equals to your use state, and it can be of 3 states, whether it's on phone state or on the OTP state. So I'm going to say by default it's going to be on the phone state. So let's come back over here, and within the view I'm going to have in a text. Okay, and here I'm going to say sign in. So for the view, I'm going to say class name initially. It's going to have a flex of 0.6. And if you remember, for the first part of the view, we have given 0.4 of the flex. So it takes up 40% of the space. And for the second part of the view, where we are giving, the design for the OTP as well as for the phone number, that is the input field, we are giving the 60%. So that's the reason I'm going to say flex is going to be 0.6 over here. So just like this in brackets. and I'm going to say BG is going to be white, rounded, top is going to be 3XL, and padding is going to be 5. As you can see, just like that, this is looking neat. Okay, so for the sign in text, I'm going to say class name, so text of black, text of center, and I'm going to say text of LG, and a margin bottom of 5. Okay, that's looking good. Here check the condition, that is if at all your screen state is going to be equals to phone, and let's try to render a fragment initially that is going to have in a text which says phone number. Okay, so class name for this in turn is going to say text gray of 500, as well as MB of 2.5. Save. Below this, we're going to have in your text input where the user is going to enter the phone number. So text input, pass on the class name to this. It's going to have a border of B and border gray of 300, MB of 5, and padding of 2.5. And here I'm going to say value is going to be equals to phone. Then I'm going to say on change text, it's going to be equals to your set phone, set the state. I'm going to say keyboard type, so we want it in a phone pad way, so just try to add phone pad. And I'm going to say placeholder, it's going to be equals to enter phone number. Save. As you can see, just like that, this is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So next, if at all it is loading, we need to show the activity indicator, else we need to show the continue button. So below your text input, I'm going to say if is loading question mark, having a view, within that a activity indicator, which is essentially going to say size is going to be small, color is going to be white, and else if at all it is not loading, again a touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to have in a text which says continue. Okay, that's looking good. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say BG black, internal spacing padding of 4, rounded is going to be XL, items of center, MB of 2.5. So for the text, it's going to be in a white color because the BG is black, so text of white, and a font of bold. Okay, this is looking pretty good. So for your view, again we're going to have same piece of styling. Let's add in that is for this particular view, class name, and save. Okay, so below this we're going to have in a text which says by signing in, I'm going to say you agree to the terms and conditions, something like this. Save. Class name for this, text blue of 500, and text of XS, text of center. Alright, that's looking neat. This part is done. So now the next state is, let's also design the state for the OTP as well. So right below this, I'm going to say if at all your screen state is going to be equals to OTP, and here again a fragment, having a text which says enter OTP. Your class name for that, I'm going to say text gray of 500, MB of 2.5. Next, let's try to create your OTP. So I think I've messed this up. So this should be basically a 6 boxes, not just one string. So here let's add in about 6 times because we're going to have a 6-digit OTP. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's done. So here let's try to map over it and then show all of the OTP boxes over here. Here I'm going to say OTP dot map. So for every digit comma your index, let's try to render a text input that's going to be self-enclosing. Key is going to be index. Then I'm going to say your reference, take in the ref and make use of the OTP refs. I'm just going to say OTP refs dot current of your index should be equals to your ref. So apart from that, next we have is your class name. So let's provide it, let's say a border as well as border gray of 300, a width of 10, a height of 10 as well, text of center, text of XL, and rounded is going to be MD. So let's pass on the value for this. I'm going to say value is going to be digit. Then next I'm going to say on change text. We need to take in a value, whatever the enter, and we need to handle OTP change. So I'm going to say handle OTP change of that particular index as well as the value. Let's try to comment this out for now. Next I'm going to say keyboard type is going to be equals to your numeric. Okay. Next, maximum length for each input is going to be 1. It cannot exceed that. Autofocus is going to be true. That is, the first input is going to be autofocused. So I'm going to say index is going to be equals to 0. Save. So this part is done. So here again, similarly, I'm going to add in the condition for is loading. It's going to be activity indicator, else it's going to be equals to your verify button. Let's remove this for now. Save. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So now let's head back to the backend part where we implement the endpoints using Python, that is your FastAPI. So I'm going to create a new folder known as your Eat Club backend. At the root level of the application, I'm going to say app.tsx new folder Eat Club backend. Okay, so here within the Eat Club.backend, so here I'm going to create a main.py file where all of the code is going to go into. So main.py. So here having a .env file where all of the environment variables is going to be placed, that is your AWS access credentials and all of these details. Okay, then also have your requirements.txt file where all of the dependencies are going to be used over here for the backend implementation. So I'm going to say requirements.txt, enter. So I'm just going to add in all of these dependencies for now. So let's try to save the file. So these are some of the dependencies that we're going to use to write the code. That is a backend implementation. That's FastAPI, UVCon, your pydantic, boto3 python.env as well as the UUID. There are some other dependencies as well. That is, while we implement the main.py, we're going to use that and we can directly install it as well. So make sure you've installed Python on your system. So I've installed Python version 3, I guess. If I would show you, let's say Python version. Okay, my bad. Python 3 version. Okay, so this is the Python 3 version I've installed on my system. So make sure you install Python onto your system. It's pretty simple. And apart from that, I've also installed pip as well. So that's basically used to install different packages in Python. So similarly, how we use yarn and npm for your dependencies that we use while writing the code on the React Native or on the React side. In the Python side, we use something known as the pip. Okay, so I've installed pip3. That's what we use while installing all of these dependencies. So if at all you have not installed all of these dependencies, it's pretty simple. You can head over to Eat Club backend just like this, and you can enter the command directly, that is python 3. It's going to be install, not python 3, pip install -r your file name, that is requirements.txt. So this would install all of the dependencies that's going to be present, okay, within your requirements.txt file. So I've already previously installed it, so that's the reason it's saying requirement is already satisfied. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And if at all you get any kind of issues, you can directly say pip3 install that particular dependency within your eatclub.backend folder. So now first of all, let's set up the env file that we're going to use. So here we're going to have in a bunch of details, that is your AWS access key ID. So I'm going to say AWS access underscore key underscore id is going to be equals to some value. Similarly, your AWS secret access key, even that is required. So I'm going to say AWS secret underscore access underscore key. Next we have is your AWS region equals to, in my case I'm going to use AP South 1. So I'll be heading over to AWS and then showing where exactly to get all of these details in just a bit. Then your env, I'm going to say def mode. Then your two-factor API key, so I'm going to say two-factor underscore API underscore key is going to be equals to some value. I'll be also sharing how exactly to get that. So next is going to be your JWT secret. So I'm going to say JWT underscore secret is going to be equals to some value. So that's it. Let's try to save. So now within your main.py, let's try to import some of the dependencies that we're going to use, that is while writing the backend code. So we're going to make use of OS. So I'm going to say import OS. Then I'm going to say import requests. Then we need access to your IO from your bytes IO. Right. Then I'm going to say from UUID import your optional as well as your list. Next we have is your .env. So we need to import from .env. We're going to import the load.env. So I'm going to import load underscore .env. Next from FastAPI, I'm going to say import your FastAPI. Next is your file, your HTTP exception, as well as your form, as well as your header. Okay, I think we also need access to your upload file. Next is from your FastAPI.responsive, we need to import the redirect response as well as the streaming response. So from FastAPI dot responses, I'm going to say import redirect response. Yeah, that's it for now. And I'm going to say import, from pydantic, we need to import the base model for defining all of the models. So from pydantic, I'm going to say import your base model. And we also need access to the unicorn as well. So this unicorn is basically a asynchronous server gateway interface for running your Python application. So we're going to use that package. So unicorn. So apart from unicorn, the next step is your JWT. So I'm going to say import JWT. Then we need access to your datetime. I'm going to say import datetime from your datetime. That's it. So I think we would get some errors while implementing this, that is while running the main.py file. So you can directly install the dependencies, or you can directly add all of this within the requirements.txt file, and then you can directly install that as well. Both works, right? Here, let's try to load the .env. I'm going to say load underscore .env. And here I'm going to say app is going to be equals to your FastAPI. I'm going to say pass in the title for this. So title is going to be equals to eClub API, and we can pass in the version, that is going to be 1.0, something like this. Okay, and here let's try to get in your AWS clients. I'm going to say AWS underscore region is going to be equals to os dot get env of your AWS underscore region. So whatever spelling is there over there, make sure to add it over here. I think we forgot to import your Boto 3 package. So this is basically your AWS SDK kit for Python. So I'm going to say import Boto3. I'm going to say Boto3 just like this. Okay. So here let's try to get in your DynamoDB instance. Okay. Here I'm going to say DynamoDB is going to be equals to your Boto3 dot client of S3, and I'm going to say region underscore name is going to be equals to your AWS region. Okay, there are no semicolons in Python. I need to remember that. So here let's try to create a bunch of tables. So we need access to two tables as of now, that is the orders table as well as the users table. That is the So the next step is let's try to create two tables, that is the users table as well as orders table. That is also need to be created in the backend as well. So I'm going to say users underscore table is going to be equals to your DynamoDB dot, I'm going to say table, and having the same spelling whatever you have added in the backend. So I'm going to say orders table over here. Okay, similarly I'm going to say your orders table. Okay, my bad, users table should be equals to users table. I've written it wrong. Users, here I'm going to say orders table is going to be equals to your DynamoDB dot your table. This is going to say your orders table. So these are the two tables that we're going to use for this application. So now next let's try to define the models that we're going to use. So here basically we're going to have a bunch of models, that is your order model, your create order model, and your user model, something like that. Okay, so here we're going to make use of the class. I'm going to say class order of your base model. So your base model is going to come from your Pydantic package. So here we're going to say for the order it needs to have ID of type string, then your user underscore ID of string as well, then your restaurant ID if it is present, so restaurant underscore ID string, then your items is going to be of type list, so pass in the list of your order item. We need to define this as well at the top, and I'm going to say total, it's going to be of type float, address is going to be of type str, status is going to be string, and I'm going to say created at is going to be equals to str. Let's also define the base model for your order item, that needs to be defined. So I'm going to say class order item. Here yeah, we need to write in base model over here of the base model. Within this I'm going to say item underscore ID, that is going to be of type string. Then we have is your name, that is going to be of type string as well. Then your quantity, so I'm going to say quantity of the item in int, and your price in float. Okay, so these are the two models, that is for the order item as well as the order. Let's also write in your user model. It's going to be simple, so I'm going to say class. So even I'm exploring this Python FastAPI for the first time, so I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. So let's have in the base model over here. So for the user, it needs to be properly defined, that is phone, first name, last name, as well as email. Okay, so phone, string, as well as your first name is going to be string. So this is going to be kind of optional, so I'm going to say optional over here. Of string is going to be none. Next, last name as well, it's also optional, because once the user logs in, they can come back to the profile screen or the edit profile screen, and then they can update their first name, last name as well. Here again I'm going to say optional of string is going to be equals to none. Next, your email, optional of string is going to be none. Okay, next is for your send OTP. I'm going to say class send OTP of your base model. Here I'm going to say phone, that's going to be of type string. Okay, so let's write down all of the endpoints starting over here itself. So the first one is going to say, so where we're going to write the endpoints over here is we're going to make use of the @ symbol, and I'm going to say app dot, we can say post over here, and we can directly try to write the endpoint. I'm going to say /API. Let's say version 1 of our application, so I'm going to say v1, and it's going to be send OTP. Okay, here I'm going to say define send underscore OTP, and this is going to say body is going to say send OTP. That is going to be of type this one. Okay, and here I'm going to first of all check the condition that if not body dot phone, then obviously the phone number is required, we can say. Okay, so the Python syntax is kind of different. So here we need to add in the colon after every function declaration as well as after every if condition or else condition. So we need to say if not body in phone, I'm going to say raise your HTTP exception. I'm going to say status underscore code is going to be equals to 400, and I'm going to say detail is going to be equals to phone number required. So I'm going to say phone number required. Okay, here let's try to implement your try except block. So I'm going to say try, again add in the colon, that's the syntax. I'm going to say response is going to be equals to, I'm going to say requests dot, it's going to be the get method. I'm going to paste in the response over here. Okay, so I think we need to add in the two-factor API key as well with the help of the os.get env. So here I'm going to say two-factor underscore API underscore key is going to be equals to your os.get env of the same spelling that we've used. The next is going to be for the JWT secret. We can add it later as well. Okay, so let's come back over here. And here in Python, the indentation is very important, otherwise you would get errors. So we need to make sure indentation is perfectly there. So here for the try, we're going to say response is going to be equals to request.get for that particular value. And let's also write in the except block as well. So here I'm going to say except. I'm going to say except exception as E. I'm going to say raise HTTP exception. I'm going to say status code. So status underscore code is going to be equals to, let's say 500, and your detail is going to be equals to server error, and I'm going to say str of that particular error. So once you get the response over here from the endpoint, I'm going to say data is going to be equals to your response.json, and if your data dot get status, okay, we cannot write like this, if data dot get of your status is not equals to success, then in this case I'm again going to say raise, okay, just not equals to success, just like this, raise HTTP exception of your status code. So I'm going to say status underscore code is going to be equals to 500, and detail is going to be equals to failed to send OTP. Okay, that's it. And over here I'm going to say return your session ID. So this endpoint is going to return a session ID. That's important for verifying the OTP. So I'm going to say return session ID is going to be equals to your data.get of your details. So that's, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. Okay, so here at the bottommost part, let's try to run the application. Okay, so here the way we're going to do that is we're going to first of all check the condition stating that if at all your name is going to be equals to main. You might have seen the syntax previously, so we're going to use something similar, underscore main. Then in this case I'm going to say your uvcon dot run of your app. I'm going to say host is going to be equals to, for now just pass in 0.0.0.0, so anyone can access it. and I'm going to say port is going to be equals to 8000. So all of the docs also would be present on the same port. So port 8000. Let's try to save the file. So once I run the application, that is python 3 main.py, we should be seeing some errors because some dependencies might not be installed. Let's fix that. I'm going to say python 3 your main.py, enter. Okay, so some issue with your, okay, I think the import statement is wrong, so it should be from datetime import datetime. Okay, so I'm going to say from datetime import datetime. Save. Let's run that again. So cannot import optional from UUID. So let's look into that issue. So okay, my bad, I think I've messed this up. So from typing we need to import optional as well as list. So here I'm going to say from typing import these two, and from UUID we need to import just the UUID4. Here I'm going to say UUID4. As you can see, we are getting that prompt. Save. Let's try to rerun the app. Okay, it says no module named JWT. Let's do that. So I'm just going to say pip3 install JWT, enter. As you can see, it says successfully installed JWT. This is the version. Let's try to run the app again. Okay, so it says attribute error, S3 object has no attribute table. Okay, so that is going to come from over here, DynamoDB. Not sure if Boto3 is installed, so I'm going to say pip3 install Boto3, enter. So let's check out the DynamoDB execution. Okay, my bad. So here it should be DynamoDB is going to be equals to boto3.not client. It should be resource. I think I've messed that up. Here I'm going to say DynamoDB is going to be equals to boto3 dot your resource. Okay, we're going to pass in S3 and region name is going to be equals to, okay, not S3, so I messed this up again. So this should be boto3 dot resource and it's going to be your DynamoDB. Save. So now we should not see that error, pip3 main.py, and boom, just like that our server is running. So it says waiting for application startup complete, and UVCon is running on this particular link. So once you press on that, you should be seeing our first endpoint being created. Let's give that a try. Okay, so for some reason it says detail not found, so let's look into that. So I guess it should be present on this link, http 127.0.0.0.1. yeah, something like this, and there you go. So it's finally working. So we have our endpoint being shown over here, which says API v1 and then send OTP. So once you press on this, you have all of the detailed information that is required for this particular endpoint. So as you can see, phone is string, that is required, and I can also try this out as well. Okay, it says try it out, execute. You can pass in a phone string. It is going to give you an issue which says server expecting value line 1 column 1 character 0 because we haven't passed in the phone string over here. Okay, so something like this, and this is going to be a post request. Okay, you can actually check out this doc. Actually, this also should work. Previously for some reason it's not showing it up. Okay, you can verify this, check out this link, and let's continue designing 2 more endpoints, that is for your verifying of OTP. And once that is done, we can implement the front end part as well. So let's try to initialize the class over here, that is for verify OTP. I'm going to say class verify OTP of your base model, and here I'm going to say it's going to have in your session ID, that is going to be string, then your OTP string, your phone also is going to be string. Okay, so let's say over here below this, I'm again going to say add app.post API v1 verify OTP. So add app.post method / API / your v1 / verify OTP. So here let's define the function that is below the post method. I'm going to say define. It is going to be your verify underscore OTP. So this is going to take in the body that is going to be of type your verify OTP. We have defined that already, that is on the top of the screen, that is this one, verify OTP. It needs three things: session ID, your OTP, as well as the phone. Okay, so here add in the colon for the syntax. I'm going to first of all check the condition that if at all not body dot your session ID or not your body dot OTP or not body dot phone. Okay, so people familiar with Python syntax might feel this easier. If at all you're new to Python, you might take in some time to get a hang of the syntax that you're writing. But I know the basics of Python, so yeah, for me it's kind of easy itself. That is with the syntax, and indentation is pretty important in Python. Otherwise, you would get errors. So here, this is the condition. If at all of these three are not present, we cannot implement it. So I'm going to say raise HTTP exception. I'm going to say status code is going to be equals to 400, and detail is going to be missing fields, because we want all the three fields to implement the endpoint. All right, and over here, if at all everything is right, I'm going to say, before that, let's try to access your try as well as your except block. Whereas in JavaScript we have something known as the try catch block. Here we have try and then except. So here I'm going to say try except. I'm going to say exception as E. I'm going to say print I'm going to say error in verify OTP. Error in verify OTP. I'm just going to say like this, that is string of error, and here I'm going to say raise HTTP exception. So raise HTTP exception of your status code. So status underscore code is going to be equals to your 500, and let's pass on the detail. So I'm going to say detail is going to be equals to F, and here I'm going to say server error. Okay, so now inside the try block, I'm going to get in the link that we're going to hit to verify the OTP. So here I'm just going to paste in the response just like this. Okay, so here we're going to say request.get. This is going to be the URL https two-factor.in API v1. You can get in your two-factor API key, and this takes in your body session ID as well as the body.otp. Okay, once we have this, let's initialize the data. I'm going to say data is going to be equals to your response.json, and over here I'm going to say if my data.get of the status is not equals to success, just a single equals to in Python success, then in this case I'm going to say raise HTTP exception of your status code. So I'm going to say status underscore code is going to be equals to 400, and I'm going to say detail is going to be equals to your invalid OTP. Okay, so now the next step is we need to find or create a user. So here I'm going to say user underscore response is going to be equals to, I'm going to say users underscore table dot apply the query method, and here we're going to make use of the key condition expression based on the phone. That is going to be the unique key within your users table. So I'm going to say key condition expression is going to be equals to key of your phone dot equals your body of phone. This should be matching. Okay, so we need to import this key. That's the reason it's kind of underlined as of now. So we need to import that from Boto3. That's a package we're going to use. I'm going to say from Boto3 we can say import your key. From Boto3 dot your DynamoDB dot conditions dot conditions. I'm going to say view can import key. So that error should be gone basically. As you can see, that's fine. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's continue writing the endpoint. So after that's happened, we need to first of all get in the user. So here I'm going to say users is going to be equals to your user underscore response dot get, And if you would remember in your AWS, it would be stored in form of items. Okay, so I'm going to say items over here, just like this. And here I'm going to check if at all my users are present. Then in that case, user is going to be equals to users of 0, getting the first one, access it like that. I'm going to say if my user underscore ID not in user, then we need to create a unique user ID for the user. So I'm going to say user underscore ID is going to be equals to str of your UUID4 that we have imported onto the top previously. And here I'm going to say users underscore table dot update item of these three things, that is the key. So I'm going to say update, not like this, update underscore item. This in turn is going to take in the key. So key is going to be in our case your phone, that is going to be unique for each user. So it's going to be simple body.phone, we can get it from there. Then apart from that, we're going to have your update expression. So I'm going to say update expression over here is going to be equals to, I'm going to say set user underscore ID is going to be equals to UID. And the next we need to pass is the expression attribute values. So I'm going to say expression attribute values is going to be equals to UID is going to be user dot underscore ID. Okay, once this is done, we are going to say user of that particular user ID is going to be equals to user underscore ID. That's it. So else if it is not present, then try to insert the item into the users table. So here I'm going to say okay, so there is some issue over here. It says was not closed. Okay, so this is actually closed over here. Yep. Okay, so here I'm going to say else if it's not present, then try to create a user. I'm going to say user underscore ID is going to be equals to, again create that UUID. I'm going to say string of UUID4. Furthermore, let's create the user. I'm going to say user is going to be equals to your phone, that's going to be equals to your body.phone. Furthermore, your user underscore ID is going to be equals to your user underscore ID. I mean, not like this, user underscore ID, then your addresses is going to be empty. Okay, and I'm going to say users table dot, we have the put item method, so put underscore item, and over here I'm going to say item is going to be equals to your new user that's created. That's it. And I'm going to say user of your user ID is going to be user ID. Then the next step is once the user is inserted to the backend, we need to create the GWT token. So here I'm going to say GWT is going to be equals to, or we can say token is going to be equals to GWT. We have the encode method, use that. I'm going to say dot encode. So here we're going to encode based on the phone. I'm going to say phone is going to be equals to user of phone. All right, and over here I'm going to say comma your GWT secret. So this is not yet initialized, we need to do that. And I'm going to also pass in the algorithm as well. So algorithm is going to be equals to HS256. Let's go on to the top, define the keyword or the variable, that is GWT secret. Here I'm going to say GWT underscore secret is going to be equals to os.getEnv of your JWT underscore secret. Okay, so that should be initialized and the value should be taken. As you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is once your token is generated, we need to return that to the front end part, right? So I'm going to say directly return over here, token is going to be equals to your token that's generated. Furthermore, your user data, I'm going to say user, Here we are going to pass in a bunch of information. There is this one, you can take a look at it, and let's try to give a tab so it gets indented just like this. I think it's not correctly done, so yeah, this is better format. So yep, this is the one that we're going to return. So this step is done. Let's also write the endpoint for verifying the OTP, and then later we can come back and write the other endpoint. So once the user logs in, first of all we need to verify if at all that user is a valid user and they have a session or not. If at all they're not a valid user, that means if at all the token is expired or something like that, then we need to throw the user to the login screen, else we can show the home tabs itself. So let's write that endpoint over here. I'm going to say again similarly at, it's going to be app.get endpoint, and I'm going to say /API /your v1 /your verify token. Okay, and here I'm going to say define verify underscore token, and this in turn is going to take in your authorization. So here I'm going to say authorization, that's going to be optional, of string is going to be equals to header of none. Alright, here I'm going to say if not authorization, then I'm going to say raise HTTP exception. I'm going to say status code. So status underscore code is going to be equals to, let's say 401. Okay, and detail is going to be equals to no token provided. So I'm going to say no token provided. This part is done. Then here I'm going to have in my try block. So try, I'm going to say token is going to be equals to your authorization dot again split. We're going to split based on the empty space and get in the first value. That's going to be the bearer token. I mean, that's going to be the value after bearer basically. Here I'm going to check the condition that if your empty space in authorization else authorization. Okay, let's try to decode it. I'm going to say decoded is going to be equals to gwt dot your decode method. We're going to decode based on the token and your gwt secret. That's how we implement this. So pass in the gwt secret over here. Apart from that, again let's pass in the algorithm. So algorithm is going to be equals to hs256. Here I'm going to say user underscore response equals users underscore table dot your query. Here I'm going to say key condition expression is going to be equals to key of your phone, and this should be equals to, I'm going to say dot eq decoded of phone. Okay, and here I'm going to say user is going to be equals to user underscore response dot get of your items, just like this. Okay, I think they should come below the value. Yeah, just like this. And below this I'm going to say if not users, then I'm going to say raise HTTP exception of status code is equals to 404. So status code equals to 404, and I'm going to say detail user not found. Okay, so if not users, so this should be plural s, add that over there. Alright, apart from that, let's try to access the user. User is going to be equals to your users of 0. Then over here I'm going to return the details to the front end part, that is the user, phone, user ID, first name, email, as well as the address. And else over here let's try to add in the accept block. I'm going to say accept invalid token error. Here we're going to say raise HTTP exception of again your status code is going to be equals to 400 or 403, I'm going to say detail is going to be invalid token. Okay, and here I'm going to say accept your exception as error. Here we're going to print the issue saying that error in verify token, as well as I can raise HTTP exception with a specific status code that's 500, and then we're going to pass in the detail showing as server error. And we also need to import this one. That's the reason it's giving error. Invalid token error is not defined. Let's go on to the top. So here I'm going to say from JWT dot your exceptions, I'm going to say import invalid token error, because that's the one we're using. Hopefully that should take it, and then the error should be gone. Yeah, there you go. This part is done. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, we have defined few endpoints. That is to register the user. That is for the authentication part. So now make sure you come into the env file and make sure all of these are filled. Okay, so to fill all of these, first step is we need to head over to AWS. Second step is we need to configure how exactly we can get the two-factor API key. Come back over here, and I'm going to search for your AWS console. Yeah, you can go to this link, Cloud Computing Services, and make sure you have created your account. I have created my account already, so I'm just going to directly press on sign into console. If you're new to AWS, you can press on create account. It's going to take about 5 minutes basically, and make sure you have enabled billing as well. So I'm going to say sign into console, and I don't think there is going to be any money that's going to get cut because we're going to use the free version itself. So I'm going to sign in through root user mail. There are two methods to sign in. One is through your account ID, your IAM username as well as a password, or your root user mail that you've given while registering through your AWS. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to press on sign using root user mail. So I'm going to enter my mail over here. So root user is by defaultly selected. So press on your email. That's my email. I'm going to say next, and it's going to ask to fill this kind of detail. I'm going to say SPY DN8. I think that's correct. I'm not a robot. Yeah, password. I think I've already saved my password. Enter that, and I'm going to say sign in. So we have also MFA enabled. So I need to check out my phone, and then I need to enter the code because MFA is enabled. So I'm going to go to the Authenticator app and just enter the code. So I'm going to say 964 and then 742. Sign in. Okay, and there you go. I'm currently logged into my console, and these are some of the recently visited. It's currently loading. So this is some of the recently visited services previously, and as you can see, I am in the AP South one, that is Mumbai. You can choose any location that's nearby to you, and you can try to implement the project. Okay, so the first step is to get your credentials, that is with respect to your access key ID as well as your AWS secret access key. So that is gonna be fetched from your IAM. Okay, so you can basically check out your users. Okay, as you can see over here, you can press on your username. This is my username. Okay, so on to the top somewhere over here, you should be able to see your access key ID. And once you generate an access key ID, you should also be able to see the secret key, and that secret key will only be shown once. So make sure you copy that down somewhere safe. Okay, so this is my access key ID, and your secret key is not visible. It should be shown once when you create it. Okay, so you can create that, and you should be able to also add in all of these policies for the backend to work. So as you can see, I have given about 7 policies. That is administrator access amplify, Amazon DynamoDB full access, DynamoDB full access with your data pipeline, S3 full access if at all you're using S3, then S3 tables access, as well as amplify backend deploy full access. So as of now, we're going to only focus on your DynamoDB. So make sure these 2 or these 3 are filled. So just try to access the permission. So you can actually enable the permissions once while you're creating the user, or after the user is created as well. So you can press on add permissions, and then you can search over here as well, and then allow the permissions to this particular user, whoever is handling the backend. That is me myself. Okay, so as you can see, this key is active as of now. So once that key is active, you should be able to see that green color line being shown. And also make sure to copy that secret access key and paste it over here. All right, this part is done. So that's it. env is going to be dev, and your AWS region, mine is going to be AP South 1, whatever is there over here. Press the drop down, Here mine is going to be AP South 1. So if at all you're choosing, let's say Ohio or Virginia, it's going to be US East 1 or US East 2 respectively. Okay, so now the next step is two-factor API key. It's pretty simple. I wouldn't show because it is going to show up my phone number because I've logged in with my original phone number. You can go to two-factor third-party provider. Okay, I'm going to say two-factor authentication. Okay, that link is not coming onto the top. I'm going to say two-factor sign in, something like this. Yeah, this is the one. You can check out to twofactor.in. This is the website we're going to use, verify. And over here, as you can see, phone number, enter your phone number, that's my phone number, and password. Okay, so once you sign in, you can go into the account page and you should be able to check out the API docs or your settings where your API key would be given, and they would give you around free 200 credits for sending SMSs. That is quite a lot. You can try to make use of that, and you can easily build this project up. Okay, so for that reason, just copy that API key and then you're going to paste it over here, and also make sure to paste a GWT secret as well. So I'm going to enter all of my details and then I'm going to close this env file. So I've just entered my details within my .env file. So I'm going to do one more thing. So I'm basically going to follow along my same project. So I'm just going to delete all of my tables within the DynamoDB. Okay, so for that I'm just going to head back to DynamoDB and try to delete all of my tables that I've created previously, so we can start in a fresh way. So I'm going to say categories, offers, orders, users, delete. Okay, I'm just going to say confirm over here and delete it. Has been submitted successfully, so I don't think it's deleted yet. So it's deleting, it's showing. So let's wait for a couple of minutes, hopefully. Yeah, so while this is deleting, let's come back over here and let's come back to your login screen. Alright, so let's come back to the login screen and then start implementing this. So I'm going to say login screen.tsx over here. Alright, so here let's initialize the API base we're going to use. I'm going to say const API underscore base is going to be equals to local itself, HTTP, your local host, our port is going to be 8000 in this case, and it's going to be /API/v1. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. Let's try to define two functions, handle send OTP as well as handle verify OTP over here onto the top, and then we can directly give it to the continue button as well as verify button. So I'm going to say const handle send OTP is going to be equals to async function. Okay, here I'm going to check if not a phone, then over here I'm going to say return alert.alert. I'm going to say error, your phone is required for sending the OTP. So phone number required, phone number required. Okay, I'm going to set is loading to be of true because we need to show that loading indicator design. Here let's have in your try catch block. So try over here as well as catch of error. Here I'm going to say dispatch. Okay, for that we need to implement the Redux part. For now I'm going to say console.error of the error with that particular error message, and I'm going to say finally set loading to be of false. Set is loading to be of false. Okay, so here I'm going to say inside the try block initialize a response. So const response is going to be equals to await axios dot, it's going to be the post method. Make use of backticks, it's going to be $your API base / send OTP. That's the endpoint we're going to use, and this in turn is going to take in the body, that is going to be your phone. Here check the condition if your response dot your status is not equals to 200, then in this case I'm going to say throw new error of response dot data dot detail or fail to send OTP. That's pretty much it. If at all we have the data, then set the session ID. I'm going to say set session ID to be of your response dot data dot session ID because this is going to be coming from the backend part. Then I'm going to say set the screen state to be of OTP, because once that is successful, we need the user to enter all of the OTP. So I'm going to say OTP over here, everything in small, save. Okay, so by default, let's set this to be false instead of a string. All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So this would actually, show the OTP part if at all we have, implemented the endpoint correctly and the OTP has gone to the user's phone. Next one, let's try to also implement handle verify OTP. So here I'm going to say const handle verify OTP is going to be equals to async function. Here I'm going to say const OTP code is going to be equals to, we're going to make it to the join method with the help of the state. I'm going to say equals OTP.join with the help of your empty string, and here I'm going to check if my OTP code dot length is not equals to 6. Then I'm going to say return alert dot alert error. We're going to say enter full OTP because we need all of the 6 digits for verifying this. So I'm going to say enter full OTP. Here I'm going to say set is loading to be of true. All right, then here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. Again, we actually need to dispatch once we write the auth slice in the Redux part. For now, I'm just going to say console.error over here. Again, similarly, finally block, I'm going to say set is loading to be of false over here. Let's write that properly. And within the try block, initialize the response. So const response is going to be equals to await. Again, Axios dot your post method. This in turn is going to have in your API base. I'm going to say $API base. It's going to be / verify OTP. This in turn is going to take in 3 things if you remember. That is the session ID, the OTP, that's going to be OTP code, as well as the phone. Again, check the similar condition, copy that down from the previous example and add it over here. Okay, so if response.status is not equals to 200, then throw that new error. Once that is done, we need to set it into async storage. I'm going to say await async storage, import that dot, I'm going to say set item to be of your token, and here I'm going to say response dot data dot token. Here I'm going to say await async storage dot set user, not set user, set item itself, but here we're going to set the user, my bad. So user, and here it's going to be equals to your JSON dot stringify of response dot data dot user, because you're getting 2 things from the front end part, from the Python side, that is your token as well as the user object. Okay, so next step is we need to dispatch auth, so we need to do that. So I think it's better to implement the auth slice over here. Okay, so let's do that. Let's try to format once first of all, and let's try to save the file. I'm going to create a new file known as your auth slice.ts, where we're going to have in a bunch of options, that is your set auth, set user, set loading state, as well as clear auth and the clear error. So it's going to be simple itself. So let's try to implement this. I'm going to say slices auth slice.ts. Here initially I'm going to define my interface. I'm going to say export interface user. So this is going to be equals to, it's going to have a ID of type string, next your phone of type string as well, first name string, then your last name as well string. So last name is also going to be string, email is going to be string. So all of these are basically optional as well, except for the phone, because the user can come onto the app and then also enter these details. Okay, that's it. The next one is for the auth state. I'm going to say interface auth state is going to be equals to, so this is going to be having your user of type user, that's defined onto the top, or null initially, and it's going to be having your token as well. of string or null. Furthermore, your loading state, that is going to be boolean. Error state as well, error is going to be string. That's it. Next, let's try to initialize the state. So I'm going to say const initial state is going to be equals to, it's going to be of type auth state, is going to be equals to user is going to be null initially, token also null. Furthermore, your loading is going to be false, then your error is going to be null as well. So this is your what can we say, the initial state. Okay, so this is basically your initial state. Let's try to format once. Okay, so type null is not assignable to type string. Okay, so this should be or null. All right, save. Here let's try to create a slice with the help of the create slice method. I'm going to say const auth slice is going to be equals to create slice, import that from Redux toolkit, and this is going to take in three things: the name of the slice, the initial state for that, as well as the bunch of reducers. So I'm going to say name is going to be equals to your auth, comma, initial state, that's defined onto the top, as well as all of your reducers. It's going to be in the form of an object. Initial state, okay, wrong spelling. Okay, so let's write that properly. So for the reducers, the first one is going to be your set loading. I'm going to say set loading, which in turn is going to take in your state as well as your action. So here payload is going to be of boolean. So payload here, essentially I'm going to say state.loading is going to be equals to action.payload, and state.error is going to be equals to null. Okay, next one is going to be for the set of auth. I'm going to say set auth, which in turn is going to take in the state and your action. Here payload is going to be this one. So I'm going to say payload user is going to be of type user, as well as your token is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say state.user is going to be equals to your action.payload.user. Next we have is the state.token is going to be equals to again your action.your payload.token. Then furthermore state.loading set it to be false. Furthermore state.error is going to be equals to your null. Alright, next we have is your set user. So initialize that. This in turn is going to take in the state as well as the action. I'm going to say payload is going to be of type user. So directly say state dot your user is going to be equal to your action dot payload. Next we have is your set error method. I'm going to say set error if any. This in turn is going to have state as well as the action is going to be of type payload, that is going to be of type string. So here essentially I'm going to say your state.error is going to be equals to action.payload, and then set the loading to be a false. So state.loading equals to false. Finally we have the next one, that's the clear auth as well as the clear error. So I'm going to say clear auth. So this is basically used while logging out. So I'm going to say state.user, set all of the fields to be null. That's the only thing that's going to be done over here. Okay, so state.user is going to be null, then state.token is going to be equals to null as well. Then your state.loading is going to be equals to false, and state.error is going to be equals to null. Okay, so basically there's no colon over here. Let's remove that. That's the reason it's kind of erroring out. So that's it. Let's try to export the required details onto the bottom part. I'm just going to say export const, all of these things along with a clear error. Let's try to define that. It's pretty simple. So clear error, it's going to have just the state, and over here I'm just going to say state.error is going to be equals to null format. So we have included all of the slices, all of the reducers within the slice. That's the auth slice. This part is done. Let's try to include this within the index.ts, like how we have done it for the cart. Here I'm going to say auth, it's going to be equals to your auth reducer. Not like this, auth reducer. Import it over here. I'm going to say import your auth reducer from your slices / auth slice. That's it. Let's add a comma over here and format it just like this. Save. As you can see, no issues, which is good. Let's come back over here to the login screen, and then now let's try to include the dispatch that we were supposed to do it previously. So on the top, I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to your use dispatch. Import that from React Redux. Okay, so here within your handle verify OTP, we need to dispatch your set auth. So I'm just going to add it over here. That is right below your async storage.set item method. So I'm going to say dispatch set auth. We need to pass in user as well as a token, and here we're going to check the condition stating that if at all not of response.data.user.firstname or if at all not of response.data.user.email, then set the screen state to be of profile. So as of now, we're not going to implement the screen state over here. So let's try to comment this out. We're just going to dispatch over here. Let's try to save. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is within your navigation.tsx, we need to implement a function that is kind of a helper function with the help of use effect, and then we're going to implement the showing of the login screen or showing of your home tabs based on the condition. So let's come back to navigation.tsx over here. This part is remaining. So within your app navigation, let's try to get in the dispatch. So I'm going to say const dispatch is going to be equals to use dispatch. Import that correctly from React Redux. So let's try to get in two states, your loading state as well as your user state. It's going to be equals to make use of the use selector hook to get the state. So use selector, access the state, it's going to be equals to your state.auth. Here I'm going to say state.auth. That's it. Here I'm going to check const is authenticated. It's already written. It's going to be equals to not of user. That's it. Here I'm going to say use effect. So this is to basically verify the token. So let's write that as well. I'm going to say const check auth is going to be equals to async function over here. Then I'm going to say initially dispatch of set loading. Import that to be of true. And let's try to access your try catch block. So try catch of error. So we need to dispatch your set error to be of this one as well as the clear auth as well. Okay. And here within the try block, I'm going to say const token, and also make sure to add the finally block as well. So const token is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say async storage dot get item of your token. And here I'm going to check if not of token, then say throw new error. So throw new error of no token found. Alright, and if at all we have the token, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot your get method and pass in your API base. So I'm going to say dollar API underscore base / your verify hyphen token. That's the correct endpoint. Let's define the base over here onto the top. Const API base is going to be equals to http localhost 8000 / API / v1. Okay. So yep, that's it. So this part is done. So here, once we have the response, we also need to, pass in the headers for this. That's important. So here I'm going to say within the same request, headers authorization is going to be equals to your bearer token. So bearer $token. Okay, so here I'm going to check the condition stating that if your response dot status is not equals to 200, then in that case we need to remove the token from async storage. I'm going to say await async storage dot remove item of token, as well as remove the user info as well. Await async storage dot you remove item of the user as well. I'm going to say throw new error it's going to say invalid token, just like this, and then we're going to say dispatch set auth over here. So dispatch set auth, import that. It's going to take in two things basically, user as well as a token. User is going to be response dot data dot your token, response dot data dot user, and token is there onto the top. So that's it. Let's try to format once. Let's try to call the function here itself. So check auth save. As you can see, no issues. Let's try to add this loading state over here. So instead of this loading, you can actually try to return a kind of splash screen or something like that. So save, reload. Now let's see what exactly happens. As you can see, loading. Okay, so we do have an issue over here. It is actually just showing loading itself, but over here it should actually show your main stack screens. Not main stack, your auth stack, because the user is not yet logged in. So again, actually after the app has been loaded, still we're able to see that infinite kind of loading screen. That is because of this condition. I think I made one mistake over here, because in the user file there is no dependency passed, and there is no dependency array passed as well. So I'm going to pass in the dependency array, and it's going to be dependent upon your dispatch, right? So I'm going to say dispatch over here. Let's add that. Let's try to save. So now that issue should be gone, and automatically we should be able to see your login screen. Okay, so for some reason my system is kind of frozen. It's taking too slow to reload. Let's reload over here, and there you go. Now that's working fine. Let's try to give this a try, and your Python backend is already running, or the docs is already open up on Chrome. Let's try to check that out. And over here I'm just going to reload. We need to see the other endpoints also coming over here. Okay, that's weird. Let's try to rerun the application over here. I'm going to say python3 main.py. Okay, we do have some issues. It says cannot import name, invalid token error from gwt.exceptions. Okay, so let's look into that if at all there is any kind of syntax issue or something like that. So within your main.py, invalid token error. So let's check that out. Alright guys, so still I'm getting that error, that is with respect to your invalid token error. So I think I just googled the error. So you need to install some package known as pygwt. So let's install that. So here I'm going to say pip3 install pygwt, and this issue should be fixed. So let's press on enter over here. Okay, this is done. So now let's again try to run the backend, and boom, there you go. This is working fine. Let's come back over here and let's try to reload our application. And there you go. We have 3 endpoints: send OTP, verify OTP, as well as verify token. And I'm actually going to stop the video at this particular point after implementing the authentication, because my Mac is out of space. I'm not able to record more videos. Okay, so the next part, that is the address showing part, or the map showing part for the user, as well as creating of an order, that part would be coming in the second part. That would be almost about an hour and a half or 2 maximum. Okay, so that would be coming in part 2. So here let's try to implement the authentication. As you can see, this is working absolutely fine. So let's try to press on the number, and then let's try to press on the continue button. So I'm going to say I'm going to enter my number, and once that is done, I'm going to press on continue. Okay, I'm going to cut out that part. But I forgot one more thing before entering my number. I haven't given yours on press for the functionalities that we have implemented. That is yours handle verify OTP as well as handle complete a profile. I think I forgot one more thing, my bad, because the functionality for your handle OTP change is not yet implemented. So let's do that. So login screen.tsx. Okay, here we need to implement this function. This was previously commented out. So here I'm going to say handle OTP change is going to be equals to index value. Here I'm going to check if my value dot length is greater than 1, then directly try to say return. I'm going to say const new OTP is going to be equals to whatever is there within the OTP, initially just 6 empty strings. I'm going to say new OTP of your index is going to be equals to your value. I'm going to say set OTP to be of the new OTP, and furthermore I'm going to say if my value is present and your index is less than 3. Over here I'm going to say OTP refs dot current of your index plus 1 dot focus. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I think there's one more functionality, that is for the on key press. Yeah, that's not given to the text input. This is the one. I'm going to say on key press is going to be equals to your, it's going to take in the event, and here it's going to be equals to handle key press. Okay, handle key press of your index comma the event. So let's try to define that over here. I'm just going to add it just below this one, just like this. Okay, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. And yeah, let's try to give in the on press for both of the functions. That is for your continue button, which says handle send OTP. The first one over here, on press handle send OTP. Let's try that properly. And here it's going to be handle verify OTP. On press handle verify OTP. Let's try to save the file. I'm going to enter my number. If everything works out correctly, we need to be seeing the OTP screen or the OTP level design. Let's check that out. And boom, just like that, it's working fine, but some issue with respect to the design that's messed up. And I am also getting my OTP onto my phone. So let's first of all fix this issue and let's make it work. So here I forgot to add a view. Let's add that over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now again I'm going to reload my application, and then again I'm going to enter my phone number. Okay, and as you can see over here in the console as well, that post request was successful and it says 200 is okay. So reload over here. Now enter my phone number again over here. So again it's okay. I'm gonna get my OTP over here. I'm gonna press on verify. Okay, so we do have some issue over here. It says 500 internal server error. So let's look into that. Even it's failing in the backend as well. Alright, so I think this is because the table is not yet created, because if you remember, I had deleted all of the tables. So let's come back over here, main.py. It says request resource not found. That means your table that we have defined over here is not being present. That is this one. Okay, so add that and let's try to create a table. Come back over here. Okay, no internet, that's weird. Okay, it's opening. So create table. I'm going to say table name. So partition key is the unique key. I'm going to enter my phone over here. That's going to be my partition key for the users table. And apart from that, leave everything as default and then press on create table over here. So it says creating the users table. Let's wait for some time. So hopefully this is the issue, I feel. Let's give it one more try. I think it's going to take in some more time. Yeah, it's done. As you can see, status is active. We can try to give this one more try. So reload the app and then I'm going to enter my OTP again. Not the OTP again. I'm going to enter my phone number and then give this one more try. There you go. Again, we should get the OTP. And boom, there you go. So this is verified, but for some reason, we have some issue on the front end part. Thus it says cannot read property token of null. So yep, let's look into that issue where we are verifying it. Error, type error, cannot read property token of null. All right, that's weird. But as you can see, the backend is verified. That means here it's working fine. So you should be able to see the user getting created over here in the users table. Let's give that a try. Explore items. Okay, so even over here it's not created. That's weird. Reload. Explore items again. Okay, it's not there. Okay, I think we need to fix this issue first. Alright, so now I finally fixed it. So I had to, change the entire endpoint because previously I had, written it in a wrong way. That is with respect to the if else condition. So now it is correct. I've just corrected this. So you can take a look at it from the starting point, and I've also added the logger because previously I was not able to fix the issue. So make sure to import your logging, and from FastAPI responses, import your JSON response, and then you can take a look at the endpoint that is for verify OTP. So for each and every step I've added the logger, so it becomes easier to understand that what exactly is happening, and then I was able to figure out the issue. So initially basically the issue was the if and else condition was not in the correct format and it was not working fine. So I've changed this entirely, so you can take a look at it from the starting point. Okay, so we've added basically the JWT secret as well, that is the logging for that. So if anything is missing, you should be able to find out in the logs. Okay, previously it was not that case, so I've just added this. You can take a look at it, and now it's working fine as well. So let me give that one more try. So now once I press on verify, automatically they should be verified and then I should be logged. So there you go. Currently I'm logged in and this is working absolutely fine. And my logs are not going to be shown because my phone number will be present, and even in the backend, the user is created over here. So if I reload over here again, my phone number would be visible. So here, if I press on my users table and go to explore items, you should be able to see the user getting created as well as my phone number also should be present over there. Okay. So this part is done. So we are done with the authentication part. So now one final step remaining is once you press on any kind of item and add it to cart and press on your view cart, we need to implement the map related design over here as you saw in the demo part of the video. And once they choose any address, and we need to pin that address to the backend as well, that is to the addresses array. And once the user selects the address and presses on make payment, we need to head back to the next screen and then create an order for that particular user. And we also need to implement your design for your card screen, not card screen, your eat club screen as well as the account screen. So these two things are pending. That would be in the next part. So yes, that's it about part one. So we implemented a lot of things in the front end part, that is the Redux part, and showing all of the home screen, all of the products, as well as we also implemented the add to cart functionality along with your customizations as well. And on the backend part, we implemented your Python, that is using your FastAPI, all of the endpoints. So initially it was even tough for me to write all of the endpoints because the syntax is kind of new to me. And as we move on, we're gonna learn better in this particular stack, that is FastAPI as well as Python. So yes, we did face some issues while implementing the backend part, that is for few endpoints, even though it was pretty easy itself, because yes, this is my first time as I told in Python. So as we move forward, we're gonna work better and we're gonna implement it in a better way. So that's pretty much it for part one. So in the part two, as we discussed, we're going to implement the offer screen. Not the offer screen, the eat club screen, the account screen, as well as the map design. And we're going to write the endpoint for creating orders for each user. So that's it about this video. So let's see you in the next one, and then thank you for watching.